The story begins with the fact that on a weekday there was hustle and bustle in the city, cars drove along the roads, people were walking along the pedestrian crossing, a customer in a store was told that he had won a huge prize. The guy did not believe the saleswoman that he could win a jade trinket worth $10,000. The girl with red hair told the guy to add another $100 to her. The saleswoman showed the guy a green decoration, she said he would get it when he paid. The girl grabbed the client's hand, the guy displeasedly told his interlocutor that only an idiot would fork out for such jewelry. The saleswoman looked at the guy and asked, "Doesn't she deserve more than $100? The client examined the girl with great attention, she winked at him. The main character confidently put the bill on the table and told the saleswoman that there was no need for change. The girl threw a jade ornament over the counter to a surprised customer. The guy grabbed the jewelry in his hands with great joy, he examined it carefully. The customer left the store, the saleswoman thanked him for the purchase. The main character was unhappy, he realized that he had just made an impulse purchase. Unexpectedly the guy felt the effect of the decoration, his body began to shiver. The guy got worried, he realized that he felt an unusual coldness in his body. The main character approached the bus, he barely went inside, there were a lot of people there. In the end, the guy left on the bus. The main character arrived at the office of his company. The worker was standing near the entrance to the building, he realized that he was late for work again. The boss slammed her hand roughly on the table, she asked the guy displeasedly, how many times was he late this week? The woman said that her subordinate is not late only on a day off during the week. The boss said that the company's main priority is increasing efficiency. The woman said that she was aware of the situation in the guy's family. The guy felt some kind of energy pass through his body. The interlocutor warned the guy that he might get into trouble if the regional manager found out about his lateness. The main character felt something incomprehensible in his body, he didn't understand what was happening. The guy suddenly began to lose his strength, he fell to the floor and supported himself with his hand. The woman asked her subordinate, "Is he really feeling bad?" The main character shouted in fear that his eye was burning. The boss started looking for the phone, she decided to call the doctors. The guy felt severe pain in his eye, he walked up to the table and leaned his hand on it. The guy felt severe pain, he sat and could not even open his eyes. Having gathered his strength, the main character looked in front of him, he decided that he was dying. The guy was surprised to notice that for some reason his boss was not wearing clothes. The woman felt that her subordinate was looking at her, she turned around sharply and asked, "What happened?" The main character was scared, he excitedly shouted to his boss that nothing had happened. The boss was excited, she asked the guy if everything was okay with him. The main character came to his senses, he told his interlocutor not to worry and that he was fine. The guy said in a calm voice that he just didn't get enough sleep at night and he needed to rest. The boss told the frightened subordinate that she could give him a paid day off. The main character looked at the woman and told her that he was already feeling better. The woman told the guy that Mr. Shao would be back soon, he will need help. The main character realized that he now needed to prepare for the meeting. The woman headed towards the exit, she told the guy that he should go and get ready. Shao came soon, he told manager Zhou happily that he had brought good luck to her business. The woman asked the guest if he had brought the jade he mentioned earlier. Shao told his interlocutor that he had come to offer an excellent jade stone, it can be sold for a good amount. Zhou asked the man in disbelief if he was sure of the authenticity of the jewelry. The woman told her subordinate to bring tea to Mr. Shao. The guest explained to his interlocutor that he had brought her an excellent jade stone and added so that she would not doubt it. The main character brought tea and put it on the table for Mr. Shao. The woman asked the client how much he wanted to get for his jade. Shao began to tell his interlocutor that he agreed to give her a friendly discount. The guest confidently told the woman that he wanted 300,000 for the stone. The main character and the boss were surprised, they couldn't believe that Shao wanted 300,000 yuan for the goods. The manager said that when opening a jade stone, you get 30% experience and 70% luck. The woman explained dissatisfied to her interlocutor that the price of his goods was too high. The salesman smiled and told the woman that he was open to negotiations. He reached into his bag and took out a stone. Suddenly the guy's magic eye activated, he noticed that something had happened. The main character took a closer look and noticed that he could now see through objects, the stone in front of him turned out to be empty inside. The manager told the seller that she would invite a Wang expert to check the stone, after that they will discuss the price. Xiao answered his interlocutor that he was absolutely confident in his stone. The woman called the main character by the name of Qin Ku. The guy was thinking about something of his own at that time. The boss pinched her subordinate and told him to act. The woman asked the bath expert if she needed to buy this stone. The old man carefully examined the proposed product using a special device. Van told the woman judiciously that the stone had a very thick layer. He has a good feeling about it. Xiao told the old man that there was most likely jade inside the stone. The woman asked the expert if he was sure of the value of the stone. Wang said he is very confident. The seller told the expert that the inside was 300% jade. Qin silently and carefully examined the stone. The worker thought that he couldn't let Miss Zhou be deceived just like that. The woman told the seller that she would buy the goods from him. At this time the main character shouted to his interlocutors to wait. Qin told the manager that he was not sure if they could get jade from the stone. The woman was surprised. Xiao was very unhappy. He said that you don't need to listen to the guy, but rather listen to the opinion of Wang's expert. Qin told the seller that he had brought a useless stone that could only be used to prop up the doors. Xiao got angry. He told manager Zhou that her subordinate was very ill-mannered. The woman replied that her employee has every right to express his opinion. The woman asked the expert Wang, "How much can you buy a stone for?" The old man valued the product at 200,000 yuan. He added that the layer on the stone is thick, but it is quite possible to find good jade. Zhou told the seller that she was taking his goods. Xiao said dissatisfiedly that you need to trust an expert, and not various amateurs. Qin said he was interested. Zhou explained that they buy precious materials for VIP clients. The manager added that they would use the precious material to make a custom piece of jewelry for a special client. Xiao said in a joyful voice that this is a great strategy. The main character answered the interlocutor that he has an increasing chance of increasing his clientele. The seller told the guy angrily that even expert Wang confirmed that there would be a good deal. Xiao he asked his interlocutor dissatisfiedly, why does he hate him? The main character looked displeased at the seller. He didn't like his remarks. The expert explained that the main character is young and therefore doubts everything. He added that in his personal opinion there was jade inside the stone. Xiao told the main character to go home and cry on his mother's chest. The manager of the store did not like the seller's behavior. Qin got angry. He angrily told the seller that if he said one more word, he would send him to the hospital. Qin angrily asked his interlocutor, can he really not tell him anything anymore? Xiao was scared. He realized that the main character was very angry. The boss looked at her employee with excitement. Wang said displeasedly to the guy so that he should not talk rudely to Mr. Xiao. Qin told the old man that he could not teach him how to behave correctly. Van was very unhappy. He told the main character that he had bad manners. Xiao said dissatisfied that the main character is very rude and ill-mannered. Qin invited the seller to make a bet. Qin said that if there is no jade in the stone, the seller will apologize to him and call him daddy. Xiao asked why the guy decided that he would enter into an agreement with him. The main character said dissatisfied to the man that he was scared. Zhua asked the main character with interest, what will he do if he loses? She added that the subordinate should return to work. Qin raised his hand up to stop the talking. He decided to communicate his conditions. Qin looked at his interlocutors with excitement. He wanted to say, what will he do if he loses? The main character menacingly promised those present that if he lost, he would cut off his hand. Xiao asked the guy displeasedly, what should he then do with his severed hand? The woman excitedly called out to her subordinate. Qin confidently told the boss that he was not going to lose at all. The main character told the seller to accept the bet. The old man told the guy to mind his manners, otherwise he would report him to his superiors and Qin would be fired. Qin looked at the old man and told him calmly that he himself was ready to quit. Van was very surprised. He didn't understand why the guy was so confident in himself. Xiao stood up and said that he agreed with the bet. The seller decided to remind the guy what would happen if he lost. The seller angrily told the main character that it would be very painful for him. Xiao told the old man that he needed to teach the guy a lesson. He asked him to quickly cut the stone. Wang angrily said that if there was no jade inside the stone, then he would no longer call himself an expert. Qin told his interlocutors that he was really looking forward to his victory. At this time his boss hit him in the face with her hand. Zhou asked the guy displeasedly, why is he so aggressive today? The woman sternly asked her subordinate whether he understood what he had bet on. The main character told the manager that he also wanted to offer her a bet. Chin told his boss that if he won the argument, she would treat him to dinner. The main character told the woman that if he loses, she will receive his second hand. Zhuo was amazed, she did not understand what to do with her employee. The manager turned around and went into the next room. She said she needed to call the police. Zhuo said very dissatisfied to her interlocutor that no one needed his hand. The woman asked expert Wang to cut the stone on a machine. Xiao looked at the main character with excitement. He warned the guy not to even think about running away. The seller sternly told the expert that his reputation was at stake. Ven answered the man that he does everything for the sake of his honor. People watched with excitement as the saw began to cut through the stone. Zhuo was very worried. People looked at the machine with excitement. They really wanted to look inside the stone. The main character, together with the people around him, were surprised to see that there was no jade in the stone. Xiao was amazed and dissatisfied. He did not understand that this was even possible. The old man excitedly said that the stone needed to be cut deeper. The seller agreed with him. The expert cut the stone completely in half. It was empty inside. Xiao was very much amazed and surprised. He realized that the stone was empty. The seller could not believe that there was no jade inside the product. The woman grabbed her subordinate. She shouted to the guy that he had won. Qin was very pleased. He was able to prove to his boss that he was right. The seller fearfully realized that he had lost. The main character turned angrily at the seller and confirmed that he had lost. Qin put his hand on Mr. Zhao's shoulder. He demanded that the man come to him. The main character very angrily told the salesman to kneel in front of him. Wang told Qin sternly that buying jade stone has nothing to do with gambling. The main character invited the expert to kneel in front of him instead of Xiao. Manager Zhuo was very angry. She really didn't like the guy's behavior. The woman sternly told the guy to calm down and slow down. Xiao asked the guy for forgiveness in a frightened voice and told him not to be too aggressive. Qin calmly answered his interlocutor that this makes sense. The salesman shouted excitedly and promised the guy that in the future he would solve all his problems. Qin walked up to the man and sharply grabbed his hand. He prepared to receive punishment from him. Guy put the man's hand on the machine. He reminded that Xiao would not forgive him if he lost. The main character excitedly told his interlocutor that he wanted to try soup from human hands. Qin turned on the saw. The man looked at the machine in fear and realized that he could now lose his arm. Wang angrily shouted to the Qin Ku guy that he was now committing a crime. He reminded that Xiao is a valuable person to them. The seller was very scared. His body trembled with excitement. Wang demanded that the main character let the seller go, otherwise he would call the police. Qin made Xiao kneel on the floor in front of him. The manager looked at everything in surprise. The seller fearfully called the main character father. Kneeling. Qin told the other party that he never expected him to actually kneel. The main character took off his outer jacket and headed towards the exit. He waved to everyone. Manager Zhuo and his companions silently watched the departing Qin. The main character went outside. He stood near the entrance to the building and prepared to leave. Qin decided to take a walk. He told himself that today he was going to get rich. Xiao was very angry. Wang said very dissatisfied that the main character should be punished. Wang said that the guy would disappear from the jewelry industry forever. He promised that no one would hire Qin again. The woman was left alone. She thought about everything that happened for a very long time. The boss's phone rang. She took the device and prepared to read the message. The main character wrote to the boss that he would be waiting for her in the evening. He also reminded her about dinner. Manager Zhou was deep in thought. She couldn't understand who Qin Ku really was. Qin went into the store. He thought that betting on jade stones was the only way to make some money. The guy bought himself some food and walked down the street. Qin thought that he couldn't even afford jade raw materials now. The main character walked along the road and consumed food as he went. There were passers-by around him. Qin approached the antique market. He decided that he needed agate raw materials. Unexpectedly, the main character heard the client demand the seller to return the money. The seller responded to the client by saying that she couldn't just change her mind. The girl angrily told her interlocutor that she could return the stone whenever she wanted. The client looked displeasedly at the seller and said that he was behaving dishonestly. The guy replied that he never promised anything like that. The girl got angry. She didn't like that the seller didn't want to take the stone back. Qin activated his magical vision. He examined the goods carefully. The main character, using his vision, looked into the girl's bag on the stone. The main character took a closer look and noticed that inside the stone there was a precious agate of excellent quality. Chin went up to the girl and said that he would buy a stone. He inquired about the price. The main character stood and silently looked at the stranger. He noticed that she had a good figure. The seller happily told the guy that the goods cost only 8,000 yuan. The stranger looked at the surprised protagonist and said that he could not deceive her. The girl told Chin that he was pretending and she could see right through him. Chin suggested to the stranger that she simply sell him the stone. The girl told the guy that he could take the stone for 8,000 yuan. The seller perked up and told the client that he also wanted to pick up the stone. The client reminded the seller that he wanted to sell the goods himself for 8,000 and the guy wanted to buy it. The main character thought to himself that he must definitely get this stone. Chin promised his girlfriend that he would transfer 8,000 yuan to her right now. She agreed. The seller told the excited customer that he had another agate stone of better quality. Chin told his interlocutor that he did not need another stone, all other products are just garbage. Main character went to the ATM, he decided to look at the balance on the card. Chin saw the balance on his bank card, there was a little over 2,000 yuan. The main character told himself that he must win, he went with money to the girl. Chin handed the money to his interlocutor and said that he wanted to get the stone. The girl excitedly asked her interlocutor if he was a scammer barker. Chin impatiently demanded from the stranger that she quickly give him the stone. The interlocutor threw the guy a bag. The girl said her name was Lin Yu. She wanted to see how the guy would cut the stone. Chin replied to his new acquaintance that she could go with him. The main character approached the jade store of fate. He wanted to check his stone. The guy went inside the store. The seller was sleeping on the counter at that time. Chin asked the manager to cut the stone for him. The seller jumped up from the counter. He shouted that he would do everything now. Lin went into the store and looked around. She asked the guy, "Does he really want to cut the stone in this place?" Chin put the bag on the table. He told the manager to ignore the guest and just get on with his work. The girl thought displeasedly that the main character could not be a good guy. The worker said in a sleepy voice that he would do everything now. He took a stone out of his bag. The manager carefully examined the stone. He didn't like that the main character woke him up because of such a trifle. The seller decided to cut the stone anywhere. He placed it on the machine. The girl and the seller were very surprised. They noticed that there was something inside the stone. Inside the nugget was found red agate of excellent quality. Chin was very happy. He realized that he was able to make out the valuable contents of the stone in time. The manager said in an excited voice that if the agate had not been cut in the middle, it would have cost a little more. Lin asked in surprise, "How is this possible?" The main character asked the manager how much the stone costs now. The manager told the client that he could keep his stone for the collection. Chin was dissatisfied with this answer. Lin angrily demanded from her interlocutors that someone give her an answer. The main character told the girl to leave. The salesman told the guy that he had cut the stone incorrectly. He wanted to buy it. Chin asked the manager what amount of money he would offer him. The manager told the protagonist that he would buy his stone for 50,000 yuan. Chin told the seller that he did not want to haggle for every gram of stone. The protagonist told the manager that he was happy to accept his price offer. The manager was very happy. He told the client that they had agreed. The seller told the main character that from now on they will be best friends. Lin asked the main character with great surprise, "Will he really not bargain?" The girlfriend told the guy that he could sell the stone at a higher price. The main character responded dissatisfied to his acquaintance that she was very annoying. The manager told the client that he would not find a store with a higher price on the market. Chin handed the seller a bank card to deposit money. The manager started making the translation. The main character received a message. He received 50,000 yuan. The seller asked the guy if he had received the money. Chin looked at the phone. He confirmed to the interlocutor that he had received the transfer. The seller left his business card for the main character. He said his name was Plump Zhang. Chin replied to the manager that he himself would come to this store if he wanted to sell something. The main character was happy. He looked at the phone at the message that he had received the money. At this time the telephone rang. The guy picked up the phone and asked displeasedly, "Who is bothering him?" Zhou told her subordinate that she had been working for a long time today and would not be able to come to dinner. The guy realized that the old man had run over his boss. The manager told the main character that they could see each other and have dinner tomorrow. Chin looked at the phone. He didn't understand what could go wrong. At that time someone approached him from behind. The girl put her hand on the guy's back from behind. He was very scared. Chin, I asked my new friend why she keeps following him all the time. Lin, I asked the guy why he didn't demand more money for the agate in the store. Chin asked the girl why she was asking him about this. The main character explained to his interlocutor that it would be beneficial for him to make friends with manager Zhang. The girl told the interlocutor that he could find another stone with good agate inside. Chin demanded from his interlocutor that she stop pursuing him. Lin looked at her surprised friend and asked him to take her as a student. Lin followed the guy through the streets and asked him to become her teacher. Chin told his interlocutor that he was busy and they would see each other later. The girl demanded that the guy answer her with consent. The main character extended his hand to his interlocutor and demanded that she no longer pursue him. The guy was surprised to notice how his hand seemed to be on the chest of his new acquaintance. Lin became worried and angry. She hit the main character in the face with her hand. The guy was spun to the side by a very strong blow. He could not stand on his feet. The main character was carried by inertia to the side into the alley. He hit the wall. Chin gradually came to his senses. He cleared his throat and noticed that he was lying in a pile of garbage. The guy sadly wondered if 50,000 yuan would be enough to cover his medical bills. Chin arrived at the number 1 hospital emergency center to get treatment. The main character took the elevator to the 7th floor. He prepared to go out. The nurse told the guy that his mother was in the room. There are 3 more guys nearby. Chin thought about it. He immediately guessed who could be next to his mother. The man told his sister that he wanted his money back. He explained that it would not be possible to cure Xiaoyu. The woman told the man named Lu that she had raised him since childhood. She asked him for more time to repay the debt. Lu told his interlocutor that she would not be able to raise enough money. He asked her for a pair of jade bracelets as payment. The guy told the woman to bring her bracelets to Mr. Lu immediately. The main character silently and carefully looked at the guests next to his mother. Chin glared at the men in front of her. He realized that his mother was very upset. The uncle turned to the guest who entered and greeted the guy with a smile. Chin suddenly turned around and hit the man in the face with all his might. The guy reminded his uncle that his mother used to help him. Now their family has borrowed 20,000 yuan. The man was surprised that his nephew dared to hit him. The mother sternly told her son to forget about it. She reminded him that Lu was still his uncle. The son told his mother that his uncle was just a creep. The guy with glasses shouted to the main character that he was going to hit him. The main character angrily told his interlocutor that he would knock out his teeth if he did not shut up. The main character was very angry. He held his uncle's clothes with his hand. The woman shouted displeasedly that there should be no more fights. She said the man could take the bracelet. Chin was very viciously rude to his uncle. He was still standing in front of him. Lu told his sister that he would not bother her after she gave him the bracelet. The woman answered the interlocutor that she would give him the bracelet. The decoration costs 20,000 yuan. After that she doesn't want to see him anymore. The brother looked at his sister very excitedly. He didn't know what to say to her in response. The main character took a wallet out of his pocket. He said that he had exactly 20,000 yuan. Chin threw the wallet to the guy in front of him. The main character will need the interlocutor to leave a receipt and leave. The uncle told the relatives that they should have paid them from the beginning. He threw the receipt to Chin. The guests turned around and walked towards the exit. The main character took the receipt he received and tore off half of it. The mother told her son that their life is difficult now. She asked what happened to his face. Chin told his mother that he received money for his good sales for the month. The guy explained that he injured himself when he wanted to get on the bus. The woman told her son to be more careful next time. She added that she did not know how to help the girl. The main character looked at the unconscious girl. He told his mother that this would be another test for their family. The patient was lying on the bed with her eyes closed. Chin looked at her for a long time. The main character told his mother that she should go home and rest. He will stay with the patient until evening. The woman told her son that he had to go to work tomorrow. Chin escorted his mother out the door. He told the woman to go home and get some sleep. The mother told her son that she would return early tomorrow. The guy advised the woman to be careful on the way back. Chin was left completely alone in the hospital ward. He sat in silence next to the patient. Evening has come. The main character was sitting on the bed next to his little sister. Chin asked the unconscious patient, "Does she still not want to wake up?" Chin talked to his sister. he promised her that he would take her to a concert if she woke up. The guy sadly and unrequitedly asked his sister how could she fall from the tower. The brother promised his sister that he would earn enough money and hire the best doctors to cure her. The guy called his sister by the name of Xiaoyu and promised that she would soon feel better. The hero fell asleep in the ward. The next morning I asked my mother to wake me up. She reminded the guy that he might be late for work. The guy greeted his mother. The woman brought her son a bag of food. Qin promised his mother that he would buy himself something to eat on the way to work. The guy was driving in a car. Hang City had 4 antique markets in different directions. The guy remembered that he had already been to the southern market yesterday and earned some money. Today he wanted to come to the larger eastern market to get even more. Qin told the driver to stop near the entrance. The main character got out of the taxi. One of the sellers told the customer happily that all his stones had jade inside. The main character carefully looked at all the stones and they turned out to be garbage. At this time, one of the passers-by grabbed the guy from behind with his hand. The unfamiliar guy explained that there was something very interesting ahead and he was in a hurry to be on time. Qin became interested. A young guy angrily shouted to a passerby that he had stepped on his foot. The old man apologized to the guy and said that he had poor eyesight. The stranger shouted to the old man that he had stepped on his expensive Gucci shoes. The old man tried to justify himself. The main character tried to break through the crowd. He was wondering what was going on there. The angry client pointed his finger at the old man standing in front of him. The guy showed his expensive shoe and said that the old man had stepped on his foot. The main character told Wang Bao that he doesn't respect old people at all. The guy was unhappy. He asked who approached him. Wang saw the main character in front of him. He said displeasedly that it was Qin Ku who had jinxed him. The guy angrily shouted at the main character to get out of his way. Qin calmly replied that he would not leave. The old man fearfully told Qin that he was to blame for his troubles. The main character told his frightened interlocutor that someone should teach Wang a lesson. Qin activated his magical vision. He looked at the old man's bag in front of him. The guy noticed that there was some very valuable stone in the bag. He examined it carefully. Wang said displeasedly to the guy behind him so that he should not stare and get out quickly. Qin asked his interlocutor if he really came to the market to sell uncut stone. The old man asked the guy, how did he know what was in his bag? Wang Bao came up from behind and asked the main character, is he really deaf? Qin threw the guy to the ground with a powerful move. He recalled that he is a master of Taekwondo. The guy scaredly asked the main character to let him go. Qin demanded that Bao leave quickly and not interfere with his conversation with the elderly man. Wang asked the main character, will he be able to pay him for his shoe? Qin asked his rival angrily if he dared to take his money from him. At this time, a girl approached from the side. She asked Qin Ku to let the guy go. The main character looked in surprise at the stranger who approached. Wang called the girl in fear. Qin noticed that his friend named Song Zhao was standing in front of him. Wang Bao fearfully rushed to his friend. He sought her protection. Song asked her friend, is he really wounded? Bao showed the girl his injured finger. Wang told his girlfriend that if she had not broken up with the main character, Qin would have offended her. Song looked thoughtfully at Wang and said that she completely agreed with him. The main character was surprised. He decided to turn to the Song girl. Wang Bao immediately demanded from the main character that he give him 8,000 yuan. Qin looked at the girl excitedly. He called her by name Zhao. Bao shouted angrily to the main character that he had no money. He offered to pay him only 5,000 yuan. Sing silently looked at the guy in front of him. Qin came to his senses. He told the other person that he would pay him the full amount of 8,000 yuan. Wang looked at the guy with displeasure. He demanded that he not be a talker. The main character turned around and prepared to leave. He told people that he would be right back. Some time has passed. People decided that Qin had left and would not return back. People in the crowd were talking to each other. They wanted one of them to help the old man against the bully. Wang told his interlocutors that the main character had run away and that was funny. Bao asked his friend with a grin why she liked such a loser. Bao he approached the old man and asked angrily if he had anything valuable. Sing said displeasedly to her friend so that he should not put pressure on the old man. The main character has returned. He suddenly asked Wang Bao, who allowed him to bark so loudly. Qin suddenly swung his hand and hit the guy on the head with all his might. The main character said that he brought the guy exactly 8,000 yuan. Bao replied to the interlocutor that he received the money. He wanted to leave. The main character shouted to the guy to wait. Bao turned around and asked Qin what was needed there. Qin demanded that the guy give him the shoes he was wearing. Sing fearfully told the main character that he was crossing the line. Qin replied that he had not crossed anything. The main character asked his interlocutor if Wang really did everything right. Sing was very unhappy. Bao angrily told the main character that if he wants shoes like his, he can buy them. Qin fell silent, very angry. He stepped up and came closer to the Wangu Bao. Bao angrily asked the main character what he wants to do now. Qin walked up to his opponent and grabbed his clothes with his hand. Wang was surprised and scared. The main character angrily demanded that the guy take off his shoes. Sing angrily shouted at the main character to leave the guy alone. She added that they no longer needed his money. Qin took a close step towards the guy. He stepped on his foot with all his might. Bao shouted displeasedly. The main character was holding him by the clothes at that time. The people around were very scared. Qin angrily demanded that the guy take off his shoes immediately. The main character looked angrily at his opponent. He waited for him to take off his shoes. Wang said with fear to the main character to let him go. He promised to take off his shoes. Bao took off his shoes and prepared to leave. He told the main character that he will not forget today's incident. Before leaving, the Sing girl turned around and looked around. She didn't understand why there were so many people around. The crowd prepared to disperse. The old man told the guy that he could not repay him with anything. The main character explained to the old man that he just wanted to teach Wang a lesson. The old man told the guy that he could write a receipt and pay him later. Qin pushed his shoes aside and said that he didn't need them. The old man reminded his interlocutor that he wanted to sell his stone. He promised to return the money later. Qin was suddenly overcome by some kind of guess. He asked the elderly man to wait. The main character said that he wants to buy a stone. He asked to name the price. The stranger asked the guy, does he really want to buy his stone? Qin offered his interlocutor 20,000 yuan. The old man was surprised. He didn't understand how the guy could be sure of the value of his stone. The old man said suspiciously to the guy that he didn't look like a rich man at all. The interlocutor asked the guy, why did he pay for it and help him? The old man thought that Qin wanted to use some kind of fraudulent scheme against him. Qin took out the money. He told the man that he could pay him 20,000 yuan. The guy explained that the money is real. The main character told his interlocutor that he would really like to buy a stone from him. The old man calmly answered the guy that he was glad to see them today. The guy and the old man made a profitable deal and went their separate ways. Manager Zhang was sitting next to his girlfriend on the bed at that time. The guy said joyfully to the girl that after so many years this will finally happen. Zhang took off his clothes and sat down next to his girlfriend. He said that all this will happen here and now. Did the guy ask his partner before the kiss if she wanted to say anything? The girl looked at her friend and addressed him by name Bin. The girlfriend in a calm voice asked the guy to cut an agate stone for her. At this time the main character approached the manager and began to cowardly wake him up. He brought him a stone. Zhang opened his eyes and saw his friend. Qin asked his friend in surprise, why is he crying? The manager came to his senses at this time. Zhang smiled and told his interlocutor that he was glad to see him. Qin handed the bag to the manager. He told him to quickly take this stone. The manager looked closely at the bag. He decided to study its contents. Zhao opened the bag and carefully looked at what was inside. He took out a stone. The manager asked the guest in surprise, did he really buy another stone? Zhao explained to his interlocutor that cutting the stone would be expensive. The manager asked the main character with excitement whether it was too early for him to spend a fortune to buy such a stone. Qin told his interlocutor to simply cut the stone. The manager answered the guy that he would do everything for his money. Zhao got to work. He took the tool and began to carefully work the surface of the stone. Yellow marks appeared on the surface of the sample. Zhang continued his work. The manager looked at the processed stone. The result seemed good to him. The manager sawed off a piece of stone. He had the opportunity to look at what was inside. Zhang was surprised and amazed. He noticed yellow agate inside the stone. Qin told the manager in a very calm voice that he was just lucky. The manager excitedly answered the guy that some people spend their entire lives trying to get the same stone. The main character asked his interlocutor how much such a stone could cost. Zhang explained to the guy that yellow agate can be used to make jewelry. Its value will only increase over time. Qin responded excitedly to the manager so that he simply named his price. Zhang will explain to the guy that he definitely cannot name the price of agate. He began to examine the stone. The manager pointed out that the yellow color of the stone is very rare. He analyzed the shine and size of the stone. Zhang looked inside the stone. He clearly imagined a beautiful girl in yellow clothes in front of him. The manager suggested to the main character that he should leave him the stone here. He promised that he would issue a receipt and invite experts to evaluate it. Qin didn't want to leave the stone right now. Zhang told the other person that he would pay him 100,000 yuan as an initial deposit. The main character was surprised that he would now receive 100,000 yuan. The manager asked the guy excitedly, would this amount really be enough for him? Qin explained to the manager that he needed a minute to think about his proposal. Zhang brought his interlocutor a cup of tea and told him not to rush. The main character thought that he still has an agate worth 100,000 yuan. Zhang looked at manager A. He carefully examined the stone. Qin decided that the price of the goods is more than 100,000 yuan. The main character realized that if you make a decoration out of stone, it will cost even more, but he did not have the opportunity to ask someone to make a product for him. The Qin had no buyers to sell the jewelry. Zhao I asked the guy if he had decided about agate or not. Qin told the manager that he would leave him the stone. Zhao explained to the client that he would now transfer the money to him. Zhao looked at the stone with great attention. He asked the client if his account had changed. Qin carefully looked at his account on the phone. He received the transfer. The manager told the main character that he would contact him after receiving the results of the assessment. Qin headed towards the exit of the antique store. He was walking down the street by himself. The main character looked carefully at the phone. He decided to call his boss Zhou. Qin didn't understand whether he should call the woman now or not. The main character decided that his boss is currently busy with work. At this time his phone rang. Qin looked at the phone and noticed that manager Zhou had called him. The 39th guy asked the boss on the phone, how can he help her? The woman reminded the guy that she wanted to treat him to dinner today. Qin told the interlocutor that he was already afraid that she would not communicate with him after his dismissal. Zhou cheerfully told her interlocutor that in the evening they would meet at a seafood restaurant at the metro station. In the evening the main character arrived at a seafood restaurant. He had dinner there. The administrator asked the guest if he had a table assigned. Qin replied that he had a table reserved for 2 people in the name of Miss Zhou. The man invited the guy inside. Qin sat at the tables and waited for his boss. The woman came and asked for forgiveness for the wait. Zhou came in evening dress. She apologized for being late. Joyful Qin told the boss that he came a couple of minutes ago. Zhou told the guy that she came here specifically for him. The main character told his interlocutor that everything looked very fresh and pleasant. Zhou told the guy to help himself. There were seafood on the restaurant table. The woman poured wine into glasses. Zhou said happily that white wine goes well with seafood. At the same time, for some reason, the guys always take beer. The woman explained to the guy that beer causes gout when a person gets old. The main character knocked glasses with a woman. Qin asked his interlocutor how she was doing at work. Zhou very quickly began to drain her glass. The woman said it's sad that hard work is never enough. Qin asked the woman if Wang had really gone to headquarters to complain about her. The interlocutor replied that everything was so. Zhou said that Wang told his superiors that they had refused the highest quality stone from their supplier. The woman offered me a drink. The guy warned the boss that drinking too much would harm her. Zhou suddenly put her hand on top of the surprised guy's hand. The manager with a smile told the main character that only he cares about her. The main character was very embarrassed. He looked at his hand and Chao's hand. Qin began to sharply consume drinking wine from a glass. Zhou asked the guy, why would he drink alone? Zhou rose to her feet. She wanted to invite the guy to have a drink together. The woman sat down next to the surprised protagonist. She handed him the glass. Zhou, I asked my interlocutor why he hid his talent all the time. Qin answered embarrassedly that he had no talent. The woman asked how the guy could so easily find out that there was no jade inside the stone. Qin explained to his interlocutor that he was just lucky. The woman temptingly told her interlocutor that he is always lucky. Zhou looked at the main character and suggested that he return to work with her. Zhou watched with fear as the main character consumed wine. She told the guy to slow down. Qin stood up and headed towards the exit. He thanked the woman for her concern. The guy explained to his interlocutor that now he cannot return to work. Zhou looked at her subordinate in surprise. she asked why he couldn't come back. The main character explained that after he left the store, he wanted to achieve something on his own. Cho touched the guy's face with her hand, she called him Little Ko. The woman told the guy that he had already grown up. Chin felt very embarrassed. The main character in messed and his companion left the restaurant. The waiter thanked them. Chin counted the money in his wallet. He spent more than 3,000 yuan on dinner. The main character asked Zhou where she lives. He wanted to take her home. The woman shouted dissatisfiedly that she did not want to return home. Zhou came up and hugged the main character. The guy was very worried. The boss asked the guy, "Does he really like her?" Chin was very excited, he didn't know what to answer. Zhou looked at him displeased. The main character was confused, he told the woman in a scared voice that he liked being with her. Zhou looked at the guy excitedly and asked him to kiss her. Chin was very excited and scared, the woman pulled him close to kiss him. Zhou suddenly felt bad, she vomited on the spot. The main character silently and reproachfully looked at how his companion was vomiting. Zhou said with a smile that she felt a little better. The woman took her friend by the hand and they continued walking. Chin and his companion came to the hotel. He demanded that they be given a regular number. The administrator gave the clients a card. She said their room was on the left on the 4th floor. Chin slowly and carefully led his companion. They approached the elevator. The main character in the room decided to take a shower. The guy recalled to himself with displeasure that the woman's vomit was dripping down his t-shirt. Chin left the room after taking a shower. He was very surprised and embarrassed. Zhou was lying on the bed. She said in her sleep that she was dizzy. Chin fearfully locked himself in the toilet room and sat down on the toilet. The main character didn't know what to do. He was afraid to go into the room. Chin vividly recalled how he noticed a woman lying on the bed. The guy went to the wash basin and refreshed himself with cold water. He needed to calm down. Chin felt as if an angel and a devil had appeared around him. The angel told the guy to stop. The main character did not know what to do now. The angel told Chin that Zhou was his boss. Chin heard a voice of reason that warned him that he was committing a crime. The main character closed his eyes. He realized that he needed to leave quickly. Chin ran into the room very quickly. He tried not to look in front of him. The guy started to get dressed very quickly. He told himself that he didn't see anything and left. At this time there was a knock on the door. People outside shouted that it was the police and demanded that the door be opened. Chin was scared, he did not understand what happened and why the police came. The very loud knocking on the door continued. Chin said in a frightened voice that he was coming. A whole group of police suddenly burst through the open door into the room. One of the policemen told his boss, named Lin, that they had entered. The main character was very unhappy, he didn't understand what was happening here. The policeman said that there was a drunk girl and a half-naked man in the room. Chin became very worried. The police grabbed the guy. They said the man wanted to attack them but was now under control. The administrator came in. She said that she immediately felt that something was wrong and therefore called the police. A police officer came in and called the guy a pervert. Lin looked at the detainee and said that he was a bad person. The policewoman was very surprised when she took a closer look at the detainee. Chin took a closer look and noticed that he had seen this girl before at the market. Subordinate asked the boss, "Does she really know the detained guy?" Lin said that the guy is definitely a pervert. She indicated to her subordinates to take him away. Chin was very scared because he was being led in handcuffs. He said he hasn't broken a single law since he was born. The guy asked the policeman to give him something to cover himself with. Lin watched as the detainee was taken away. Chin asked the police to give him a hood to cover his face. Zhou came to her senses, lying on the bed. She said she wanted water. The policeman said excitedly that the woman had woken up. Lin instructed her subordinates to check the address and take the woman home. Lin looked closely. She realized that she was seeing her friend Zhou Tong in front of her. The policewoman grabbed her girlfriend with her hands and asked what she was doing here. The policeman was surprised because his boss, Lin, knows everyone. Lin shouted to her subordinate not to talk, but to call an ambulance. The woman came to her senses. She asked in a weak voice, "Where is the Chin Ku guy?" Lin couldn't understand who the woman wanted to see. She told the policeman to call an ambulance. At the police station, the detainee continued to repeat that he was innocent. The cop yelled at the guy to shut up. Chin fearfully assured the police that he was innocent of anything. He added that he had never done anything illegal. The police are tired of listening to the detainee. One of them even covered his ears. The subordinate greeted Chief Lin. The woman demanded that he open the door to the cell. Chin, sitting at the table, asked for water to be brought to him. The policeman demanded that the detainee stop whining. The police looked at their boss in surprise. Chin called out to the Ling woman in fear. The main character, scared, asked the woman what she wanted to do with him. Lin grabbed the guy by the clothes. The policewoman grabbed the guy by the clothes and asked how much wine he made Cho drink. She explained that the woman was still in the hospital. Chin replied that he did not force anyone to drink. He advised that the police should ask the woman when she would wake up. Lin sternly told the guy to pray that Cho would ever wake up. The policewoman threatened the main character that he could stay here forever. Chin explained to the woman that he had not done anything wrong and he was not afraid of her. The main character, in a sly voice, told his interlocutor that she was now talking to her teacher. Lin hit the guy with all her might. She angrily called him a pervert. The police officer ordered her subordinates to lock the detainee in this place. Lin said that the guy needs to be locked up for the whole night. The main character was very scared. Chin screamed angrily and fearfully in the middle of the night, sitting in solitary confinement. The detainee knocked on the cell door. He shouted to the guards that he needed to go to the toilet. At this time, the main character's phone rang. He got distracted and picked up the phone. Zhou told his friend cheerfully that he answered the call very quickly. Chin explained to the guy that he should speak quickly, since his phone would soon be dead. Manager, I asked my friend with fear what happened to him. The guy demanded that Zhou quickly get to the point. Zhou told his interlocutor that he had found a client for his stone. Chin asked, how much was his treasure valued at? The manager happily told the guy that his stone was valued at 300,000 yuan. He wanted 40,000 for himself as a commission. Chin was delighted. He asked the manager if he would really earn 300,000 yuan. The main character was excited. Zhou asked his friend what was wrong with him. Chin told the manager to find a lawyer and come to the police station. You need to pay a deposit for it. The next morning, police arrived at the station to check the condition of the detainee. Chin was exhausted at this time. He was lying on the floor of the cell and could not get up. The policewoman and her subordinate approached the cell. She told him to open her door. The policeman opened the door and told the main character that yesterday they made a few mistakes. Chin suddenly jumped out of the cell and ran at full speed into the street. The main character ran at full speed. The subordinate asked the boss what just flashed past them. Chin ran at full speed through the building. He was approaching the exit. After leaving, the main character ran into the toilet building to relieve himself. After a long pause, the main character left the toilet stall. He felt better. Lin stood in the yard. She looked at the guy with great excitement and attention. The policewoman said that she was very impulsive yesterday. At this time Zhao arrived. He told the main character that this place was difficult for him to find. The manager looked around. He asked the main character why he was dressed so strangely. 13th Chin asked displeasedly, where is the lawyer? Zhao said that he himself was once a lawyer. He asked the guy what happened to him. The main character couldn't believe that his friend was once a lawyer. The manager said that he once studied at the Faculty of Law. His father insisted that he succeed in the antiques business. Lin I asked the guy why he needed a lawyer. Chin told the policewoman angrily that he wanted to get even with her. Zhou said the amount was 300,000 yuan. The policewoman did not understand what the manager meant. Lin asked the guy dissatisfied, does he really want 300,000 because they locked him up for one night? Zhou looked around. He didn't understand what was happening. Chin reached into his pocket for his phone. He said the police would be a witness. The main character told the interlocutor that he would give him the check and he would transfer the money. The manager said he agreed. Lin was surprised. She didn't understand what the guys next to her were talking about. Chin looked at the phone. He noticed that he had received 260,000 yuan. Lin asked Zhou, why did he transfer so much money to the guy? The manager explained to the interlocutor that his friend could find precious stones. The main character suddenly approached the policewoman and grabbed her hand. Chin told his interlocutor that his personal affairs did not concern her. He added that Lin looks very cute when she is serious. The policewoman was very surprised and frightened by the guy's behavior. Zhou was very amused by the main character. At this time a car pulled up. The woman came out of it and called Chin Ku. Cho came out. She waved to the guy and said that there were a lot of people around. The woman looked at the people in front of them in surprise. She asked what they were doing. Zhou was surprised to realize that his friend had several girlfriends he knew. The policewoman pulled her hand away from the woman's hands and demanded that she let go. The main character excitedly shouted to the policewoman to wait for him. Qin turned around and greeted his boss. She greeted him back. Zhou asked the guy for forgiveness for yesterday. She brought him a new shirt. The manager told his friend that he could change his clothes right here. The woman was surprised. She couldn't imagine how a guy could change clothes here right on the street. The manager greeted Miss Zhou. Zhang asked his interlocutor with a smile, "How does she earn a living?" Zhou answered her interlocutor with a smile that she was involved in the jewelry business. The manager told the woman that he was also in the jewelry business. Zhang invited the woman to exchange contact information. She was confused. The main character approached. He pushed his friend aside with his hand. "Zhou, I asked the guy how much last night's dinner cost. She promised to return the money." Qin answered the woman that the dinner was not very expensive. He reminded her that she bought him a new shirt. Zhang told the woman that the main character earned 300,000 yuan in a couple of days. Dinner cost him almost nothing. The woman was surprised. She couldn't believe that her former subordinate earned 300,000. The manager explained to the interlocutor that they earned money legally, thanks to the stone. Zhou was delighted with this answer from the manager. She thought for a long time about making money on the stone. Qin asked Zhang if he knew a good house to live in. "Manager, I asked the guy if he wanted to buy a house or rent it." The main character said that he needed a nice apartment with 2 bedrooms and a living room. "Zhou, I asked the main character if he wanted an apartment next to the hospital." The woman said she knew a good place. She invited the guy to go there. Qin replied that they would go now. The manager hesitated a bit. The main character told his friend to call him if he needed him. Zhang told the main character that Mr. Dong wanted to see him. Qin stepped aside with the woman. He told the manager that he didn't know any Mr. Dong. The main character and his companion arrived by car in a residential area. Qin got out of the car and looked around. He said he likes the atmosphere in the area. The girl inside the house invited her friend to go upstairs. He agreed. Qin reminded the woman that she needs to go to work today. The manager explained to the main character that she was thinking about another job. "Qin, I asked my interlocutor, why does she need something else?" The woman explained to her interlocutor that she did not want to work in a company where no one trusted her. The guy told the interlocutor that he was also unemployed and could give her advice. The main character arrived on the desired floor along with his companion. Zhou told the guy that she could rent this apartment to him for 4,000 yuan. She said she lives next door. The main character suggested to his interlocutor that he would give her 50,000 yuan in advance for a whole year. The woman answered the guy that they would be neighbors. Qin demanded the woman to give him the keys. He explained that he needed to go to the supermarket. The main character was walking down the street in a residential area. The weather was good. Qin entered the building with the packages. He said joyfully to himself that it was a beautiful day around. The main character entered his apartment. He did not understand why the water in the bathroom was turned on. He decided to go there. Qin was very surprised. He noticed that there was some strange girl in his bathroom. The main character was very surprised. He noticed that there was a Lin washing herself in his bathroom. The girl hit the main character with all her might, so that he flew out of the bathroom. She called him a pervert. The guy, after a strong flight, hit the wall. Cracks appeared on the wall. The girl displeasedly asked the guy how dare he pursue him. She asked what he was wearing. Lin angrily shouted to her friend that she would change her name in his honor. The main character with a smile told his interlocutor that she could be named after him. Lin angrily told the guy not to stare at her. Qin fearfully asked the girl to listen to him. The main character explained that he came to this apartment because manager Zhou rents it out. He asked the guest how she ended up here. Lin explained that she bought this apartment together with Zhou Tong. She showers in her own place. The main character decided to call the woman to check the information. The girl explained to the main character that she lives in a neighboring apartment, but her shower did not work. She entered this room because she found the keys under the doormat. Qin stood up and happily told the girl that she could come to him and take a shower at any time. Lin displeasedly told her interlocutor that she would come here when he was in prison. Qin replied to his interlocutor that he explained everything to her and he should not go to prison. The girl swung her foot to hit the guy. She shouted that he should be in prison. The main character grabbed the girl's leg. He threatened that he would rebuff her. Lin angrily shouted to the guy that she was not afraid of him. Chin explained to the girl that he would show her his taekwondo skills today. The guy shouted to the girl that she was crazy. Lin explained to the guy that he had attacked the policewoman. At this time, Zhou was taking the elevator to her apartment. She thought that Chin should have returned by now. Chin continued to fight against the police on the floor at this time. Zhou walked up the stairs and carried food in bags. Lin held the guy by the leg. She screamed for him to let her go. The main character suggested to the girl that they let each other go at the same time. The girl agreed. She said that she would count from 3 to 1 and they would let each other go. The policewoman grabbed the guy with her legs and twisted his arm. She slyly told him that in war all means are good. Zhou walked to the door. She shouted to the main character that she was already coming in. The woman came in and saw the main character together with her friend. She was very surprised. Lin sat scared on the floor. She held the protagonist's hand in her hands. Zhou looked at the main character in surprise. He was lying on the floor between the policewoman's legs. The woman came out and closed the door behind her. Chin shouted after his friend that this was not what she thought. Lin was very surprised by the unexpected appearance of the woman. She called her friend Tong by name. The policewoman ran after her friend. She shouted that she had misunderstood everything. The main character looked after the leaving girl. He realized that he would be neighbors with her. Chin heard that someone called him. He picked up the phone to talk. The manager told the main character that there was an urgent matter. Mr. Dong is leaving tomorrow and he wants to see him. The main character promised the manager that he would come right away. Chin looked out the door. He noticed that the girls were talking to each other about something. Lin told the woman in detail exactly how everything happened with her boyfriend. The main character realized that he needed to leave. He rushed forward at full speed. Chin rushed down the stairs at full speed. He was in a hurry to meet. The main character ran out into the street. He was taking a taxi to meet the manager. Lin stood with manager Zhou. They looked ahead in silence and surprise. The driver drove the main character to the gate. He said he couldn't go inside. Chin saw a luxurious mansion in front of him outside the gates. There was a fountain on the path in front of the building. The main character was very surprised. The manager greeted him outside the gate. Zhang asked his friend in surprise, "Why does he still wear these clothes?" The manager explained to his friend that he had prepared a suit for him. "Chin, I asked my friend, isn't he hot in a suit?" Zhang explained to his interlocutor that he was wearing fashionable clothes. The gates opened. The manager told the guy that they needed to come in and talk since they didn't have much time. Chin asked his friend, "Why is he worried?" Zhang explained to the guy that he now has a great chance. The manager told the guy that many people were waiting to meet Mr. Dong. The main character was called by Mr. Dong himself. Zhang said that Mr. Dong is an influential person in this business. Meeting this gentleman will help the main character. Chin saw a huge mansion in front of him. The manager was also very delighted. Zhao said joyfully that he would also buy the same villa for himself. Chin added that he wanted such a house for himself. The manager explained to the guy that rich people tried all kinds of food and entertainment. Now they are looking for exquisite things like antiques. Zhao explained to the main character that he should take advantage of this opportunity. The manager happily told his companion that they could achieve a lot together. Chin agreed with his friend. The secretary at the entrance of the house joyfully greeted Chin and Zhang. The girl invited the guests to come into the hall. The guys looked at the treasures under the glass in the hall with surprise. The main character and his friend were photographed inside the mansion. After that, they and the secretary approached the large door. The woman told Mr. Dong that he had guests. The main character and his friend stood in silence. The man told the guys who had arrived in a calm voice to come through. Chin and the manager carefully examined the large room. There were several people there. The main character noticed that Mr. Dong had a green ring on his finger. Mr. Dong himself turned out to be a young man with long blonde hair. A guy was sitting at the table and eating meat on the bone with great appetite. The girl sitting at the table silently studied the guests who came to them. Dong told the joyfully passing guests that he was pleased to meet them. The man extended his hand to the main character and said that he was glad to see him. Chin extended his hand to the gentleman and also greeted him in return. Dong told the guests to sit down. He wanted to introduce him to the other people in the room. A friend of the gentleman named Zhou Meng was sitting at the table. This guy was part of his team. Also sitting at the table was a younger sister named Dong Meng. She completed her studies abroad. The main character looked at the girl carefully. He realized that she was very cold. Meng asked the main character with interest, where did he get such an unusual t-shirt? Qin told the guy that if he liked this t-shirt, he would bring it to him next time. Dong sat down at the head of the table. He told the main character that he really liked him. The manager happily told the gentleman that he was completely right. At this time the girl sat silently with her eyes closed. The main character asked the man why he wanted to meet with them. Dong gave instructions to his subordinate. The guy lifted the suitcase to the main character and opened it. Qin and his friend saw a huge amount of yuan inside the suitcase. The main character asked the gentleman what he wanted to say with such actions. Dong explained to his guests that he wanted to give them a gift of 1,000,000 yuan. The main character excitedly grabbed his friend's hand. Zhang said that it was just a small gift. Qin looked into the suitcase with excitement. He didn't even know what to say to the master. Dong explained to the guy to consider the money as his down payment. Qin said joyfully to the gentleman that he was very prudent. Dong told the guy not to be so formal. The gentleman told the main character that he could just call him Brother Dong. The main character made excuses. He thanked Mr. Dong very cheerfully. The girl said in a very dissatisfied voice, that all this is very stupid. The gentleman said that he heard from Zhang a story about the main character and the stones. Dong said with suspicion to the frightened Qin that in the story with the stones, all this was not just luck. Zhao thought to himself excitedly, looking at the money, that all this is a welcome gift. The main character and the manager bowed to the gentleman and said that they were pleased to meet you. Mr. Dong and his subordinate said goodbye to the guests. Qin looked to the side as he walked. He noticed that the girl did not say anything to him. The main character said with surprise that he would never have thought that the gentleman would give them so much money. Zhang answered joyfully to his friend that he would never lie to him. Friends ran at high speed and joyfully down the steps. The guys were very happy. They ran together towards the exit. The main character shouted that they were rich. After that, the friends left by taxi. Inside the car, the manager happily hugged his friend in the back seat. Qin had tears in his eyes from joy. He didn't know what it meant to be rich. Zhao answered his friend that they would be even cooler. Friends were traveling in a taxi. Zhao told the main character that he would be his personal driver today. He asked the guy, where does he want to celebrate? Qin raised his hand up and told his friend that he could breathe freely. Qin held the suitcase on his lap. He told a friend that they now had startup capital. They must make the best use of it. The manager told the friend with a smile that he got more meaning after he became rich. Qin answered his interlocutor that he was born to be rich. The main character told the manager to take him to the old house. He will prepare to leave. At the Dong mansion, the girl turned displeased to her brother. She told him not to bother her with such nonsense anymore. The guy called his sister by the name of Ling and said that he wanted to introduce her to new friends. The sister jumped to her feet. She said she was too busy to be bored. Ling said dissatisfied that the main character is very boring. Meng asked the girl in fear, where is she going? The girl headed towards the exit. She answered the interlocutor that it was none of his business where she was going. Dong said dissatisfied that his sister is an adult and she no longer wants to hang out with him. Meng asked Dong if they can count on the main character. He doubted that Qin could increase his chances of victory. Dong addressed his subordinate sternly. He told him to find out everything personally. Dong demanded that Meng find out what the main character was hiding. Qin was happily riding in the car at this time. The main character was driving in a car. He told the driver that he needed to get out at the intersection in front. The manager told the guy that they had not arrived yet. Qin explained to his friend that he couldn't just carry around a huge pile of money. He needs to go to the bank. Zhao replied to his friend that one should not be too careful. The main character thanked him for the ride. Qin went out to take a walk in his old and troubled neighborhood. Someone called Qin Ku from the side and said that he had not seen his little ass for a long time. The man displeasedly asked the main character, does he really work at a construction site at night for rent? The fruit seller shouted slyly after the guy so that he wouldn't rush. The man offered the main character to buy rotten apples from him at a discount. Qin refused the offer to buy fruit. The guy with the cigarette cheerfully said that the main character doesn't even have money for rent. The guy cheerfully suggested to the main character that he take the boxes from him for 10 yuan. Qin said goodbye to his interlocutors with displeasure. The seller was surprised that the guy refused the job. The guy angrily shouted goodbye to the main character so that he would not come to him in the future. Qin approached an old and dirty house. He once lived there before. When the guy came to the door, the landlord called him from the side. The woman told the guy not to worry about the rent, he can pay when he can. The landlord even invited the guy to try on a few of his grandson's clothes. Chin threw a wad of money into his interlocutor's hands. He said she could take it as past due interest on rent. The landlord was amazed. She looked at the wad of money with surprise. The woman told the guy that he gave her more money than a whole year's rent. The guy bowed to his interlocutor and said that from now on he was moving to a new place. He thanked her for everything she did for him. Chin found his room. He had a very modest environment there. The main character fell onto the bed. He lay silent and lost in memories. Chin looked thoughtfully at the ceiling. He told himself that time flies very quickly. 3 years ago, the main character returned home to his apartment one day. Chin walked up the stairs. He heard someone demanding money from his mother. The guy was surprised and scared. He opened the door and asked his mother what happened. The main character noticed several hooligans in the room. His mother was sitting at the table. Chin looked at the woman in fear. His mother was silent and very frightened. One of the strangers told the guy that he had to pay them the money immediately. Chin asked his mother with fear, what happened? The woman said that her daughter Xiaoyu accidentally fell from the tower. She needed money for surgery. Mother borrowed money from bandits for her daughter's treatment, but in a couple of days a lot of interest accrued. The stranger very angrily shouted to the woman that they had never forced her to borrow money. Chin answered the guy that they would return the money even if they needed to sell the house. The guy showed his mother the room and said that this would be their new home. The main character promised the woman that he would work to buy back their old house. Chin promised that he would send his sister Xiaoyu abroad to cure her. The woman asked the guy for forgiveness for getting him into this. At first, the main character worked as an insurer. He had no success. Chin worked as a hairdresser. Clients did not like his services at all. The guys got a job as a courier, but he was always late with delivery due to traffic jams. Chin came to hire himself at an antiques company. His boss Zhou said that she hopes for him. The main character was lying on the bed and looking at the ceiling. He was thinking about plans for the future. Chin said joyfully to himself that he has a chance to change everything, but he cannot understand what is happening to him. The main character realized that he now needs money to cure Xiaoyu and stop the suffering of his mother. Chin told himself that he would protect his relatives all his life. The guy lay with his eyes closed. He kept his hand on his chest. Suddenly he remembered something. Chin was scared. He realized that he had lost his magical jade pendant. Chin began to rummage around the room. He couldn't find his green stone. The main character was very upset. He realized that he might have lost his jewelry. Chin was very upset. The stone was lost, although it was not made of real jade. The main character calmed himself down. He decided that when he was rich, he would buy a huge piece of jade and carve it himself. Chin decided to leave the room, slam the door. He decided that he would start a new life. The main character smiled joyfully to himself. He decided that he was getting rid of old things. The guy brought his mother into the room. He said this was their new home. The woman liked it inside. The mother said with excitement to her son that the rent was very high. Chin told the woman that his company was covering the entire fee. It only pays for electricity and water costs. The woman thanked her son for everything he had done. At this time there was a strong knock on the door. Chin opened the door and asked who came to his house. At that time some girl grabbed him by the clothes. The stranger sternly told the guy to behave well while he lives here. Girl Lin angrily told her interlocutor that she would put him in jail. The mother asked her son with excitement, who came to them? The woman asked the stranger how she could help her. Lin told the woman with a smile to close the doors on time. Cases of theft were recorded. The mother asked her son with interest, who just came to them? Chin told his interlocutor not to pay attention. The main character fell asleep in his new apartment. He slept until the next day. Chin was sleeping peacefully on the pillow. At this time, his phone suddenly rang. The main character received a call from his friend Zhao. He was very excited. The manager told the guy excitedly that he needed to discuss something now. The manager said that today a guy called Meng came to see him with some stranger. The stranger is an expert on the Jewelry Association. He wants to make a bet with the main character. Zhang told his friend to come immediately. The main character told his mother that it was time for him to leave. The woman asked excitedly, "Won't the guy have lunch?" Chin answered his mother that he urgently needed to go to work. He doesn't have time for lunch. The main character told the taxi driver to stop the car just around the corner. After that, he went to an antique store and called Zhang Bing. The manager was very happy that his friend had arrived. Meng apologized to his interlocutor for bringing him here so early. Meng told the main character that his friend wants to have a little competition. The expert told Qin cheerfully that he was a handsome young man. The stranger in black glasses thanked the main character for the opportunity. The main character told his new acquaintance that he agreed with him. The expert smiled and told the guy that they now needed to discuss some rules. Qin and his new acquaintance must buy 5 stones of any size from the nearest market in 20 minutes. The expert explained that the one with the most jade inside the stone would win. Zhao asked excitedly, what to do if there is a draw. The expert explained that the one with the more valuable jade would win. Qin answered his interlocutor with confidence in his voice that he completely agreed. Meng told his interlocutors that they were participating in a competition and therefore had to set a price. The expert said that the winner gets all the 10 stone jade, the loser will have to pay the costs of the purchase. Meng sternly told the boss that if he loses, he will also have to return 1,000,000 yuan to Mr. Dong. Qin thought dissatisfiedly to himself that this dispute would be very unfair. He has no way out. Qin told his interlocutor with a smile that it was as if he had already received the money. Manager, he asked his friend with excitement, why is he so calm? Zhao thought with excitement that his friend was too scared to refuse the offer. He thought that he might never see Mr. Dong again. Zhao looked at the main character and said that he wanted to talk to him alone. He promised his friend that he would cover for him. The manager told the main character that even if he loses, they will not admit that they have money. The expert approached the main character and said that he had accidentally overheard his conversation with a friend. The guy pointed at Meng and said that he is the champion of the latest version of WWE. The manager replied to the interlocutor that all this was illegal. The expert wanted to tell the guys how Meng won his place. The manager showed a photo of a young fighter named Tai Shan on his phone. He was the winner of WWE. Qin asked his interlocutor what he wanted to say. The specialist explained to his friends that Tai Shan has a different personality. The expert told friends that Tai Shan is Zhou Meng's ex-boyfriend. At the same time, Meng values promises very much. Meng had earlier been stalking his friend on the street. The fighter was very unhappy. Tai told his friend disgruntledly that he needed to prepare for WWE. He now has a chance to crack the top 10. Tai said with a smile to his friend that they would talk about relationships after he won. Meng immediately signed up for the WWE fighting competition where his friend was participating. The guy bribed the judge, players and even spectators. He prepared everything specially. Anyone who wanted to fight against Meng lost by an absolute advantage. At the end of the fight, Meng told his opponent Tai Shan that he was giving up. The expert showed his friends a photograph that Tai Shan now looked very thin and weak. The main character asked with excitement, did Meng really squeeze his friend so hard that he lost weight? The expert explained strictly to his friends that Meng keeps his promise all his life. The specialist told his interlocutors that the two of them should respect his game. Meng suddenly approached the manager from behind and grabbed him with his hands from below. Zhang was very scared. The guy angrily told him that he had to play by the rules. The manager, in a frightened voice, told the main character that he must win for both of them. Qin told his interlocutor that he was absolutely not afraid of anything in the upcoming game. The main character said slyly to his friend that he doesn't even know how to lose. At this time his eye began to glow. Zhang asked the guy why his eye turned red. Qin abruptly covered his face with his hand. The main character and the manager said goodbye to their new acquaintances near the entrance to the market. The expert told the main character that they would see each other in 20 minutes. He reminded the guys that it was better not to run away. The specialist waved his hand to his interlocutors and said that he wished him good luck. The main character got a stone from one merchant. He was very happy. The manager told his friend that they really needed to hurry up. Qin said with a smile to his friend that they already have 1 stone. Zhang was very surprised. Zhang excitedly told the guy that he took the stone from the box while just passing by. The main character told the manager that the loser of the competition would lose more than 1,000,000 yuan. Qin added that he was very serious. Qin confidently told his interlocutor that he would not only win stones, but also find more expensive ones. The main character activated his magical vision. He said that he sees everything in this market. Qin looked closely and clearly saw where the jewels were inside the stones. Qin excitedly told his friend that they needed to quickly run to the store in front. The seller happily and with a smile told the client that his stones were full of surprises. The main character ran up to a pile of stones and pointed with his finger what he needed. The man happily praised his client for his good choice. The seller told the main character that he could buy a jade stone for 12,000 yuan. The manager pointed his finger at the pile of stones and said that the price of the stones was no more than 6,000 yuan. Zhang told the main character to try to get the best price for this stone. Qin asked the seller if he could pay him for the purchase with a card. The main character told his friend that there was no need to reduce the price, all costs will still be paid by the loser. Qin told his friend that they should take the time to check more stones. The manager told his friend not to look at him too closely. Zhang was surprised to notice how his friend's pupil had changed, he turned white. The manager said in a frightened voice to the main character that his pupil had disappeared. The main character covered his eye with his hand in fear, he said he was fine. Qin told his friend that they needed to hurry up and get more stones. The manager pointed out a few more samples to the seller. The manager asked the seller to give him the stone again. Qin looked ahead, he could no longer see clearly with one eye. Qin felt dizzy. He decided that he was sick. Zhang handed the stone to his friend and said that he had a good feeling about it. The main character told his friend that they still needed to find 2 stones. The manager and his friend were sitting indoors. They were waiting for the expert and Meng. Very soon the rest of the competition participants arrived. Meng turned to his friends. The expert asked the guys for forgiveness. His companion at that time was carrying a huge stone on his shoulder. Meng explained to his interlocutors that they spent a lot of time bringing the stones here. The loaders carried a huge stone in their hands. Zhang was surprised at the size of the stone he brought. The expert explained that according to the rules, no size was limited in any way. Zhang told his interlocutors that they could immediately bring the mountain here. Meng didn't like the manager's words. The manager told his colleagues that they needed to start cutting stones now. Qin was looking closely at this time. To begin with, everyone decided to cut one of the Qin stones. The manager and Meng watched closely. After cutting, the stone inside showed an excellent yellow color. Zhang shouted joyfully that they got yellow jade on the first try. The manager said that now it was the turn to cut the stone that the expert brought. Inside the stone was blue agate, but it also contained a lot of crystals. Zhang explained to the participants that the Qin stone was better. Meng was dissatisfied with the results of the samples. The expert looked at the main character with suspicion and asked why he was not happy to get yellow jade on the first try. The specialist sternly asked the main character what happened to his left eye. Qin didn't know what to answer. The manager explained that his friend was very tired due to the move. Zhang said that we need to see what the next stone the main character acquired. The manager was surprised to notice that the second stone had nothing inside. Meng said cheerfully to his rivals that he chose a huge lapis lazuli, which still counts. The main character became worried. He realized that he had 2 empty stones inside. He may lose. Qin said to himself that he couldn't lose this time. He didn't like his past life when he had no money. At this time, the next cutting of the stone took place on the machine with a saw. The expert said they cut tourmaline. Sculptures can be made from this stone. Meng told the manager that it was time to cut their stone. There was an empty hole inside the sample. Zhang looked at his friend with great excitement. The main character decided to leave. The manager called his friend. Qin decided to refuse further participation in the competition. Qin handed the card to his interlocutors. He said it was 2 million. The guy refused further participation. Zhang asked his friend with great excitement, where was he going to go? Qin went outside into the raindrops. He decided to take a walk alone. The main character of the show under the raindrops, he thought what to do next. Qin decided not to even shield himself from the downpour. He got completely wet from the rain. The guy walked and looked carefully in front of him. He realized that he had lost a lot after losing. Qin looked up hopefully. For some reason he felt very happy. The main character walked down the street in the rain and laughed loudly at something of his own. Passers-by around were surprised. Qin said to himself that he was very stupid. He realized that there is no ordinary way to easily change his life. The guy thought dissatisfied and upset that God could stop joking with him. Qin said in a confident voice to himself that he could not afford to be humiliated. The main character knew that his sister Xiaoyu was in a coma. He needs money for treatment. The guy has already lost his X-ray vision. Chin said joyfully to himself that he had already paid off all his debts. At that time a car rushed past him and water splashed out of the puddle. The main character was unhappy. He didn't understand what happened and why he was wet. Chin shouted after the driver of the car that he should have driven slower in the rain. Chin shouted after the driver of the racing car that he no longer had the right to drive. The girl behind the wheel was racing at full speed. She didn't see anything around. The driver told herself that she was already 19 years old and no one should control her life. Dong Meng increased the speed of her racing car. She rushed forward. The girl said dissatisfied that her friend did not care how she felt. She pressed the pedal harder. The yellow car jumped forward. The rest of the cars jumped to the side. At this time, in the distance, a toy ball rolled out onto the road in front of the car. The child ran out onto the road and grabbed the ball with his hands. He was unaware of the danger. The car was racing along the road at full speed. The girl did not have time to notice the person in front of her. The driver got scared and pulled the steering wheel very sharply to the side to save the child. The boy stood and was scared. The racing car suddenly turned to the side. He was carried to the side of the road. The boy remained safe on the road. Chin stood on the road and was very unhappy. He was annoyed that his clothes were now wet. He wished for the driver of the yellow car to get into an accident. The main character heard some noise. He realized that there had been a car accident nearby. People ran to the scene of the disaster. Chin ran to the side with interest. People stood around crashed cars. Someone said that the driver was driving the car poorly. A crowd stood near the car and inspected the scene of the incident. The main character made his way forward. Chin stood and looked at the wreckage of the car in surprise. He realized that he knew the driver. A racing car crashed into a tree at speed. He was completely broken. Chin took a closer look and realized that he saw a girl, Dong Ling, already familiar to him, driving. People stood around near the broken car. Someone called the emergency services. Someone in the crowd offered to help the girl. The guy said the car might explode. Chin was scared because there might be an explosion. The main character ran from the spot to help. Someone shouted to the guy that it could be dangerous near the car. Chin asked the girl if she could move. The driver was still alive. The main character shouted into the crowd for someone to help him throw out the girl. Chin excitedly asked the girl if she could walk. Lin asked in an exhausted voice, who is standing in front of her. The main character realized that the driver could have injured her head. The girl should not have forgotten him, since they only met yesterday. Chin asked the girl if she had strength. She needed to get out of the car. The girl moaned that her legs were stuck inside the car. She was in a lot of pain. The main character began to bother the girl. He shouted for her to wake up. Chin realized that the girl hit her head very hard. She was already unconscious. The main character was worried. He realized that he needed to do something now. Suddenly, Chin's magical vision returned. He saw a girl without clothes. The guy saw in detail the structure of the driver's skeleton. He saw all the damage. Chin looked carefully at the girl's head and saw her brain inside the skull. The main character saw that the girl had brain damage. As a result, the driver developed a hematoma that suppressed her nerves. Chin couldn't understand how he saw the inside of the brain. He realized that his left eye was getting better. The main character felt that his vision had improved. His eye turned purple. Chin noticed with great surprise that the hematoma in the girl's brain began to disappear. The main character examined the girl's body with great attention. He noticed that her bruises began to disappear. Chin excitedly realized to himself that he was using his gaze to heal the girl in front of him. Lin cleared her throat and began to come to her senses. The main character asked the driver, "Can she move?" An ambulance and police car arrived at the scene of the accident. Paramedics and police officers ran to the car. They shouted that they needed to make room. The policeman told the main character to leave immediately. Doctors began to assist the driver. Chin turned around and began to leave. He realized that there was nothing interesting left in this place. The main character excitedly realized that he now had the gift of healing. Chin thought and decided that he could now help his sister Xiaoyu. The main character rushed down the road at full speed. Lin looked after him for a long time. The main character arrived at the hospital to visit his sister. Chin went up to the 7th floor. The nurse greeted him with surprise at the entrance. Chin ran at full speed upward. The sister shouted to the guy to stop running. The main character opened the doors to the ward at full speed. He looked around. The mother asked her son in surprise, "Why did he come here?" She didn't expect him. The main character told his mother that he needed to stay alone with his sister Xiaoyu for 10 minutes. The girl lay unconscious on the bed. The mother asked her son what happened. The main character near the door told the woman to wait for him outside. Qin smiled at the woman and said that he was only asking for 10 minutes. The main character looked carefully at his sister lying on the bed. Qin looked at the girl with great excitement. He decided to use his magical power once again. The main character concentrated. The purple color appeared in his eye again. The guy examined his sister carefully. He understood exactly what was the cause of her illness. Qin took a closer look and noticed exactly what was happening in the patient's brain. The guy decided that in a minute his sister would wake up. The main character recalled his childhood. His parents showed him his newborn sister. The mother told the guy that from now on he would be the girl's older brother. The boy looked at his sister with excitement. The father told his son that he should grow up quickly. After that he can teach him taekwondo. The father was walking with the children. He carried his joyful daughter on his shoulders. The boy also wanted the man to take him in his arms. The father told his daughter to make room for her brother. He put her on the ground. Suddenly the man's hand suddenly began to hurt. The children scaredly asked their father if he was okay. The father told the children that he was fine, he just needs to rest a little. The mother told the children to step aside a little to play. The man shouted to his son not to run too fast. The woman gave her husband medicine. She said they should go to the hospital immediately. The family celebrated the boy's birthday. The mother congratulated her son with a smile. There was a birthday cake on the table. Xiaoyu insistently demanded to be treated to cake. The brother told his sister that he would then cut her a piece of cake. Qin prepared to blow out the candle. The wife asked her husband how he was feeling. The man was taken to the hospital. The children excitedly asked their father, "What's happening to him?" The father told his son that now it was his time to take care of his mother and little sister. The man was taken to the ward. The daughter really wanted to see her father again. She called him. Qin thought to himself that it was he who made his sister suffer. The main character looked at the lying girl. He said out loud for her to give him a second chance and wake up. Qin looked at the lying patient. He kept calling her name. Behind the school, schoolgirls were making out among themselves. A high school student asked a student, "Does she really like to say something bad behind her back?" The girl slapped the younger schoolgirl in the face and asked, "Does she really have nothing to say?" The girls stood and laughed among themselves. The high school student hit the girl in the face. The teacher was running along the path along with the policeman. They ran up to the girls. The man sternly told the students to stand in a row. He asked what class they were in. Xiaoyu asked the girl Ping Ping with excitement, "Is everything okay with her?" The girl hugged her savior Xiaoyu and thanked her for her help. After school, lessons ended and the students went home. The girl asked student Xiaoyu, "Why doesn't anyone like her?" The schoolgirl told the girl that she should be able to stand up for herself. Ping Ping warned the student that the thugs might attack her too. The girl told her interlocutor that her brother would protect her. Ping Ping noticed someone walking down the street behind them. The student told her friend that she forgot something at school and wanted to go back. The schoolgirl told the girl that she would wait for her. Ping Ping shouted to her friend to leave. Xiaoyu decided that her friend might have been scared of something. She was looking into the alley. The schoolgirl noticed how two unfamiliar guys appeared behind her. Strangers came up and asked the schoolgirl where she was in such a hurry. A high school student shouted to a student that they had unfinished business. The hooligans attacked the girl and grabbed her arms and legs. The attackers grabbed the girl. One of them tore her jacket. The high school student said that she would now take a couple of photos and share them at school. Xiaoyu returned home after school and the attack in the evening. She was beaten. The schoolgirl opened the door to the apartment and told her mother that she had already returned. Xiaoyu walked to the table. She noticed her mother's note. The woman went on the night shift. Xiaoyu took a shower. She sat down at the table and decided to call her brother. The girl called Qin. The main character was in a karaoke bar at that time. He answered his sister. The guy asked his sister if everything was fine with her, and did something really happen? The girl wanted to tell everything to her brother. At this time, a girl approached Qin in the bar and said that their song had begun. The main character told his sister that he was busy and would return home in a couple of days. Xiaoyu was very scared. The sister excitedly told her brother that she missed him. She was left alone in the room. The next day, Xiaoyu came to school. Students stood around her. Schoolgirls laughed at the student. Someone shouted to stay away from her. Xiaoyu called her friend. Ping Ping shouted at the schoolgirl to stay away from her. The schoolgirl heard people talking about her around. Everyone was discussing her photographs. Xiaoyu climbed onto the roof of the building. She could not bear everything and decided to jump down. At the last moment the schoolgirl remembered about her friend Ping Ping. The student jumped down to the ground from a great height. People around got scared and started approaching her. Someone said that they should take Xiaoyu and tell her parents that it was an accident. Qin looked at the girl lying on the pillow in the hospital. He kept wondering why this happened. The guy couldn't understand why his sister didn't wake up. He was very excited. The main character felt that he no longer had enough time. He shouted for Xiaoyu to heal quickly. At this time the door to the room opened. The mother asked her surprised son sternly, "What did he just do?" Qin asked the woman to stay outside. He promised that he would succeed. Doctors ran into the room. The police arrived. The main character shouted that he could still save his sister. Qin tried to escape. He shouted that he could help the girl. He called her by name. The girl lay unconscious. The main character continued to call his sister by name. It was late at night outside. The main character was still in the hospital at that time. The doctors reprimanded the guy and said that his screams would disturb other patients. The main character remembered that the doctors reminded him about payment for his stay in the hospital. The mother came up and told her son that he was very tense. She suggested that he rest a little. Qin told the woman not to worry about him. He's completely fine. The mother reminded her son to get some rest. The main character told the woman with confidence in the voice that tomorrow he will pay for the hospital. The woman carefully answered the guy to rest, as he was very tired. The mother stepped aside very sadly. The main character was still sitting in his place. The main character was unhappy. He told God that he first gave him hope and then took everything away. Qin understood that now he had neither money nor work. There was no way he could pay. Qin was angry. He did not understand why fate tormented him so much. The main character realized that it was useless for him to complain. He decided to start by borrowing some money from someone. Qin looked at the phone. He thought to himself, who could give him money now? The main character decided to contact his friend. He thought and realized that the guy had already forgotten him after so many years. Qin sat alone on the chair. He decided to ask for a loan from the Tonga tomorrow. The main character spent the whole night in the hospital. The next morning he woke up. The guy's phone rang. Qin looked at his device with sleepy eyes. The main character asked very dissatisfied on the phone, "Who is calling him?" The manager told his friend that he was on the news yesterday. Qin asked his friend, "What else can he say?" Zhang told the main character that Mr. Dong wants to see him today. Qin replied in a dissatisfied voice that he had lost and Mr. Dong was disappointed in him. The friend answered the guy that he actually won. The main character suddenly started up. He asked his friend how he could win. Zhang told the main character that the jade he chose turned out to be clean and clear. The main character reminded his friend that they only had 2 pieces in the competition. The manager reminded his friend that he was an antique dealer. Previously, during the competition, Meng said that only 3 stones had jade inside, the rest turned out to be trash. He added that they had 1. Zhang told his opponent to continue. Meng was surprised to notice that in 1 stone they found a small piece of turquoise. Zhang told the guy that according to the agreement, if they have the same quantity, they will compete for quality. One of their stones is worth more than all the stones of their rivals. Meng was very dissatisfied with such words. The manager told the main character that the last stone sealed their victory. The main character asked his friend, "Where is his card?" Zhang answered the guy that he kept his card with him. The manager told his friend that they would split the money. The main character will receive 80%, and he will take 20% for himself. At this time, communication with the guy was interrupted. The main character ran sharply through the hospital. One of the doctors mistook him for a zombie. Qin ran through the hospital. He angrily shouted in a demonic voice that he had earned money. The manager was preparing for the meeting. He carefully straightened his hair using gel and a comb. Zhang looked at himself in the mirror with great joy. He told himself that he was handsome. Unexpectedly, the main character ran up from behind and joyfully called Zhang Bin. The manager was scared. He shouted to his friend that he was dizzy. Qin asked with excitement, "Where is his card?" Zhang showed his friend his card. The main character began to happily cowered again in the manager's arms. Qin looked at the stones lying on the table. He asked if they won their competition. Main character asked a friend how valuable these stones are. He took one of them in his hand. The manager told the friend that he was very excited. He explained that all the stones were worth more than 4 million yuan. Qin was very surprised when he heard the price of the stones. Zhang told his friend that it was time to meet Mr. Dong. Qin thought to himself worriedly that he had lost his magical vision. He must use the jades he has to get more resources. The main character asked the manager why he didn't immediately tell him about the victory. Zhang told his friend that he would inform him about everything on the way. They need to rush to Mr. Dong. Friends approached the car. Qin asked the guy displeasedly, why did he buy a BMW? The manager told the disgruntled friend that he was renting a car. The main character was unhappy. He told his interlocutor that he was simply burning money. Zhang told his friend to get into the car. He turned off the alarm using the remote control. The main character sat down in a chair. He said that he didn't feel so bad anymore. Zhang told his friend that he saved Mr. Dong's little sister. The manager told his friend that he had earned Mr. Dong's respect. Zhang told his interlocutor that Mr. Dong's friends are powerful and rich, therefore they should also behave like rich people. Qin once again asked his friend displeasedly, why didn't he call him back immediately after the victory? The manager explained that Meng received a call saying that the Ling girl had been in an accident, so he immediately went to the hospital and forgot to tell his friend everything. Qin answered his friend judiciously that he now understands everything. While analyzing the stones, Meng received a call and was informed about the accident. The expert was very surprised when he heard about this. The guy told the specialist that they needed to leave urgently. Ling got into a catastrophe. The manager remained by himself near the pile of stones. Zhang decided to keep all the stones for himself. He realized that Mr. Dong and Meng would be busy helping his sister. The manager happily decided that he would sell all the jades and return the main character's card. At that time they were talking about the disaster on TV. The video showed the main character who saved the girl immediately after the accident. Zhang immediately recognized his friend. The manager realized that he had to tell Qin about the results of the competition. After this he will have the opportunity to contact Mr. Qin. I looked away from my thoughts and looked at my friend. Zhang reminded his friend that this time they won. Manager asked a friend to give him 20% of the money he won. The main character told his friend that they would divide the winnings in half among themselves. The manager was very happy that he and his friend would split the money in half. The main character reminded his friend to look ahead when he is driving. The car stopped and Qin went outside. He told a friend that it was very risky to just bet on the rocks. He suggested turning the jades into jewelry. Eventually, the two of them will be able to become dealers and create their own brand. And Qin told his friend that together they could create a great business. Zhang thoughtfully answered his friend that everything is not so simple. Friends were driving along the street among other cars. The manager said they had 3 important steps ahead of them. In addition to raw materials, they need to make jewelry and find buyers. Zhang told his friend that he knew some craftsmen with good skills. The manager explained that their main problem would be customers. No one will buy such expensive jewelry. It will take a long time to attract wealthy clients. Qin told his friend that Mr. Dong could help them. The main character explained to the manager that Dong would help them, but they can't ask him to help with every deal. The manager explained to his interlocutor that they would not be able to make their clients trust them. They also have no experience in promoting a brand. Zhang told his friend that they could lose time and money if they don't have good plans. The manager explained to the friend that they needed to stick to the stone rates. The main character sat in his seat in the car and looked forward. Qin decided to explain to his friend how they could eliminate the shortcomings he mentioned. The main character told his friend that he knows someone who can help them with all their problems. Mr. Dong was in his mansion. Subordinates told him that he had not slept all night and suggested that he rest. People told their boss that they had contacted the media. There are no more reports or headlines. Dong asked Dr. Chen over the comms if he had any information about the Ling girl. The doctor informed the boss that the girl was almost completely unharmed. Ling is just a little scared after the accident. Dong told the doctor that Ling is blessed. He asked Chen to continue the inspection and not miss anything. The boss asked his subordinates if they wanted to tell him anything else. The girl told her boss that the director of the Wanqing company would soon leave for the USA. He will only be free tomorrow at noon. Dong told the secretary that he would not work while Ling was in the hospital. The secretary excitedly reminded the boss that they had been preparing for the project for a very long time. Dong, I asked my subordinate displeasedly, does he really have to repeat everything to her? The secretary answered the boss that she would tell the boss everything right away. Dong strictly told his subordinates that he would have one answer for all questions related to work. People answered the boss that they understood everything. A girl came up, she told Mr. Dong that the professor was coming to see him. The boss ordered that a room must be prepared for the professor and all the furniture inside must be changed. Dong told his subordinate that he wanted to rest. He demanded that Professor Lee receive whatever he wants when he arrives. The girl informed the boss that guests had arrived. Dong said in response that the arriving guys should go into the living room. The secretary informed the guests that Mr. Dong would come down to see them soon. Chin thanked the girl. The gentleman appeared, accompanied by Meng. He was carrying 2 suitcases in his hands. The guests greeted the Dong. The owner told the guests that they could sit down. The guys thanked him. Dong thanked the main character for helping his little sister. Chin answered with a smile to the man that he was always ready to help. The boss sat down on the sofa and addressed his subordinate Meng. The guy answered him. The manager opened the suitcase. Dong told the guy that he received 2 million yuan as a gift. Zhang thanked Mr. Dong with admiration. Chin told his interlocutor that he could not accept this money. Dong asked the guy why he didn't want to take the money. At first, Mr. Dong decided that the main character did not want to carry cash with him. He asked Meng to bring him a checkbook. Chin told his interlocutor that this was not what he meant at all. The gentleman invited the guy to give him a house. Dong told the guys that he has several villas in the western part of the city. They can choose one of them. The gentleman suggested that the guy thank him with diamonds or gold. The main character refused. Chin told Dong that he helped his sister Lin. In return, he asked the Lord to help his sister Xiaoyu. The main character explained that his sister was in a coma for a couple of years after the fall of the creature. He added that he needed a good doctor. Zhang looked at his friend with excitement. Dong told his interlocutor that he had become very petty after he had been doing business for a long time. The gentleman told the guy that he puts his family first after all temptations. Meng listened carefully. Dong said that in the modern world, it is rare to find someone like Chin. Dong said thoughtfully to the guy that he completely understood his worries and fears. The gentleman stood up and told the main character that he would find the best doctor for his sister. Chin along with his friend thanked Mr. Dong for all his help. At this time, a loud noise was heard from the side. Even the money in the suitcase began to shake. The main character asked those around him in surprise, "What happened?" The manager looked carefully ahead. He did not understand where the noise came from. Meng turned his gaze to the side and looked at his boss. Dong was silent in response. The workers in the room dropped a huge cabinet. One of them asked the secretary for forgiveness. The girl displeasedly told the movers that they disturbed Mr. Dong with unnecessary noise. Mr. Dong came into the room and asked what happened. His companions stood nearby. The secretary calmly explained to the boss that the workers had made a mistake. Dong said in a calm voice that we need to get rid of the old furniture. Professor Lee is arriving soon. At this time, someone from the side called the Dong by name. The guys turned to the side. The old man arrived, accompanied by a young girl. He said that he would only stay for a couple of days and there was no need to worry about it. Dong told his guest that he should have greeted him at the front door. Lee told the gentleman that he was worried about the Ling girl. Because of this, he will no longer stay here and cause trouble for him. Dong explained to the guest that the girl was no longer in danger. Did he ask the man how his parents were doing? The movers nearby were busy with furniture at that time. Chin looked to the side. He noticed how the movers were still trying to install the cabinet. The main character drew attention to the chair standing next to him. The furniture seemed suspicious to him. The guy, with the help of his special vision, saw that the material of the chair was different from the others. Chin turned to the side and looked at his friend. Zhang asked the guy displeasedly, "Why is he looking at him?" The main character answered his friend that everything was fine and asked for forgiveness. Chin became worried. He put his hand to his eye and realized that his vision had returned to him. The main character decided to himself that he should test his vision on someone else. He looked at the old man and the girl. Chin looked at the girl with great attention. She didn't pay any attention to him. The main character made attempts to restore his special vision. His eyes glowed red. Chin saw the Meng guy without clothes. He was very unpleasantly surprised. The guy was very surprised. He didn't understand why the main character was standing behind him. Meng asked his interlocutor dissatisfied, "What happened?" Chin saw the guy opposite him in a naked state. Dong displeasedly asked the main character what happened to him. Chin decided to justify himself and said that he saw a bee nearby. He asked the owner, does he really want to throw out all the furniture? The owner explained that the furniture was old. He added that the chair was too special to throw away. The main character was surprised. He did not understand what was special about the chair. The old man and the girl stood together and looked at the chair. Lee explained to Mr. Dong that the chair was indeed very valuable. The old man said that Dong's father bought this chair 10 years ago for 1.5 million yuan. The furniture is made of deer antler. The owner replied to the interlocutor that he was very careless. Dong pointed to the old man at the main character. He explained that this was the guy he was talking about earlier. Lee looked at the main character and said that he was a very decent young man. Lee told the man that he was very well prepared. Dong explained that he tried his best. The main character happily thought to himself that he had regained his magical vision. Manager asked a friend, why is he so happy? The guy didn't know what to answer. Chin asked Mr. Dong to give him the old furniture except the chair. The man asked the guy what he would do with the old furniture. The main character answered the man that he wanted to keep his plans secret. The main character was driving home with a friend on the freeway. Zhao said happily that Mr. Dong offered them an excellent lunch. The guy added that there is not enough space in his store to stock all the things from Dong. The manager told the guys that if all the furniture was brought into his store, there would be no free space left. The main character was corresponding with his boss at this time. He wanted to meet her. The manager told his friend not to correspond with the woman anymore. He was already at home. The main character said goodbye to his friend and prepared to get out of the car. Manager asked a friend, why does he still want to transfer Dong furniture to his store? Chin replied to his friend that he would contact him later and explain everything. The main character wished the driver a safe ride. Zhang thought to himself that people with money should look more charming. At this time, near the entrance to the house, the girl was feeding the cats. She communicated with them. The cat consumed food from the bowl with appetite. Lin told the pet that he could eat as much as he wanted. Chin stood for a long time and looked at the girl from behind. He decided to approach her. The main character said that Lin not only looks beautiful, but also this girl has a good heart. The girl stood up and said displeasedly to the guy that she recognized him by his voice. Lin, I asked my interlocutor, did he really hurt his eye? The main character realized that he was not feeling well because of the redness above his eye. Lin sternly asked the guy if he had spied on any girl in the shower. Chin answered the police officer excitedly that he did not do such a thing, since he was not a pervert. The girl threatened her interlocutor that she could put him behind bars. The cat sat near the bowl of food and looked in surprise at the people next to them. The main character told the girl that he was very glad that she would be his neighbor. Chin invited his girlfriend to add him as a friend on social networks. Lin was surprised. She didn't know what to answer. A woman came up to the side and asked the guy and the girl what they were talking about. Chin was still holding the phone in his hand. He turned to the side in surprise. Zhou was walking home after jogging. She greeted the young people. The main character said with surprise to manager Zhou that she had returned. The woman told the main character that she had already resigned. He can simply call her by name. Lin turned around and started to walk away. She told her interlocutors that she was leaving them alone. Chin looked at the phone with great attention. The woman asked the guy, why does he need her? The main character asked his interlocutor what plans she had after resigning. Chin went into the house with his companion. The woman said that she would continue to be involved in the jewelry business. The main character was standing in the elevator. He offered the woman a good opportunity to earn extra money. In the elevator, the woman asked the guy if she had just seen Zhang Bing. Chin told his interlocutor that his friend may look unreliable, but he is actually an expert in jade. The woman asked the guy, do they have enough raw materials for a big project? Chin answered her that they have even more. The main character told his interlocutor that he had already discussed his plans with Dong Bai. The woman asked the guy excitedly if he was talking about the head of the company Dong Bai. She added that she had only heard about this man. The main character told the interlocutor that he would send her a business plan. Zhou said goodbye to the guy near the door. Chin entered the room. He remembered that his mother was still in the hospital. Chin decided to finish writing the business plan now. The main character was sitting at a laptop. He realized that he had to create something of his own. In the evening the manager was sitting in his apartment at home and working at the computer. The girlfriend thanked Zhang for his kindness. Zhang answered the girl that there was nothing to thank him for. Qin sat and worked at his desk on the computer. He was drawing up a business plan. The main character shouted joyfully that he had everything ready. He looked at the document on the laptop. The guy decided to send the document to his friends now. The manager received a signal on his phone. Zhang was already asleep at this time. He began to wake up little by little. His body shook. The manager extended his hand to the phone. He took it and began to study it. Zhang put on his glasses and was surprised to realize that he had just received a business plan from his friend. Zhou was lying on the bed, reading the document on her phone with great attention. In a group chat, the manager wrote compliments to Zhou's woman. The main character was unhappy. He wanted his friends to give him feedback on his business plan. Zhou said that some details need to be clarified. They must be confident that Zhang Bing can train carving masters. The manager told his interlocutor on the phone that he had an amazing voice. He said that he would soon finish the good luck jewelry. Zhang reported that this decoration is shallow. The main character was surprised. Further in the group chat, the main character talked with the manager about the name of his store. The woman read with interest the chat correspondence between her friends. Zhou wrote to her friends that they must work as one to achieve success. The main character read the message with surprise. He could not understand what unity meant. The manager told the woman over the phone that he liked her idea. Qin displeasedly shouted to his friend to hold it in his hands. Manager asked a friend what they will do next. Qin demanded that the guy send him the floor plan of his store tomorrow. Zhang was surprised. He couldn't figure out what the floor plan was for. The main character decided to answer his friend. Qin explained to the manager that he needed the floor plan to further decorate the store. A month later, the main character, together with his colleagues, completely organized the business. The manager gave the employee his final payment for the jewelry. The guy thanked boss Zhang and wished him a prosperous business. The manager stood near the entrance to his new store. It was called Unity Jewelry. Zhang thought to himself that he was able to turn his small store into a fashion boutique in a month. He remembered that many good things happened in his life after he met Qin. He didn't understand why the main character stayed in Beijing for so long. At this time, Zhang's phone rang in his pocket. He understood the phone. The main character greeted his friend. Zhang replied to his interlocutor that the store had already completed its decoration. The manager asked his friend when he would return. He wanted to pick him up from the airport. Qin was sitting in the cabin of the plane. He replied to his friend that he would be back in 2 hours. The plane with the main character took off and headed to his hometown. Qin called his mother after arriving at the airport. Zhang happily greeted his friend and waved his hand. The manager asked his friend how his sister was doing now. Qin stood with a suitcase and invited his interlocutor to talk in the car. The main character told his friend that Dong hired the best doctors to treat his sister, but she's still in a coma. Zhang told his friend that sooner or later his sister would definitely wake up. The main character said that today is a meeting of his classmates. He needs to go there first. Qin asked a friend while driving how things were going in their new store. The manager showed his friend a red agate necklace. He said that Tong did a very good job advertising their store. Zhang said that the woman wrote several articles about jade. This attracted a lot of attention. Qin asked his friend if he had any plans for emerald and yellow jade. The manager reported that his best artisan was unavailable, so they tried to find another suitable specialist for such valuable materials. The guys were driving in a car. Zhang explained that as long as they were under the protection of Mr. Dong, everything would be fine. The manager said that the scenery was already ready. He added that they would achieve great success. Main character asked a friend how the girl Ling Zhang was doing. Zhang told the other party that he did not know about Mr. Dong's family problems. The guys arrived at the parking lot. The manager told his friend that he would now show him the new store. The main character was surprised to see a fight at the opposite end of the street. He wanted to come up and take a look. Zhang reminded his friend that he already has his own personal business, therefore he must behave calmly like a boss. The manager advised his friend to change his clothes and hairstyle. Zhang invited his friend to look at his new watch. Suddenly the main character disappeared somewhere. Some guy angrily shouted at the old man that he wanted to take his water bottle. A frightened passerby wanted to explain that he took the empty bottle in order to return it and get money. The guy angrily demanded from his interlocutor that he return his water. The old man held out a bottle in his hand. The guy hit the bottle and it fell to the ground. Water in a container lay on the road. the guy demanded from a passerby to buy him a new bottle. Passers-by were unhappy because someone decided to bully the old man. The young man angrily shouted at the old man to immediately buy him a new bottle of water. The main character called the stranger and told him not to get started because of an ordinary bottle. The guy angrily asked the main character who he was. Chin threw money to his interlocutor. The main character told the old man not to steal water from others. The young man shouted after the main character to stop. The guy was holding money in his hands. He said his water cost 6 yuan. The main character gave him only 2 coins. Chin was unhappy. He approached the stranger. The guy asked his interlocutor what he was going to do with him. The main character explained to the guy that he had already given him money for new water and demanded that he leave. The stranger was scared. The main character shouted after the young man to get out quickly. Passers-by were surprised by the action of the protagonist. Zhang called out to his friend excitedly. Chin took money out of his pocket and gave it to the old man for his mother's treatment. The stranger thanked the leaving guys. Zhang was unhappy that his friend gave money to the stranger. The main character went into the store and looked around. Everything around looked very beautiful. He was amazed. Zhou came in wearing black clothes. She greeted her friends with a smile. The guys greeted the woman and started asking how she was doing. Zhou wanted to tell the main character about the work. Zhang invited his friends to check out the store's interior design. The main character examined the interior of the store with great attention. Chin suddenly noticed something very interesting in the corner. He took a closer look. The main character noticed that there was Mr. Dong's chair in the room. The manager told the guy that the Dong gave him the chair as a souvenir. Chin laughed when he heard that Dong was very kind. Zhang asked his friend, should he really laugh so loudly? The main character asked what they will do next. The woman brought her friend a huge pile of documents. There was a business plan, design themes, and prices for the store. The guy was surprised that he had to read so much. Zhou told the main character that owning a business is not so easy. She suggested hiring an assistant. The manager told the woman with confidence in the voice that he would work hard to make her business prosper. Zhang told his surprised friend to sit down in a wooden chair. The manager asked the woman to come to them. He suggested taking a photo together. Chin and his friends happily took pictures with a smile. Zhang told his friends that he would print out the photos and give each of them a copy. At that time a girl from the street came into the store. A stranger with blonde hair and white clothes was carefully looking around inside the store. The guest greeted people inside the store. The main character and his friends turned around in surprise. Lin with a smile asked her interlocutors, where can she see Chin Ku? The guys were surprised. They didn't understand why Miss Dong came to them. The guest told the main character that she wanted to thank him for saving her. Chin replied to his interlocutor that he did what he had to do. Lin turned away and thought. Main character asked the girl what was the matter. The guest asked if he knew how to drive a car. Chin replied that he could drive. Lin grabbed the main character by the hand and told him to come with her. Chin followed his girlfriend. He asked what happened to her. The manager and the woman were surprised. They didn't understand where the main character had gone. Chin asked the girl what was going on. Lin answered her friend that he would find out everything in a minute. The main character called the guy Meng. He was standing next to a red racing car. The guy in dark glasses turned around. He asked the girl if she had finished all her work. Chin greeted his acquaintance. Meng told the girl that it was time for them to leave. Lin told her subordinate to step aside with her. The guy asked what happened. The girl asked Meng to give her the opportunity to stay a little alone. The guy replied that he should always be close to the line. The girl said dissatisfied to her interlocutor that she was kept at home for more than a month. Now she had a chance to get out of the room. Meng reminded the girl about her brother. Ling grabbed the guy by the hand and said that he was the best. The girl showed Meng with a smile that she wanted to leave for only 2 hours. Meng returned with the girl and asked the main character for forgiveness for the wait. Chin stood near the car. The guy handed the car key to the main character. He warned the guy to watch the road while driving. Meng smiled at the guy and told him not to be shy about making a move with the girl. Chin and his girlfriend were driving down the street at low speed in a car. The main character noticed a boy riding a bicycle on the sidewalk next to them. Lin was very pleased. She told the guy that he was driving very slowly. Chin explained to the girl that safety comes first. The girl answered the guy that he was very boring. The guy realized that there was an awkward silence in the car. He needed to say something to his interlocutor. Chin, I asked my friend when she went abroad and why did she return. Lin told a friend in response that she went to America when she was 11 years old. The girl said that while abroad she only cared about shopping and going to nightclubs. Her older brother convinced her to return home. Lin said that she initially hated her brother for forcing her to return home. The girl said that after the accident she realized the true meaning of life. Now she counts every minute and takes care of loved ones. The main character told his girlfriend that Mr. Dong would be happy to see her like this. Lin attacked the guy and asked him to tell her about his past. The main character said that he started working before graduating from college. Mr. Dong helped him in life. The girl said with a smile to the guy that her brother always sees potential in people. Chin told the girl that she was very kind. Lin agreed with her friend's words. The girl told the guy that he was not old at all. She asked why he was growing a beard. Chin explained to his interlocutor that he just wanted to look more courageous. The girl told the guy that his beard made him look older. At that time, a group of guys were racing along the road in a white BMW at high speed. The front seat passenger shouted to his boss that he had made $500,000 that morning. The guy joyfully shouted to the man sitting next to him that this was their boss Xiao. The man told his subordinates in a calm voice that if they worked harder, he would buy each of them a new sedan. The guys were very grateful to their boss. The car continued to rush along the road. The guy behind the wheel shouted in surprise that he saw a Ferrari on the road in front of him. The driver said in a thoughtful voice that there are a lot of rich people these days. The guy asked why the red Ferrari was driving slowly. The driver replied that rich people are always very annoying. Xiao, sitting in the back seat, told the guy to just drive around the other car. The white BMW moved to the side. He decided to overtake the red racing car. Lin suggested that her friend go and see how business was going at her family's hotel. Chin explained to his girlfriend that he had to go to his homecoming party today. The main character told the girl that they can go next time. Xiao from the next car looked attentively at Chin. The boss, in a frightened and excited voice, shouted to the guy to immediately block the Ferrari. The subordinate asked his boss with fear what happened. The man shouted at the guys to get out of the car and take their weapons. White BMW stopped on the road. A red racing car stood next to them. Lin didn't understand why an unfamiliar car stopped in front of them. The main character could not understand what happened. Xiao got out of the car along with his subordinate. He looked at the main character angrily. Chin was scared. He realized that he saw Xiao and his fighters in front of him. The boss, along with a group of guys, headed towards the car where the main character was. The main character fearfully thought that he and his girlfriend were now in trouble. The boss told his subordinates to walk around the protagonist's car. Lin asked the excited guy if he knew the strangers next to them. Chin told his friend to lock herself in the car. The main character promised his interlocutor that he would deal with the hooligans and return. He texted someone on the phone. Chin got out of the car and greeted boss Xiao joyfully. The man said with a smile to the main character that he found himself a Ferrari in a couple of days. Xiao looked inside the car and noticed a beautiful girl. He told the main character that he lives at the expense of a woman. Chin grabbed the man by the clothes. Boss asked the guy why he was angry. The fighters got angry. One of them angrily shouted at the main character to remove his hands. The boss raised his hand and told Chin not to be so hot-tempered. Xiao told the guy that they were all educated people here and demanded that he not be rude. The boss reminded the guy that he had ruined his fortune last time and demanded compensation. Chin said in a dissatisfied voice to Xiao that he just wants money from him. Chin swung his hand and hit the boss in the face with all his strength. The guys were very scared. One of them rushed to the boss's aid with a baton. The fighter swung his baton from above to hit the main character. Chin managed to dodge to the side. The main character jumped back and swung to strike his opponent. Chin hit the guy with all his might. He fell to the ground. Another fighter ran up from behind to attack the main character with his arm in a sweeping manner. Chin missed a very strong blow from the side. He fell to the ground. The main character lost his strength for a short time. He was sitting on the ground. A baton lay nearby. Chin concentrated and became angry. Red appeared in his eyes. The main character swung his baton and hit his opponent with all his might. The fighter missed a very strong blow. Only one guy left standing. Chin threw the club aside. He decided to hit the last opponent without weapons. The guy ran at the main character with acceleration and swung his hand. Chin jumped up to finish off his opponent with a kick. The main character kicked the fighter in the head with all his might. The fighter fell to the ground after the blow. He could no longer get up afterwards. Qin walked and carefully looked around. Unconscious militants lay around him. The main character looked around. He noticed Xiao lying down. Qin said with a smile to the boss to smile at him. Xiao called the guy a sick bastard. The main character told the boss that he could give him some money without any problem. Qin promised the man that he would give him the money right away. The main character thought to himself that the rest of the fighters did not last even 5 minutes. The girl jumped out of the car in fear. She asked her friend what happened. The main character shouted to his girlfriend to quickly get back into the car. At this time several bandits jumped to their feet. They rushed and grabbed the girl. Xiao suddenly swung from the side and hit the main character in the face. The boss was able to hit his opponent. The main character did not have time to defend himself. The main character, after an unexpected blow to the head, flew to the side. Qin didn't understand how Xiao dared to hit him. The boss strictly demanded that the guy not move. Xiao angrily threatened the main character that his fighters would beat his girlfriend. Qin displeasedly asked the boss how much money he wanted from him. Xiao angrily answered the guy that he didn't want any money from him at all. The boss wanted to say in an angry voice what he wanted from the main character. Xiao pointed his finger at the ground and demanded that the guy in front of him kneel. Lin shouted in fear to his friend not to listen to the boss's words. The bandits rushed at the girl. She tried to free herself from them and fought back. Qin decided to try to attack the boss. He shouted that the bandits should not touch the girl. Xiao suddenly hit the guy in the face with his hand. He did not have time to defend himself. The boss approached the main character and began kicking him with all his might. Xiao punched the main character in the face. Qin did not have time to jump to the side. Lin called the main character in a frightened voice. She saw him being beaten. The main character jumped back. Xiao said angrily that he had not hit anyone in the face for a long time. The boss demanded that the main character kneel in front of him and lick his shoes. Qin replied to the man that he would never do this. Xiao got angry. He decided to force the main character to kneel in front of him. The boss threatened the guy that if he didn't comply with his demands, he would do something to his girlfriend. Qin, in a weakened voice, shouted to the bandits to leave the girl alone. The main character realized that he needed to do everything so that the Ling girl did not get hurt. Qin told the girl that he would protect her if the bandits tried to harm her. Lin was scared. She looked at her friend excitedly. The main character decided to fulfill the boss's demands. The main character calmly knelt before the boss and called him father. Xiao laughed very viciously. His soldiers stood next to him and laughed together. The boss angrily told the guy to immediately lick his shoes. The main character was silent. The boss told the guy that they would finish for the day after he licked his shoes. Xiao looked at his shoes and noticed that they were very clean. He decided to get them dirty. The boss looked down and spat on his shoes. He wanted his shoe to be licked by the main character. Qin looked ahead in fear. He realized that he would now have to lick his boss's shoe. One of the bandits laughed and said to his boss that he was very mean. Xiao told the guy to quickly lick his shoes and stop kneeling. The main character got angry. Xiao continued to demand that the guy lick his shoes. The guy's body went through convulsions. He felt his strength returning. Qin felt that a very strong energy ran through his body. The main character decided that he would not comply with the boss's demands and would not lick his shoes. The main character was asked what he wanted, while incomprehensible veins developed across his face. The man said licking shoes is not that difficult. However, suddenly someone shouted at them and asked what they were doing. Qin Ku immediately raised his head. As it turns out, the cops came. Immediately after Qin Ku saw them, he hid behind them and said that these were the bad guys and they wanted to bury him. At the same time, the gangsters could not understand when the guy managed to call the police. After this, the police asked the gangsters to show their documents. They immediately started laughing and said that they were just fooling around. However, the policeman did not back down and asked to show the documents again. However, one of the men began to be indignant, saying that his brother-in-law was the dean of their station and asked if the policeman had ever heard of him. However, the policeman said that even if he were the Minister of Public Security, he would still need to check his ID and again demanded it. However, the man took out his phone and said that he would call him. He greeted his brother and began to explain the situation. However, she didn't even have time to finish when the man said that he didn't care about those matters. Both the policeman and the man stood in awkward silence. The scammer apologized if he bothered him during the meeting and said that it was nothing serious. After that he hung up. Without thinking twice, the gangsters with pretty eyes offered their documents to the police. After that, the cop forced them to sit down in the car and put their hands behind their heads. After that, the police asked the main character if he was okay because they needed to go to the hospital, and after that the police station in order to answer a couple of questions. Chin-ku thanked them. After that, the police officer asked everyone to be taken to the station. After that, Dong-ling approached the main character. She asked if the guy wanted to go to the hospital, but he refused, citing the fact that he was fine. The girl apologized and said that it was her fault, while he said that everything was fine and asked where she wanted to go because he would take her. After that, the guard started running towards the girl. Zhou Meng asked the girl if something had happened and why she called for help. Dong Ling said that everything is fine now and some hooligans tried to protect them, but they were all caught by the police. Dong Ling said that 2 hours are up so they can go home. The girl turned back and thanked him for accompanying her. However, Chin-ku doesn't understand what's going on and asked if she's just leaving because she forgot the car. However, the girl said goodbye to the main character and said that now that car belongs to him. Very soon, Chin-ku came to his store and Zhang Bing began to ask why he was here and whether he had gone to meet the graduates. Chin-ku explained that the girl had something to do, so she left her car with him and he should return it back, and then take a taxi to the high school reunion. When Zhang Bing saw the keys to the Ferrari, he asked why he shouldn't come in this car. However, Chin-ku hid the keys and said that Odnoklasniki would think that he was incredibly rich. Zhang Bing could only say that Chin-ku was too straightforward. At the same time, a beggar man was walking along the streets of the city. Approaching the protagonist's jewelry house, he stammered and said that he just needed to go there. He was clutching something in his hand, stuttering. He said that he had to say something. However, at the same time, a white car began to drive up to the jewelry house. The man did not pay attention to this and said that he would put it down, and then go. At the same time, he was holding a stack of bills in his hand. Immediately after this, some masked men came out of a white car. That same beggar did not understand what was happening. When he saw these people, his eyes widened and he began to make some strange sounds. Chin-ku ended the conversation at the same time and said goodbye to his employees without suspecting anything. That same beggar suddenly entered the store and told everyone to run. Recognizing his uncle, Chin-ku asked what brought him here. However, at the same moment, the beggar was hit in the face with a loud characteristic cry. As it turned out, he was hit by a man in a red mask. At the same time, many Odnoklasniki began to gather at the meeting place. Many people greeted each other and tried to get to know each other after such a long time. It was quite difficult. After this, a certain Mr. Wang recognized his classmates and rejoiced at their arrival. All his classmates asked if he really remembered them and said that it was a great honor. At the same time, another man came out of the door. He said that everyone had already bothered him to death and asked where his chin was. A certain girl approached this man and was about to say something. However, the man told her to relax because he brought her here to solve her problems. He said that these were his old friends and most of them were now doing business and he guaranteed her a good job. At the same time, one of the classmates overheard the conversation and said that even Chin-ku is now the boss. The girl said that she knows this because he plans to open a jewelry store. At the same time, as soon as this name appeared in conversations, many wondered where he was. Many did not believe that Chin-ku became the boss because most likely he did this by breaking the law or being the son of a rich man. However, the man said that there are some things that the classmate is right about. The man said he was busy enough. At the same time, the main character still had to deal with unknown gangsters. The masked people talked and said that their boss only ordered them to break things. The man in the red mask swore loudly. Chin-ku took a defensive stance and told Zhang Bing to protect little Wan Yi-tong, to which he agreed. After this, the guy in the red mask began to run towards the main character and ask his accomplices what they were doing, ordering them to be taken. After that, the guy with the red mask swung a bat at the main character. Without thinking twice, Chin-ku tripped him. In this way he knocked the man off balance. Very soon the attacker was lying on the floor. While the man grabbed the bat, Chin-ku successfully caught it. Having dealt with the man in the red mask, Chin-ku walked towards the other attackers with a loud cry. The man in the red mask called the main character a bastard and was about to get up. However, he was already crushed by Zhang Bing, who told him not to move. Sold. After that, he loudly shouted to the girl to call the hospital while she barely recovered from her state of shock. After that, Chin Ku made a horizontal strike, which all the gangsters successfully defended against. However, in this way they exposed their bodies and Chin Ku took advantage of this and hit the man in the purple mask. The same moment Chin Ku rebounded, but his back was the man in the orange mask. I understand that this is their chance. The man in the white mask loudly attacked the main character. The guy blocked this blow, but it was obvious that there was another man in an orange mask behind him. Without wasting his chance, he swung at the main character. However, suddenly he screamed that he was in great pain. As it turned out, he was stopped by a beggar man who began to bite his leg. He began to resist and hit the beggar on the head a couple of times. However, this gave the main character the very necessary time to neutralize the man in the white mask. Without thinking twice, the guy swung again. He hit him on the head and won. After that, Chin Ku hurried to the beggar man and asked if he was okay. However, instead of answering the question, the beggar told the guy to turn around. Chin Ku clearly didn't expect this and made a sound of surprise. As it turned out, behind him there was a man in a purple mask who swung at the main character. At the moment of the blow, bloody veins began to spread on the main character's face. At some point, both his eyes turned white. However, immediately after that, a golden triangle appeared in his eye. With inhuman speed, Chin Ku blocked the attack. Very soon all the hooligans were in front of the main character. Not understanding what was happening, the man in the purple mask tried to say something. However, just as Chin Ku looked at him, something amazing happened. Without any significant signs, the man literally fell. Without thinking twice about what happened to his colleague, the man in a white mask swung at the main character. At the same moment, golden triangles appeared in the eyes of the main character. Time seemed to slow down again. Not long after, the man in the white mask found himself on the floor. Not understanding what was happening, Chin Ku wondered what he had just seen. However, at the same moment, muffled sounds from Zhang Bing could be heard. He begged the main character to help while the red mask guy strangled him. Chin Ku swung his bat without thinking twice. Immediately afterwards he hit the man. With a characteristic sound, he fell to the ground and Zhang Bing freed himself. Trying to recover from suffocation, Zhang Bing began to cough loudly. At the same time, Chin Ku found himself in front of a man who had previously been wearing a red mask, but due to the fall, it came off his face. Threatening with a bat and pressing the man with his own foot, Chin Ku asked them who the customer was. However, the man clearly did not intend to reveal such information and said that the most important thing for him was to keep his mouth shut. However, immediately after this, Chin Ku pressed with all his strength on the man. Once again threatening him with a bat, he ordered him to tell him again who sent him. The man still argued and said that he could kill him if he dared and he would not get a single word out of him. Zhang Bing told the main character to stop and said that the police would come soon. After that, Chin Ku stopped and aimed at a certain male spot. As soon as the man realized what Chin Ku was planning to do, he was amazed. Chin Ku swung his sword without thinking twice. The men began to beg the main character not to do this. Both Chin Ku screamed out of excitement and the man out of fear. After this, the main character was begged to stop. Zhang Bing and the employee said that the police were already here. Without thinking twice, Chin Ku literally ran out. The employee told Zhang Bing to stay here and figure it out. She said that she would see what condition Chin Ku was in. After that, the police began to calmly walk towards the jewelry house. They noticed Chin Ku running away with a female employee following him. At the same time, Chin Ku couldn't help but curse while running. A red Ferrari car drove through the street. Another white car was chasing her all this time. The main character's employee drove that car and said that she simply could not catch a Ferrari with this garbage. At the same time, Dong Ling received information about the hotel, and the girl said that Mr. Dong had planned the rest of the excursion for her. Dong Ling thanked her while she heard someone addressing the main character. She turned her head sharply and noticed how some other person was following the main character while the guy himself was heading towards some hall with a bat. At the same time, all the Odnoklasniki gathered together and started talking, still wondering where Chin Ku was. Many were discussing the recent news, but one girl was separate from everyone else and silent. Many began to wonder when they would leave. However, unexpectedly, Chin Ku opened the door with his foot. Not understanding what was happening, Odnoklasniki looked at the angry guy. With an angry expression, he called Wang Bao a bastard. A certain Ting Feng tried to stop him, while Chin Ku still refused. Many began to resent what Chin Ku was doing. However, Wang Bao actually wondered why he was still okay. After some time, Odnoklasniki began to ask the main character what happened while he said that Wang Bao had just sent some bandits to destroy his store. However, Wang Bao pointed to the main character and told him to stop lying because he would sue him for the loan. Suddenly, someone called the main character. The employee approached him and said that it was useless to come here without proof. Wang Bao said that Chin Ku put on a great show and Mr. Dong himself was too busy to take care of him. Many began to condemn the main character. However, in the car he smiled and said he wasn't paying attention to him. After some time, Wang Bao called the guards and said to throw out the main character and his company. After this, many people in black clothes entered the hall. They immediately asked Wang Bao to leave. "I don't understand what's going on," he asked if they really wanted to kick him out. However, as it turned out, it was Dong Ling who told the guards to do this. "I don't understand what's going on," Chin Ku asked the girl what she was up to. Wang Bao asked who she was and said that it was none of her business. However, the girl replied that she was the owner of this hotel. After that, she also added that she is the girlfriend of the main character. Dong Ling replied that they had prepared wonderful food and drinks for them. The girl also said that she would allow them to spend a free night at their hotel. However, she added that all these benefits could be enjoyed by everyone except Wang Bao. After that, Chin Ku asked what she was doing while she whispered that she was helping him and said that he was now the hottest guy. Wang Bao laughed and clapped his hands. He said that he suspected that Chin Ku got a rich mommy. Chin Ku was offended by this and asked and said something while the employee told him to calm down. After that, Chin Ku said that he had no intention of staying here anyway. After this, Wang Bao apologized to the main character. As he left the hall, he swore loudly. A classmate stood up first. Finding herself in front of the main character, she kept looking at the floor. The girl asked if Chin Ku was happy. She said if he did it just to get back at her, then it was a waste of time. Chin Ku of course eventually apologized. The girl no longer heard him and said that he should not see him again. After that she passed through the man. Chin Ku looked back, looking at her back. However, the girl did not even plan to turn back. Memories flashed before her eyes. In front of her was Ting Feng, whose arrival she clearly did not expect. Ting Feng said that he heard what happened to the main character. However, without even finishing, he handed her the envelope and said that this was all he had left. The guy said that Chin Ku would never accept it from his hands, so he said that he already needs to go. The confused girl thanked him and said goodbye. Immediately after this, a group of people approached her. It turned out to be her classmates who asked where Chin Ku was because they had not seen him for a long time. One of those guys will answer that Chin Ku dropped out of school because something happened to his sister. They wondered what he was doing now. However, many began to mock the guy in his grief. Wang Bao asked the girl if he could help with anything and asked how much money was needed. However, Song Zhao refused and thanked him. Wang Bao tried to stop her. However, his minions told him not to do this because she didn't even appreciate his efforts. Wang Bao just looked into the distance with a mockery on his face. At the same time, Chin Ku was conducting all the interviews he could find. Another interviewer refused the main character, saying that he was not suitable for this position. The guy thanked the interviewer and headed for the exit. He understood that it was quite difficult to get a job without a diploma. At the same time, there was a phone in his bag that someone called. As it turned out, it was a nurse calling, who warned that his sister was having an operation tomorrow and asked if the guy had prepared money for her. Chin Ku said that he had already prepared everything and asked him to prepare her for the operation. After that, he apologized and said that he had another call. This time he already received a call from Song Zhao who asked where Chin Ku was. The guy said he had just finished an interview and asked what happened. The girl replied that she had barely seen him this month and knew that he was currently busy with family matters, but asked if they could meet in the evening. Chin Ku agreed and made an appointment for 8 o'clock at the school gate. The girl agreed and said that they would see each other there. After that, Chin Ku checked his phone sheet and wondered where he should go next. At some point, an unknown number called him on his phone, and the guy wondered who it was. After picking up the phone, someone laughed and asked Chin Ku if it was this. Chin Ku agreed and asked who he was. The man said that he is the boss of the Morning Glory Culture Company. The man said that he saw his resume on the internet and said that he thought he was perfect for him, asking if Chin Ku was interested in it. Chin Ku thanked the man and said that he could take the interview at any time. The man said he would send him the address. Wang Bao at the same time pestered Song Zhao and asked if she wanted to have dinner with him tonight. Song Zhao replied that she had a date with the main character today and asked to leave her alone. Wang Bao eventually tried to stop the girl, but she didn't care. At the same time, Chin Ku prepared for another interview. The girl helped the main character and brought him to the interviewer. She explained that in front of him was their boss, Mr. Wu. Chin Ku politely greeted him. The man laughed and told the main character to come and sit down. After that, Chin Ku asked if he could ask a question about what they were doing. Nevertheless, the man told him not to rush, because first he had to say that he needed a secretary and a bodyguard. The man said that 2 people would certainly cost him more, but he practiced taekwondo and showed himself well at school, so he is sure that he can be both a secretary and a bodyguard. The man said that he would give the main character 000 yuan a month and he could start his internship right now. Chin Ku thanked him and asked if he could think about this option for a while. The man said that opportunities will not wait for him and if he works for him, then he can guarantee a bright future for him. After that, Chin Ku asked where and when he could sign the contract. The man said that there was no need to rush, and he would sign it after dinner with him, asking him to go with him. Very soon, Chin Ku found himself in a nightclub surrounded by prostitutes. After looking at the time, which was 6:30, Chin Ku was lost in his thoughts. Finally, he asked his boss if he could leave on an urgent matter. However, the man did not hear him at all and, on the contrary, forced the girls of easy virtue to act as he wanted. Chin Ku stood and thought about everything. Getting up, he said that he might not be suitable for this job and was about to leave. At some point, the former boss told the guy to stop. He pointed to one of the beer cans and told him to drink it. The guy was already trying to refuse, but that man stopped him. He put a stack of papers in front of him and ordered him to drink. The man said that Chin Ku is looking for a job for money, and money is not a problem for him. He asked if 10 pieces were not enough for him and asked how about 20. He said that if he drank the bottle right now, he would leave with the money. At the same time, deep night was falling on the school. Wang Bao was next to Song Zhao, and her grandfather urged her to stop pursuing her because her boyfriend would be here at any time. However, he said that he was away right now and wanted to spend some time with her. Moreover, the man said that Chin Ku had found himself a rich mother and he would not come today. Song Zhao didn't want to hear it and told him to shut up. The man said that he heard this from his friend and they could all understand him for this because he could not do anything else in the current situation. Song Zhao said that she did not believe him and said that Chin Ku was better than this. At the same time, many people were already forcing the main character to drink even more. Unable to resist and remembering that same call about the operation, Chin Ku drank more and more. At some point, he drank so much that he could not control himself. After taking the money, Chin Ku thanked the man. However, the name Song Zhao appeared in his mind. He realized that he was already very late, but unable to control himself, he flopped onto the floor unconscious. After that, his boss told one of the girls of easy virtue to take the main character. After that, he said to put it on his hand and throw a couple of bucks at him. After that, he took a photo and laughed. Wang Bao at the same time said that since Ta did not believe him, he even had photographs that confirmed this. Showing them, he said that Chin Ku was completely drunk. The man said that Chin Ku is under a lot of pressure right now. After this, Wang Bao asked why the girl was leaving. She said that they would ask the main character about it. With tears in her eyes, the girl said that even if they parted, she would never be with him. She repeated once again that he would never have her as a girlfriend. The girl walked down the street and literally cried. At some point, she wiped away her tears and saw strangers. Unpleasant men approached and surrounded the girl. They asked why she was crying. They asked if the girl could lend them some money. They eventually surrounded her, despite the girl's pleas to leave her alone. At some point, the villains pulled out those same 2 envelopes with money. At the same time, Wang Bao met with his henchman, who convinced the guy that with his charm he could get any girl. However, the man was incredibly sad because he did not understand why he could not make her fall in love with him. his friend said to forget about this stupid girl because he had already found several girls to keep him company. However, at the same time, they heard a piercing cry for help. One of the guys got worried while the other one said not to pay attention to it. Wang Bao thought about it, but ultimately decided for himself. The robbers began to count the girl's money and said that she was very rich. She began to say that this was not her money at all, while the other robbers said that they would buy her some wine. At some point, someone shouted from behind them to let the girl go. Wang Bao told his henchmen to call the police. They started saying that the guy had better mind his own business. The robbers asked if he was showing off, but at some point they noticed and asked if he was Wang Bao. Thinking that this would be his salvation, he asked if the robber knew him, and if he knew him, he could take his money, and said that if he let her go, then it would all be his. The man looked carefully at the stack of money that the man gave out and thought about it. However, after some time, he hit him and asked if he really considered him a beggar. After that, other robbers began to beat the guy. Raz screamed and begged them to stop. After that, Song Zhao intervened in the fight and told her to stop. However, Wang Bao said to ignore him and run away. However, very soon the robbers noticed that the cops were already approaching. As soon as they saw this, they turned around and ran away. After that, Song Zhao ran up to Wang Bao. By this time the guy was already completely unconscious. I was worried about him. The girl even thought at one point that he was dead. However, let's go back to the present time where Wang Bao called Song Zhao. The guy apologized to the girl while she was smiling like that. She took him by the hand. She said that she no longer wants to come to such parties. When the guy asked why, she said that there are people whom she no longer wants to see and they should pay more attention to their own lives. Wang Bao said that he would forget about them, and the girl laughed, agreeing to this. While the elevator door was closing, Wang Bao looked forward. He was clearly happy because his plan was a success. He remembered the moment when those robbers later complained to him because he called the police and they were almost caught. As it turned out, he was in cahoots with them. After that, the man gave them money, and they thanked him for it. After that, Wang Bao took out a mask and said that if anyone needed help, he would recommend them. The man also told them to wear masks next time. Zhao Zhao said that she understood everything, so they will come right away. Qin Ku thanked Tingfang and said that otherwise he would have made a mistake. He laughed and said that they were friends anyway. Zhao Zhao said that Zhang Bing asked them to come to the police station immediately. Tingfang said that he would go with him because he might be needed, to which Qin Ku agreed. At the same time, Dong Ling was watching the main character along with Zhou Meng and said that they would also follow them. Very soon they found themselves at the police station. The police officer said that they have already filed a case against the robbers and believe that they will calm down. However, it was obvious that the robbers were not going to leave everything just like that and warned the main character. Qin Ku in turn apologized for all the troubles, while the policeman said that he needed to control his temper better. The girl also said that he should be more careful because they have information that there are currently several drug lords and large criminal groups in the city. She said that they had already created special units for them. Qin Ku thanked him for the warning and said goodbye. The guy asked Zhao Zhao to go to the hospital and check on his uncle. She said that Zhang Bing called and said that his uncle was fine and they could go there tomorrow. Then it dawned on the main character that it looks like he can really count on Zhang Bing. After that, Tingfang hugged the main character and suggested having a barbecue. After that, the red-haired guy asked if he wanted to join them, and the employee agreed with something. The robber watched this conversation and swore revenge on the main character. At the same time, Dong Ling was sitting in a nearby car and said to the bald guy that those people bullied them and said to take action. Qin Ku asked Tingfang what he was doing all this time, but something funny was that after graduating from university, he started selling computer components and recently made some money selling electronic cigarettes and got married. However, unexpectedly, Dong Ling, whose arrival Qin Ku had not expected, joined the lunch place. The girl asked Zhao Zhao if she could sit here, to which she agreed. After that, Tingfang asked the protagonist to introduce him to those two excellent data. The guy explained that one of these girls is the manager and auctioneer of their store, while the other one he simply introduced as Dong Ling. Dong Ling asked if Qin Ku was embarrassed to call him his girlfriend, to which he replied that she was not his girlfriend at all. Hearing this, Tingfang laughed while his shirt was pulled by a girl. The guy apologized and said that he forgot to introduce her. It was his younger sister. The man said that he brought her here to find out if one of them could give her a job. Dong Ling asked if it was really so difficult to find a job now, even for people like him. Ting Fang said that his sister is capable and willing to do hard work. However, he said that she had a father who indulged in gambling and took all her money. He said that if she refused to give him money, he would make a big scene at her work. Thus, Ting Fang told her to avoid her father, so she now lives with him. Dong Ling said that she couldn't even imagine what kind of life she lived before. She also said that she needed to find a new manager for her hotel, while Zhao Zhao said that she needed a new assistant. Ultimately, the girl thanked Zhao Zhao. Ting Fang thanked the girl and asked him to take care of her. At some point, he realized that his wife had finally written to him and said that it was time for him to go home. After that, he picked up the phone and greeted his wife. The same one yelled straight into the phone that if he lives with his ex-girlfriend, he doesn't have to bother coming back. Finally, Ting Fang hung up and said that his wife missed him very much, so he would go home. Ultimately, his sister tried to contact him, but he said that she could stay longer and have a nice conversation with her future superiors, and he had to bear it, otherwise her daughter-in-law would eat him alive. Zhao Zhao said not to worry because she would take her home and on the way they could talk about work. After that, Zhao Zhao said goodbye to the main character and told him to have a good time Dong Ling. In the end, before Dong Ling and Qin Ku knew it, they were left alone. Immediately embarrassed, they turned away from each other. Trying to ease the awkwardness, Dong Ling asked if the guy had any plans for tomorrow. Qin Ku said that he first needs to go to the hospital to visit his uncle, and then he needs to visit a client who, according to Zhang Bing, wants to buy an emerald. Dong Ling said that tomorrow she will go to a great party with all the famous people in the city. The girl asked if Qin Ku wanted to go with her. The guy hesitated and could not give an answer right away. Dong Ling said that it's not just about her because her brother also wants him to be there. Qin Ku said that if he was asked to do so, then he might be there, but he would be a little late. Dong Ling ended up calling Zhou Meng. After saying goodbye to the main character, she said that then they would see each other tomorrow. However, Qin Ku hurried to the girl's car and told her to pick up her Ferrari in the evening. It was too expensive. However, Dong Ling deliberately began to close the windows and said that she could not hear him. Very soon she went home. The next day started off quite comfortably. While near the jewelry house, Qin Ku and Zhang Bing discussed their uncle's condition. Qin Ku was happy that his uncle was not hurt. Zhang Bing has already said that he doesn't need to blame himself because the money he gave him will support him for 7 years. However, immediately after this, a certain girl greeted Zhang Bing and called him boss. Not understanding what was happening, he asked who it was. Zhao Zhao explained that this was her new assistant, Lily. The woman explained that she was a little shy so they should help her. Zhang Bing said that they could just call him Brother Zhang while Zhao Zhao introduced the man to the girl. After that, the woman said that she would take Zhao Zhao to the client and said goodbye. Zhang Bing said that the client they are going to meet is the boss of a scientific company and he really liked their product, so today he plans to buy an emerald. However, unexpectedly, some unknown person entered the jewelry house. The men turned around and while Qin Ku was perplexed by the stranger, Zhang Bing instantly recognized him. A very eccentric man with unusual glasses asked if the boss was here. Zhang Bing greeted the man and apologized for disturbing him as he had to bring some goods. Mr. Nanmu noticed the main character and immediately realized that it was him while Zhang Bing told the guy that Mr. Nanmu was talking to him. The guy hesitated and was about to say something, but Zhang Bing invited the man to enter. Mr. Nanmu said to take his time and tell where they got this piece of jade from. Zhang Bing said that he was chosen by Qin Ku himself. The man was surprised while Zhang Bing said that even though he doesn't want to brag about you, Qin Ku never misses out on good jade, but that the guy said that he was taking revenge on him. Mr. Nanmu said that he did not expect Qin Ku to be so good at this. However, Qin Ku retorted and said that he was not that good. After that, Mr. Nanmu put his hand on the protagonist's shoulder and began to praise him. At one point he mentioned his unique eyes. Qin Ku didn't understand what was happening, but because of the shoulder where he placed the man's hand, veins began to be visible. However, at some point, someone called the main character. It was Dong Ling, and the guy asked why she came so early. Dong Ling said that it was not early at all and they had an hour's drive ahead. Qin Ku apologized to the master while he said not to take it all into his head. The guy apologized again while Mr. Nanmu said that the intermediaries were here anyway so he could go. Dong Ling said that this man looked quite strange, but the guy told her to be quiet because the man obviously heard everything. Getting into the car, Qin Ku greeted Zhou Meng. Dong Ling turned back and said that she had some clothes for him and asked the children for them. Picking up new clothes, Qin Ku asked if this was really necessary for something. She answered that no one wears a t-shirt to luxurious parties. Ultimately, Qin Ku shouted and told Tain to peep. Dong Ling said that no one wants to spy on him while Zhou Meng denied it. After that, Dong Ling called him stupid, and he in turn called her stupid. Ultimately, the protagonist's car arrived at its destination. Qin Ku asked where the party was being held because he didn't see anyone except them while the girl praised his appearance. Dong Ling said that the party will not be here and someone will pick them up later. She also explained that the party was in honor of the Chengzhou ship's first cruise and they were the first group of passengers. Both Qin Ku and everyone in Dongling were extremely excited. However, at some point someone recognized the girl and asked if it was her. A man with glasses came out and said that she was late with the toy boy. This man was the son of the president of the waxing group, Jin Lei. The man said that this same toy boy simply wants to be slapped in the face. Dongling said that even after all these years, he still talks like an idiot. Jin Lei said that she herself knows that he does not like to joke. He said that she was not allowed to talk to him like that even if her brother supported her. Dongling told the protagonist and Zhou Meng not to pay attention to him. She also said that he was spoiled by his grandparents. She also said that she heard that he lost millions in Las Vegas gambling and this is how he tries to deal with his anger. At the same time, the man's guards heard what Dongling said and asked what she was talking about. The bald guy asked who he was. The guard instantly recognized the man and asked if he would risk fighting him, and the man immediately agreed. However, very soon the polite Zhao Zhao approached the girl and apologized for the inconvenience. Dongling held the hands of the protagonist and Zhou Meng and told her to ignore them. Jin Lei referred to their group as one gay, money boy while his guard tried to stop him. Qin Ku turned around and looked at them angrily. However, very soon the company found itself on a cruise. The employee offered the girl a key card and said that he was leaving them alone. Qin Ku was surprised by this because the girl did not tell him that he should spend the night here. Dongling said that she was talking about it then and suggested that we first organize a tour. Qin Ku and the entire company began to inspect the cruise. And Qin Ku couldn't help but admire the beauty of this creature. There were many luxurious things on the cruise, including various statues. At some point, Qin Ku looked at the stairs and saw some people there. Thus, he began to look at one beauty. The woman noticed the main character's gaze and wondered who was looking at her. Realizing that he had been caught peeping, Qin Ku paused. The woman apologized to her interlocutor. After that, she calmly approached the main character. She asked if he was watching her. This woman turned out to be Dong Jing, who was looking intently at the guy. Not understanding what to say, Qin Ku hesitated. Dong Ling already looked at the girl and asked her to stop this. When Qin Ku heard this, he couldn't believe his eyes that such a woman was Dong Ling's sister. Dong Jing asked her sister who that boy was and why she didn't tell her that she had a new boyfriend. Dong Ling said that she and the main character are just friends and her brother introduced them to each other. Qin Ku said that he was pleased to meet her. When the woman heard this, she couldn't help but smile, but immediately covered her mouth with her hand away. After that, she blurted out that Zhou Meng was the odd one out. The man looked at her in bewilderment. Pulling him by the tie, she said that these two were young birds in love and asked what she was doing here. After that, she took his hand and told him to go with her, to which the man agreed. Dong Jing couldn't help but curse because Zhou Meng was significantly taller than her. Qin Ku said that Dong Jing is too scary. Dong Ling laughed and said that if he met another brother, he would definitely wet his pants. Suddenly, from the other end of the room, someone shouted loudly, trying to attract attention. And then someone said that they missed him very much and asked to look at his condition. The man stood in an incomprehensible position, and everyone froze in awkward silence. Qin Ku and Dong Ling ignored him and turned back, which clearly upset the man. He started running after Dong Ling and asked if she really didn't remember him at all. Taking a closer look, the girl asked if he was a sweet potato. As it turned out, the one she called Yam was Feng Kai. He said that he is not a sweet potato at all and is now known as the evil nipple. When the main character's company heard this, they fell into a stupor. Finally, Dong Ling asked what happened to the Yam. the man became angry and repeated his nickname. Chin Ku asked what the meaning of this name was. Dong Ling said that he got the name Yam because he traded his lunch for yam every time he was in elementary school. She ended up saying he ended up in the hospital due to malnutrition and they've all called him Yam ever since. Sweet Potato said to stop telling the story and asked who Chin Ku was. Realizing that now was his chance to introduce himself, Chin Ku extended his hand in a handshake and said words of greeting. The man narrowed his eyes and looked at the main character. After that, he hit the main character's hand, but he didn't stop there and hit with the dusty side. After that, he pointed, as if with a finger pistol, at the head of the main character. Immediately after this, he imitated the sound of a gunshot and made a gesture accordingly. Both Chin Ku and Dong Ling looked at the man. However, he reached out and said that they should go to the Great Hall and asked if the girl was afraid to meet Wu Shuang there. Dong Ling got angry and said that she was going there. Very soon they found themselves in the main hall and began to politely greet each other. Batot looked around and noticed that there were quite a lot of people here. After that, the man found the one he was looking for and approached him. As it turned out, that same man was confronting another passenger right now. He asked who let him in here and told him to get lost. The man who confronted Wu Shuang was named Lu Sheng, and the man said that he does what he wants and asked if he was still angry with him. At the same time, he countered with the answer that he was not welcome here at all. Afterwards, one of the waiters asked if Lu Sheng would like to go and return to his room because today is a big day for his master. After that, Lu Sheng put his hand on the man's shoulder and said that he didn't want to fire the fool anyway. However, Wu Sheng was not going to tolerate the man's touch and told him not to touch him while throwing off his hand. Lu Sheng couldn't help but say that the man was incredibly brave, but at the same moment, Feng Kai approached him. At first, he didn't notice Lu Sheng, but he still said hello. However, Lu Sheng was about to leave and said that he had returned from abroad to attend this party, but he was clearly not welcome here, so he would go to bed. Without paying attention to him, Feng Kai turned back to Wu Shuang and greeted him. He also said that he was not the only one with him and told him to guess who is here. Dong Ling greeted and said that they had not seen each other for a long time. Lu Sheng instantly recognized the girl and asked how she was doing. After that, he asked who the man was behind her and she explained that this was her boyfriend, Chin Ku. He is in the jewelry business. Chin Ku greeted politely. Wu Shuang also politely greeted him in return. He introduced himself as Dong Ling's former boyfriend and her current boyfriend. Anyway, Wu Shuang extended his hand to the main character. Without thinking twice, the guy answered the handshake and introduced himself again. Suddenly, Feng Kai put on his sunglasses and said that he was a little embarrassed, but he wanted to rap. In this way, he tried to tell the story of Dong Ling and Wu Shuang's relationship. She said that the girl was in love with him, but the boy's parents wanted him to return and continue the business, and ultimately Wu Shuang became a lonely rich man. Eventually the man finished and laughed as he took off his glasses. One colony expected that immediately after this a blow from Dong Ling would fly into his face. Rubbing the site of the blow, he complained that it was quite painful. The embittered Dong Ling clenched her fist of anger and said that he talks too much and she doesn't understand what he studied here in the States. Wu Shuang looked at all this with stupor, but after that the waiter came up to him and said that it was some time. Wu Shuang then apologized and said that he had to go. Turning around, Dong Ling said goodbye and called her dear. Both Dong Ling and Chin Ku did not say anything about this. Very soon, Wu Shuang came to the podium and began to read out a speech. He introduced himself as Wu Shuang and said that he was a representative of the auctioneers of the Mingtian Group Company. Many in the hall praised the man, calling him young and successful. Wu Shuang continued and said that their ship weighs 100 tons with a full capacity of 500 guests. Wu Shuang said that it is currently the largest cruise ship in the country. He also said that on the ship they had prepared everything they needed and he hoped that their journey would be wonderful. He also said that many may have noticed that they chose a gambling house to host their main event. Wu Shuang explained that in 10 minutes they would reach the open sea. He smiled and said that they could bet on anything here without any risk. He also explained that every penny they earned from the carbon house would be directly used for public education. Wu Shuang tried to say what else it was, but was interrupted by a loud scream. As it turned out, it was Jin Lei who demanded that the waiter give him cards. The helpless dealer said that they were not yet on the high seas and that it was simply against the rules. Besides, the man said that in any case there are no other players here. Without thinking twice, Jinlei pointed his finger at the 3 passengers and ordered them to sit next to him. The girl called him an idiot and refused to participate in it. Jinlei was clearly unhappy and began to attack her. However, another man tried to soften the atmosphere, who apologized to him and said that he would play with him. Despite the fact that he had just pointed out this man himself, he began to discuss the man's family ties. At some point he asked why he was even here. The man does not understand the meaning of the question and hesitated. After that, he started screaming and asked if even he was allowed to come in here. Very soon Wu Shuang approached him and asked if he was trying to cause him trouble. Jinlei smiled at the same time and began to deny it. Pressing the man, he asked if he really thought that he had caused him trouble and he began to refuse. Wu Shuang asked the brunette to go with his girlfriend to another place and apologized for everything. Yang Ping said that everything was fine and thanked him for inviting him there. Wu Shuang thanked the brunette once again and waved goodbye to him. After that, he turned to Jinlei and asked for respect. However, the man clearly had no intention of taking Wu Shuang's words seriously and asked how he could not do so. However, he began to blame the waiter and say that he should know better because he did not feel welcome. The trembling waiter leaned down respectfully and apologized. Wu Shuang once again said that they had not reached the open sea, and gambling was prohibited here and he simply had no choice. After that, Wu Shuang turned around and said that he had more things to do. However, Jinlei was not going to let him go so easily. He will invite him to play around. Wu Shuang said that he would not play with him because he had no chance and said goodbye again. After the situation had exhausted itself, the company president himself could not help but curse out of boredom. After that, he noticed a sweet potato among the passengers and invited him to play. However, Feng Kai stood in 3 different positions and refused him 3 times. Jinlei called Dong Ling and asked what about her and suggested playing Texas poker. The angry Dong Ling asked him to leave him alone and left. However, the man was not going to give up his idea so easily and asked if she was deaf. After that, he grinned and said that they just wanted to go back to their room together. After this, Jinlei looked at Wu Shuang and asked how he could allow such a thing to board his ship. He began to despise the main character for thinking that he was now one of them. Unable to bear the insults, Qin Ku approached the man. After that, the guy asked, but was he really talking about him? Jinlei confirmed this and said that they were from different worlds. When he said that he had no right to even lick his shoes, Dong Ling came up and said not to pay attention to him. However, Qin Ku asked what he wanted. Jinlei asked if he was really asking him and wondered who he was. Clearly furious, Qin Ku said that he was asking me for market money. At the same time, a crowd began to gather around this company and Feng Kai said that he had found a good place to watch him. Jinlei began to laugh at the fact that he wanted to play with him. Qin Ku asked if he was afraid now. However, the son of the company scratched his head and said that he asked for it. After that, he told Wu Shuang that he would teach him a lesson in his place. The man was clearly not in the best mood and set himself the goal of teaching the main character a lesson. Jinlei said that he will show this boy who they are. Jinlei asked the main character what he wanted to play. Qin Ku approached the table and thought. He smiled and said that they should play for points because it would be fair and just. Jinlei smiled and said that it would be a piece of cake. After that, he asked what bets they would make because 10 or 000 was too little for him. After that, he asked if he would take $500,000 for the game. Dong Ling was still trying to dissuade the main character from playing. However, Qin Ku looked at the girl with a smile on his face and asked her to relax. After that, he turned around and said that $500,000 was still too little for Jinlei. After that, Qin Ku asked what he thought about $5 million per game. The man thought for a moment and agreed. The dealer explained that the rules are simple: 1 person, 1 card. After this they compare points and suits and explain the significance of the cards. However, Jinlei got angry and told me to talk nonsense because they already know the rules. The man said that he simply couldn't wait to destroy him and Qin Ku told him to start. The man pompously took out the first card. He furiously placed it on the table. As it turned out, this card was a ballet of hearts. His guards immediately began to congratulate him since it was a fairly high card. Qin Ku went to the table and thought. He closed one of his eyes and activated his vision. After that, he looked at the cards and decided on his choice. Absolutely all participants looked carefully at the actions of the main character. As a result, Chin Ku pulled out the king of clubs and said that he was lucky. Everyone watching could not believe that Chin Ku was so calm because he had just received 5 million yuan. Chin Ku playfully asked if he wanted to play again, and the man told him not to be insolent. He shouted and said that this time he would destroy him. After that, he put the card on the table. It turned out to be a 9 of hearts. Chin Ku closed his eyes and thought. After that, he took out his card and said that it was his turn. The card that Chin Ku put down was the queen of clubs. I understand that he lost again, the man swore again. Chin Ku said that today is not his day and 10 million is enough, so he doesn't need any more gifts. At the same time, Jinlei became very angry to the point that his legs could not support him. After that, he took 3 cards and laid them out in front of him. Angry, he told Chin Ku to play 3 cards at a time. Chin Ku activated his vision and was about to agree. Suddenly, the man's mind came to old memories of how Jinlei's grandmother came to school, and the principal said that he wanted her to punish her grandson. The principal said he not only took the pencil case and another student, but also hit him. After that, a stack of papers plopped down on the director's desk. Grandma said it was money for a lousy pencil case and medicine. The teacher already tried to refuse, but stopped mid-sentence. It was obvious that the grandmother not only did not intend to punish her grandson, but also encouraged his actions. Jinlei could not help but be happy that his grandmother brought him new toys. The dealer warned that they had agreed to play 1 card at a time. Jinlei said something that he said is the most important rule and asked if he was trying to make him angry. The embarrassed dealer replied in the negative. Chin Ku looked at the man and asked him to clean up the mess. The dealer folded the cards and began to act. Chin Ku suggested revealing the cards one at a time. The first time the 10 of spades won against the Satin Ace. The next time the 9 of spades won against the Satin 7. And in the end, the Queen of Diamonds won the Queen of Spades, and it was a fairly close win. The crowd began to congratulate the main character because they believed that he was incredibly lucky. Feng Kai couldn't help but be surprised by the coolness of the protagonist, while Dong Ling wondered when this gambling would stop. The guard approached Jinlei and asked him to stop, saying that his father would not like it. Jinlei accused the main character of cheating. The guy said he knew he would say that. The guy asked to take a new poker set. After that, he narrowed his eyes and suggested establishing new rules. Chin Ku said that from now on they will not touch the cards and all cards will only be dealt by the dealer. He said they just had to tell them which one they wanted. Feng Kai couldn't help but be surprised at what kind of person Chin Ku was. Dong Ling turned her head in disbelief. Wu Shuang understood that Chin Ku was truly in control of the game. Jinlei agreed to play and took off his goggles. After that, he said that from now on the rate increases to 10 million at a time. After everyone else saw his eyes, many began to giggle because they were too small and funny. The president of the company himself heard this laughter and began to pester the audience. In the center, the company president chose the card that was the 7th from the left, and Chin Ku chose the 3rd from the right. Ultimately, the winner was Chin Ku, who chose the Volt of Hearts against the 9 of Diamonds. The second guard was already trying to stop the man, but clearly didn't hear him. After that, he chose the 4th card from the left. Chin Ku turned away and chose the 6th one from the right. And again Chin Ku won with his 10 of Diamonds against the 6 of Clubs. The main character smiled and asked her if he wanted to lose even more than 45 million. Ultimately, Jinlei became even more angry and demanded a bet of 40 million per game, after which he chose the 8th card from the left. Okay, the hero looked at the cards and said with a smile on his face that now it was his turn. However, very soon that smile disappeared as soon as Chin Ku activated his vision. As it turned out, the man chose the Joker card. It was not impossible to beat it. The dealer calmly took out the card while Chin Ku looked at it dumbfounded. After this, the man told the main character that now it was his turn. However, Chin Ku was so shocked that he could not do anything. The same Joker card was in front of him and he simply could not do anything to win it. Jinlei got angry and told the main character to be faster. The guard told the main character that there are no more games and they leave, while the other guard said that they should not continue playing because his father will kill him. Jinlei shouted to the main character to be faster and asked where his courage went while Chin Ku was silent. Feng Kai did not understand what was wrong with the main character. Wu Shuang was also interested in this expression on the guy's face. Ultimately, the main characters chose the third card from the right and the dealer chose it. Jinlei was very worried because he had bet quite a large amount on this. Eventually the dealer looked at the cards. He said that Jinlei took out the red joker. No one could believe that Chinku had finally lost and looked at it all with their mouths open. In the end, the dealer announced Jinlei's victory. After that, everyone began to congratulate the man on his victory. Feng Kai said that Chinku was still winning 5 million yuan while Dongling walked up to the guy and told him to stop gambling. The guards began to congratulate the man while he enjoyed the audience's sympathy. He deliberately said that the main character simply had no chance. However, he suddenly remembered something. He looked at the guy and asked why he hesitated. After that, he wondered if Chinku could see through the cards. After that, Wu Shuang came up and asked if he was accusing him of fraud. Wu Shuang said that he doesn't care about these pennies. Jinlei looked at the man and fell into thought. Without thinking twice, he smiled as if he had come up with some kind of plan. He invited the main character to collect again, but establishing new rules. He said they both turn around and let the dealer take the cards for them. Jinlei again bet 40 million and asked if Chinku would like to play. Hearing such demands, Chinku thought deeply because he understood that in this way he could not win. Jinlei immediately saw this and pointed out that he was hesitating. The man grabbed the main character by the suit and said that he must have cheated and did something while Chinku was saying to let him go. Jinlei told his guards to grab him because he needed to check his eyes. Dongling and Wu Shuang instantly became furious and asked what he was going to do. Feng Kai at the same time still did not understand what was happening. After this, a serious skirmish and fight broke out. However, immediately after it started, someone shouted from the end of the hall to paint it now. Wu Cheng and Dong Bai walked in there, saying to stop. Many people there could not believe that such two important figures had come there. Feng Kai instantly realized that this was a fairly serious problem. Wu Cheng apologized to the public and said that they could rest. At the same time, Jinlei still couldn't calm down while Chinku was telling him to let him go. However, the man did not stop accusing the main character of cheating. He also shouted to Wu Shuang that he was not trying to cause trouble for him, and he was simply forced to take him away. Chinku said that he could do whatever he wanted. Immediately after this, Wu Cheng approached him. Both Dongling and Feng Kai immediately greeted each other. Wu Shuang changed in front of his father for all this. Wu Cheng said not to pay attention to this because this is his first time holding such a large-scale event. After that, the man looked at the president of the company and the main character and said that they should think before acting. In particular, he singled out Jinlei. After all, he, as a man, should not do this. Immediately after this, Wu Cheng saw the man's narrow eyes. After that, he simply could not contain himself and even his son pointed out that he was giggling at him. Immediately after this, Dong Jing-yi came up to the company and greeted her relatives. The woman looked around and asked why it was so empty. Dong Ling immediately walked up to her sister and said that, however, it was impossible on time. She pointed to Jinlei and said that they lost at gambling, but refused to pay and wanted to take the main character. However, they said that they had always been good to them and asked why not leave them alone. However, Jinlei did not calm down and told his guard to grab him. However, what the man did not expect was that the man himself would be captured by Zhou Meng. He grabbed the guard by the collar. After that, he asked in a calm voice what he wanted to do. The guard told him to get out of the way because it had nothing to do with the Dong family. However, immediately after this, Dong Bai intervened in the situation. Chinku recognized him instantly. The guard was about to teach Zhou Meng a lesson, but Dong Bai stopped him. As soon as he depended on the man in red, the guard fell into a stupor. Still smiling gently, Dong Bai told him to move away. After that, the guard gave way to the man. Dong Bai was getting closer and closer to the son of the company president. For a moment the man was literally at arm's length. Dong Bai's hand kept getting closer to the man's face and, together with the president of the company, he wondered what he needed. However, immediately afterwards, Mr. Dong grabbed his cheeks. After that, with the same smiling face, he told him to leave him alone. Dong Bai asked if he understood everything, still squeezing his cheeks. Even though it was difficult for him to speak, Mr. Dong still did not stop squeezing his face. Very soon he found it difficult to say that he understood everything. Dong Bai said that he would spare him today and wished him good luck in the future. After that, Jinlei turned around and was about to leave. However, unexpectedly he was stopped, and the man turned back. Feng Kai said that he lost 5 million to the main character and he could not leave without paying him. The man cursed loudly and called the sweet potato by his nickname. After that, he said that giving him 5 million was like a piece of cake and began to take off his watch. He explained that this is the watch in Vacheron Constantine which cost 5-6 million yuan and now belongs to the main character. Afterwards, he threw the watch on the table and said that he would make the main character regret it. Feng Kai chuckled and called him a loser. After that, Feng Kai gave the watch to the main character and he thanked him for it. Immediately after this, Dong Ling walked towards her brother. The girl was glad that he came, but said that he was late. The man said that he needed to discuss something with Uncle Wu. However, Mr. Dong clearly did not expect to see the main character here and asked and made a point. Qin Ku hesitated, but immediately after this, Dong Ling realized what he had gotten himself into and decided to help him. She grabbed her brother by the shoulder and led him in the other direction while the man did not understand what was happening. Immediately after this incident, Wu Shuang approached the main character. He asked if they could talk in private. Very soon they found themselves in a narrow corridor and Qin Ku asked what he wanted to talk about. Wu Shuang said that he would like to change for Jinlei's actions. Qin Ku said that everything was fine and smiled. However, Wu Shuang adjusted his glasses and said that he had some doubts. He remembered the protagonist's confident face at the very beginning. However, he said that when Jinlei took the red joker, Qin Ku clearly hesitated. Wu Shuang asked if he could really see through the map. You understand that a little more it will be revealed. Qin Ku stammered and asked if this was possible. However, after this the bespectacled man laughed and said that it was just a joke and asked not to pay attention. Qin Ku also laughed in response. Wu Shuang asked did Dong Ling really ask him to be her fake boyfriend. When Qin Ku heard this guess, he could not be surprised at how correctly he guessed. The man said that he met Dong Ling when they were with their children and since then they have always been together. Wu Shuang said that he promised her to travel the world together. However, being the only son, he had to take responsibility. And it was because of these reasons, as he said, that they separated. Nevertheless, the glasses believed that since she agreed to go to his party, she must have already forgiven him. Wu Shuang approached the main character and said that they would soon be together again. After that, he asked the main character what he thought about it, while Qin Ku found it difficult to give his answer about him. I just need Dong Ling. She said that it was the uncle who brought the main character here because he likes him very much. Wu Shuang changed and said that he was talking to himself. The man apologized again for the delay and offered to go. However, suddenly Qin Ku called him and he turned around. Qin Ku said that at the beginning she reminded that all the money earned from this event would be donated to education. Qin Ku asked how much it would cost to build a primary school. Wu Shuang explained that it was worth about 1 million yuan and asked what he was up to. Qin Ku said that this watch costs about. Remember whose watch this is? Wu Shuang asked if he really didn't need it. Qin Ku explained that he would not use the money earned from gambling and asked if he could handle it for him. Wu Shuang said that he would take care of everything and name the school after him. Qin Ku scratched his head and said that this was not necessary at all. However, at the same moment, Dong Ling approached the company and asked what they were talking about. Wu Shuang turned and started talking to the girl. And he also talked about how Qin Ku admitted that he was not her boyfriend. And even before Qin Ku could justify himself, Dong Ling turned around and said that she was leaving. Wu Shuang tried to follow her, but was cruel to the girl and did not allow him to go further. Not understanding what was going on, Sweet Potato asked where Dong Ling was going. She replied that she was tired and would return to her room. After that, without turning around, she said that Qin Ku could stay in her room. She said she bought new pajamas while all the other men were sweating and blushing. After that, the girl turned around and specifically clarified that those pajamas were sexy. The girl said that this was a date while the main characters and Feng Kai were trying to revive Wu Shuang, who had fainted. Very soon it was deep night. Qin Ku was in his room. It was quite spacious and clearly deserved the title of luxury class. All this time the main character was in the bathroom. After some time, he took out a hairdryer. After that, like a child, he directed a stream of air into his mouth. However, at the same moment, someone knocked on the protagonist's room. Qin Ku started to get dressed while Dong Ling asked if he was sleeping. Having barely gotten dressed, Chin-ku said that he dozed off. Dong Ling immediately after this accused the protagonist of lying because she heard him drying his hair. Chin-ku was very scared when he heard that she saw through him while the girl was saying to let her in because it was very cold there. Without thinking twice, Chin-ku finally went to the door and opened it. The guy looked out the door. However, before he had time to look around, a girl in a robe immediately came in and told him to close the door. From her bosom she took out a bottle of wine and said that she had stolen it from her brother. After that, she began to slowly take off her robe. Ultimately, when she completely took it off and left it on the floor, she turned to the main character. Dong Ling, who was only in a nightie, stood there and asked if he wanted to join. Seeing a girl in such clothes, Chin-ku was confused and began to stammer and say that it was too late. Eventually he asked if she would like to have a drink next time. When Dong Ling heard this, she became angry. The girl said that she thought that he would come to her room, but he was not there and she was bored. Walking around the room, she said that she came here to see him. Approaching the guy, Dong Ling began to set her own conditions. The girl asked what they were going to do if he didn't want to drink. Chin-ku heard this question and became even more confused. He tried to come up with at least one adequate option. At one point he said they could open the window and enjoy the view. Of course, in the end, Chin-ku went out onto the balcony and began to look at the surface of the sea. The guy said the sunset was great, but it was too dark outside. Standing behind, Dong Ling called the main characters and smiled. She pointed upward and said to look there. As it turned out, a whole galaxy of stars was visible there. Very soon, Dong Ling joined the main character in seeing such a beautiful sight. After that, the girl pointed to the place and said pay attention to the shooting star. She folded her hands in a praying position and told her to quickly make wishes. I don't understand why Chin-ku still did everything she said. After some time, Dong Ling opened her eyes and asked him what he wished for with a smile on her face. Chin-ku looked into the distance and thought for a while. After that, she said that she wished his sister to wake up quickly. He said he gotta work hard daughter. And he must do this in order to tell her that when she was sleeping, he checked the whole world for her. Remembering his sister, a smile involuntarily appeared on the protagonist's face. Chin-ku finished by saying that he will always be by his sister's side. Rubbing his eyes, the guy asked what wish she made. However, unlike the main character, the girl faltered. After that, she asked the main character to promise her that he would not laugh, to which Chin-ku agreed. The girl said that she wanted to meet her destiny and get married, which was a surprise for the guy. Dong Ling said that her mother died shortly after she was born, and then their entire family moved to the city. She explained that her older brother was busy with affairs with his father, and the second one went into the army. Her older sister happened to be abroad and then no one could take care of her. The girl said that she ended up growing up in a boarding school and when all her classmates returned home, she was the only one with nowhere to go. Look at the sea, the girl recalled her thoughts then. After all, then she lived so that someone would always be next to her. After finishing her story, Dong Ling asked the main character why he was staring at her and he could not say anything. Ultimately, the girl said she was fine and he didn't need to console her. After that, she asked if he wanted to return to his place and asked if he liked this journey. Chin-ku looked at the moon again and said that he had never been to such a big event and this was a completely new world for him. The guy said that there are people here that he would never meet. Still looking at the moon, he said that only a month had passed, but he felt that he was living a new life. Very soon, Chin-ku closed his eyes and said that the wind pleasantly blew through his hair. Opening them again, the guy said that it was time to remember where it all started. Not understanding what he was talking about, Dong Ling asked what he was talking about. However, Chin-ku only took a deep breath and said that he was just talking to himself. Looking at the girl, he thanked her for bringing him here. When she heard the words of gratitude, a plan matured in her head. Dong Ling put her hand on the hero's wrist and asked how he was going to thank her. Chin-ku hesitated and couldn't think of his answer. Of course, in the end the girl said that it was cold here and suggested we go inside. However, just as they entered the room, she grabbed the main character and stopped him. After the guy looked at her, the girl called him by name. Lowering her gaze, she said that when she first met him, she still knew that he was special. Blushing, she said that she was sure that he was not the same as she was used to knowing. Ultimately, the girl asked what the guy thought about her. Chin-ku thought about it, but could not give a clear answer. A little later the guy noticed that he was incredibly close to the girl and also blushed. However, at the same moment, someone knocked on the protagonist's door screaming. As it turned out, these were the voices of the girl's brother and Wu Shuang. What did you tell the girl to open the door and she would find a place to hide because otherwise her brother would kill her? Very soon, Qin Ku opened the door and greeted everyone for a visit. Wu Shuang asked why Qin Ku took so long to open the doors and he said that he was on the balcony. Mr. Dong said that it was already quite late and said that there must be no one here except them to disturb him and asked if this was so. Qin Ku smiled and said that of course not. After that, Dong Bai walked forward and began to compliment the room. Wu Shuang asked if the main character liked it, to which he agreed. Well, in the end, Mr. Dong opened the protagonist's closet and said that it was made of high-quality wood. After walking around, Wu Shuang said that the sofa was made of pure cotton. Ultimately, both Mr. Dong and Wu Shuang looked underneath and were convinced that there was nothing there, even when it was obvious that they were planning something. Qin Ku asked if they were looking for something, however, the men denied this and said that they were just hanging out. However, he suddenly noticed one detail. He asked why the bottle of wine was there. And 2 glasses added even more doubts. When Mr. Dong took the wine, he realized that it was his and asked how it got there. Qin Ku explained that Dong Ling brought it here. When Mr. Dong and Wu Shuang heard something about their sister, they asked for more details. Qin Ku said that he doesn't drink, so she left. Wu Shuang asked if Qin Ku knew where she went and they explained that when they went to her room, there was no one in it. Qin Ku paused and said that he didn't know. However, at the same moment, Wu Shuang noticed something strange. He saw a bald guy standing near the window and asked what he was doing there. The man said he needed fresh air. Approaching him, he said that they should stop bothering the main character. As he got closer to them, he explained that Dong Ling had been kept at home for over a month. He assumed that given the opportunity, she must be somewhere else having fun. He also said that there were a lot of decent young people on board, and left everything else as food for thought. Ultimately, Wu Shuang apologized and said goodnight. And after these apologies, the whole company left the room together. Turning around, Qin Ku said that they had left. Pulling back the curtain, Dong Ling was there and said that she was so scared that she couldn't even breathe. Dong Ling said that in any case, she also had to go because she should accidentally run into them. Qin Ku scratched the back of his head and said goodbye to her. However, the girl did not leave immediately and Qin Ku wondered what she wanted to do. At the same time, Dong Ling became embarrassed and clenched her teeth in embarrassment. After which she approached the protagonist's face and kissed him. The guy immediately blushed at this. However, even before the man came to his senses, Dong Ling ran out of his room and said goodbye. Qin Ku looked at his hand in bewilderment. Placing it on his face, he began to think deeply about something. With a flushed face, Qin Ku looked into the distance and thought deeply. After that he shouted how he was going to sleep now. However, very soon after the deep night the morning came. I did it. The bright sun illuminated everything around. And the cruise ship still continued on its way. Very soon the ship will reach its destination. Dong Ling greeted the main character and asked where he was going, to which he replied that he was going to return to his store. The girl was about to offer something, but someone stopped her. As it turned out, someone pulled her back. This someone turned out to be her brother and Mr. Dong said that he had already arranged for a car to pick up the main character. Without thinking twice, the guy thanked him. After that, the girl said goodbye to the main character and, under the cries of Dong Ling, Mr. Dong began to drag her to him. Very soon, Qin Ku returned to his jewelry store and greeted everyone. Since they didn't know what was going on, Zhang Bing asked where he was last night. Qin Ku was about to start talking, but something stopped him. I don't understand what's going on. The guy looked back. As it turned out, many cars surrounded the protagonist's jewelry store. Everyone was immediately afraid that another group of bandits had attacked them. Qin Ku squinted and wondered who they were. Eventually, many cars surrounded the jewelry store. Zhang Bing looked at the main character with excitement and asked if he could quit. With a serious expression, Qin Ku said to protect Lily and not come closer. However, despite the tense situation, the people getting out of the car were not tense at all. I don't understand what's going on. Qin Ku and Zhang Bing looked at all this with embarrassment. Wu Shuang got out of the car and changed because they did not warn in advance. Feng Kai also came out from there and greeted the main character. Qin Ku clearly did not expect such a turn of events, and Zhang Bing did not understand the nickname of the main character and asked what was the matter. Ignoring the questions of his subordinate, Qin Ku asked what brought them here. Feng Kai said that Wu Shuang was interested in his store, which is why they are here now. Wu Shuang said that this is indeed the case and they are here to apologize for yesterday. Wu Shuang said that he wanted to be alone with the main character and asked if they were going to butt heads. They were just going to stand there instead of supporting the guy's business. Feng Kai was amazed and asked why he should spend his money because of his guilt. However, very soon Zhang Bing approached and Wu Shuang asked to do him a favor. Very soon, two men entered a jewelry store, and while Zhang Bing was calling Feng Kai a sweet potato, he said that this was not his nickname and asked to call him the evil nipple. Wu Shuang turned to the main character and said that he should talk to him. The man then told his guards to wait outside. Wu Shuang said that Jinlei approached the mafia yesterday. With a calm expression on his face, he continued. Ultimately, he said he offered a 1 million yuan reward for his eyes. He said that he shouldn't worry and that he had already agreed with his people to stop it. Qin Ku smiled and thanked him sincerely. However, the man said that Jinlei would still not calm down. After that, he asked if Qin Ku had ever thought about the future of his store. Wu Shuang said that in the current situation, they will usually be defeated by their competitors, not to mention Jinlei. After that, the man asked if he wanted him to help him because he could make him the largest jewelry dealer in the country. At the same time, Feng Kai was walking around the store and asking how much the jewelry cost. Zhang Bing quoted a price of 000, as well as a little over 1 million, and asked which jade he preferred. However, Patap pointed to another object and asked what he was counting on it. Zhang Bing said that someone ordered a clone to make a pendant, but if he didn't like the elevator so much, then he would leave it for him. Feng Kai smiled and said that he wants absolutely everything here. Zhang Bing couldn't help but be surprised by this and asked if he really wanted absolutely everything. Feng Kai said that he takes everything. After that, he asked where to pay and Zhang Bing immediately told the man. After this, the man approached the main character and was glad that he had sold everything. Eventually, Wu Shuang turned his attention back to himself. The man asked what Qin Ku would say to this proposal. Qin Ku said that Mr. Dong helped him a lot in opening this store. The guy said that this is a small store, but in his heart he knows that it is partly owned by the Dong family. Afterwards, he said that this is the reason why he wants to try his best to promote his business on his own. Nevertheless, the guy smiled and thanked him for the offer. Nevertheless, the main character still had doubts, and he asked why he wanted to help him. Wu Shuang paused and began to tell his thoughts. He said that on the one hand, he trusts him very much because he is reliable and honest and would make a good partner. On the other hand, he is Dong Ling's friend, so he will be his friend too. Looking at the stunned protagonist, he continued to talk about his thoughts. However, at some point he stopped and said that he had better be careful. In particular, he warned about Dong Bai because he is involved in business in all areas, and also has connections with businessmen, politicians, and some influential people from the mafia. On top of that, Wu Shuang said that he got to the top of all industries in just 10 years. He said that according to rumors in Dong Bai City, anyone could disappear into thin air without lifting a finger. However, he turned away and said that these were just rumors and Mr. Dong had too many dark secrets. After that, he turned away and said that it was better for him not to get close to his family. However, Qin Ku had other thoughts as his memories were different. He understood that Mr. Dong had always been kind to him and it was quite possible that Wu Shuang was saying this to convince him to stay away from Dongling. However, someone grabbed the main character by the shoulder from behind. Qin Ku turned around sharply, not expecting what would happen next. As it turned out, behind him was Feng Kai, who asked what Qin Ku was thinking about. Feng Kai asked what they were talking about and Qin Ku said that there was nothing serious about it. The man also said that he signed up for a rap battle and asked if he would be at the finals if he made it. Qin Ku smiled and naturally agreed. After that, Wu Shuang and Feng Kai walked out of the jewelry store and said goodbye. Zhang Bing turned to the so-called Mr. Evil and said that they would deliver their order by the appointed time. After they left the building, Feng Kai asked Wu Shuang what they were talking about. Wu Shuang said that he wanted to invest in his store, but Qin Ku refused. Feng Kai said that he would also refuse him because no one wants to deal with a rival in love. The man asked if he really wanted to join him and would slowly buy all the auctioneers in order to eventually control him. Feng Kai said that he would not allow him to do this to him. Wu Shuang said to relax because he just wanted to learn something about jade. After that, Bota got into the car and said goodbye. Wu Shuang did the same. Already sitting in the car, Wu Shuang was lost in his thoughts. He was wildly angry and could not help but curse. At the same time, Zhang Bing was happy that this time he had made them a fortune. Qin Ku hugged Lilia and said that they should celebrate. Zhang Bing suggested doing it tonight. When Zhao Zhao heard that almost all the goods were sold, she could not believe it. Zhang Bing said that they have not officially opened yet, but have already reached their goal for this year. The man also said that they sold the jade to Mr. Nanmu and Mr. Evil at the highest price in the market. After that, Zhang Bing turned to the main character and said that Mr. Nanmu asked him to give something to the main character. After Qin Ku took the small bottle in his hand, he asked if it was eye drops. Zhang Bing said that the man asked him to take care of his eyes because they are quite fragile, and in the end, Qin Ku simply has to go and make more friends for their business. He said that after spending just one night on the cruise, he brought them such a rich client. Meanwhile, Zhao Zhao turned to Lily and said that her phone kept ringing and asked why Tanya was answering. Realizing that she could no longer avoid this situation, Lilia apologized and said that she would go outside. After that, Zhao Zhao began to praise Lily because she was very hardworking. After drinking alcohol, Zhang Bing made a face and still said that he was interested in who would be lucky enough to marry her. Zhao Zhao asked why she should get married because she could live a wonderful life alone. However, while all these conversations continued at the table, Lilia returned, who was all in tears. I understand that something happened. All my colleagues immediately got up from the girls' table. Not understanding what to do, she was unable to hold back her tears. After that, she wanted a glass of Zhang Bing and drank the liquor in one gulp. After that, she leaned on Zhang Bing until she could not stand on her feet. Qin Ku asked if she was okay. Zhang Bing told the main character not to interfere. It was obvious that she wanted to tell them something. Supporting the girl, Zhang Bing began to console her, saying that they were close. Zhang Bing said that Lily has already chosen the one she trusts the most. After that, he told everyone else to leave and leave them behind. After this, the employee asked the man to take care of her. Coming out of the jewelry house, Qin Ku couldn't help but be surprised, and Zhao Zhao said that everything would be fine with the girl. Zhang Bing asked the girl to sit down and asked what happened and if he could do something for her. Blushing and with tears in her eyes, the girl began to tell her story. During this time, deep night had already fallen on the city. However, very soon it changed into the morning. Qin Ku approached the jewelry house and greeted Zhao Zhao. After that, Qin Ku entered the building and wondered why the door was open while Zhao Zhao greeted the intermediary. However, as soon as the girl took a closer look, she couldn't help but scream. The entire jewelry house was in obvious disarray, which could not but be alarming. At the same time, Zhang Bing lay in a sound sleep all this time. Waking up the man, Qin Ku asked what happened. Rubbing his eyes, the man clearly did not understand what was happening around him and could not answer any questions. The man, barely waking up, began to look around and everything was a surprise for him. At the same time, Zhao Zhao noticed that Lily's phone was lying on the floor and she wondered why she left it there. However, very soon Zhang Bing was screaming. Zhao Zhao asked what was the matter. As it turned out, their jade was stolen. Qin Ku still couldn't understand and asked the man what happened yesterday. Zhang Bing began to frantically explain. A red sports car drove along the highway at incredible speed. Qin Ku was sitting in it, and whoever was there in the earphone told him to believe that her sister would never steal from him. At the same time, Qin Ku squinted his eyes and began to remember what Zhang Bing had told him just recently. The man said that last night the girl could not stop crying and continued to drink, so he asked her to stop. The man remembered how he finally asked her what happened. However, before she had time to answer, her father entered the jewelry house. The man instantly recognized the girl and Zhang Bing wondered who it was. The man replied that he was the girl's father. The father said that he must be Lily's boss, after which the man greeted him. The father couldn't help but be surprised that he was running a store at such a young age, and Zhang Bing began to feel embarrassed. The man said that he did not force her to hit her, but the girl continued to do it for no reason. The father sighed and sat down at the table, saying that life was too harsh on her. The man said that her mother died of cancer when she was just a child. The man said that he was spending everything to help her. After that, he asked him if he could have a drink and Zhang Bing offered him a case. Taking the case in his hands, the man said that it had been a long time since he tried something like that. After that, the man asked if he knew why she was crying. The father said that Lilia left school early to help him and people who had money always called her and perhaps they cursed her over the phone again. The man said that he was glad that she had such a good employer who would take care of her. After this, the man said that he wanted to make a toast to him, but Zhang Bing began to refuse because he simply could not afford to drink even more. However, my father was offended by this, and he said that such people would never want to drink with him. After such words, Zhang Bing still agreed to drink. However, it didn't end with one glass, and the father continued to get the man drunk. Ultimately, Zhang Bing said that the girl's father must have stolen the jade. After that, he lost consciousness. Zhao Zhao said that she went to the police while Zhang Bing panicked and said that this jade should be used for decorations for Mr. Nanmu and Mr. Evil and he simply could not afford to break this agreement. Qin Ku ran out of the building and said that he would call the police and he would go look for her brother. Ting Fang apologized and said that he was out of town right now, but he knew the people to whom Lily's father gave money. Qin Ku became more serious and asked for the address. Having received the coordinates, he immediately went to the place. At the same time, screams were heard from an unknown barn. The beaten father said that he could no longer drink, and the extortionist said that if he did not have money, he could simply sell his house. With tears in his eyes, he said that this was the only thing his parents had left. One of the bouncers approached his boss and said that they made him drink 10 bananas of coke, but he still wouldn't sell his parents' house. The man asked if he should be forced to drink even more, while his boss could only curse him for wasting money on coke. It turned out the man had only a few bucks in his pocket. The man took out a pack of Mentos and told him to make him eat this pack and ask again. The father begged the extortionist to give him more time. After that, Mo Shaokong walked up to the man and asked how he was doing. The man begged to give him 2 more days and promised that he would return his money. However, Mo Shaokong was adamant and told him to open his mouth. "I'll look at the tablet." He asked if he really wanted to poison him. Meanwhile, Mo Shaokong said that it was just Mentos and it was very tasty. However, the man was scared because he realized that he had drunk so much cola. Mo Shaokong said that he still does not have the right to vote. Very soon even more desperate screams were heard from the barn. After that, some extortionists brought with them a tied-up Lily. After that, one of them told her to relax because everything was fine. At the same time, the extortionists asked where their boss was now and his manager Zhou said that he was inside and conducting an experiment. At the same time, Mo Shaokong ordered his father to open his mouth. Not seeing a single pill, he wondered why nothing happened to him despite the fact that he had already eaten several pills. The father said that he would ask his parents to sell their house and ask them to let him go. The man understood that after so many years of gambling, it was too easy for him to eat without swallowing, because he had already done this with dice. He knew he could hold 6 of them and Mentos was nothing compared to the cubes. The extortionist wondered what they should do, and his boss told him to let him go because he had agreed to sell the house. After that, the father thanked the man and at the same moment another man came in. Mo Shaokong looked at his uncle and asked when he planned to return the 000 yuan to him. However, he began to stutter and say that he only borrowed 500,000 from him. However, the man approached his uncle's face and asked if he really thought that he was engaged in charity and he had to give him only 500,000. Mo Shaokong looked at the cola cans and asked whose they were. His subordinate said that these were cans for another man. After the boss said to finish the can of cola, the man immediately turned pale because he understood that then his whole trick would not succeed. The man begged and said that he simply could not drink anymore. However, Mo Shaokong had no intention of stopping and told his subordinate to open the freak and forcefully pour out the contents. After that, he screamed loudly as people began to pour drink into him. Mo Shaokong looked at the man and asked if he had money. The uncle said that he would pay, but since he suddenly wanted 000, he needed some more time. Very soon there was a small explosion and cola began to pour out of the man's mouth. When the man saw that his friend was working, he was extremely happy about it. However, immediately after that, he walked up to his uncle and grabbed him by the shoulder. He said that if he did not return the money to him today, he would try this trick on himself. The father stammered and said that he would pay. After that, he opened his backpack and asked to look at the excellent quality jade. While the man began to look at it, he said that it was worth at least $1 million. However, he said that he simply needed time to find a buyer. However, Mo Xiaokong said that it would not be easy for them to find him and he could not let him go again. After that, he looked at the girl and asked who it was. His subordinate said that she was his daughter. Mo Xiaokong smiled and realized that she would be a very good hostage. The man put his hand on his shoulder and said that he had 3 days to sell it. He threatened him that he would sell his daughter. Mo Xiaokong asked if he understood what he agreed to, but immediately after that a loud scream sounded. The boss didn't help or understand what was happening, just like the girl's father. As it turned out, Lilia said that this jade did not belong to him and he actually stole it. The girl said that she could sell it, but asked to return the jade. However, the father immediately hit the girl and told her to shut up. The man said that he needed only 2 days, but asked to protect his daughter. Mo Xiaokong opened a can of cola and agreed to it. However, the girl still refused with tears in her eyes. Lilia said that he couldn't sell this jade because it wasn't even his. However, the father was clearly not satisfied with this answer, and he swung at her again. The girl already squinted as she anticipated the blow, but it never happened. Mo Xiaokong stopped the man's hand. After that he got angry and said not to waste his precious time. After that he said that he would teach her a lesson. However, at the same moment, the man thought about it and suggested that the man take the jade himself, and in this way he would take all the money. Mo Xiaokong said that this was a fairly generous offer, but he needed to find someone who would appreciate the fabrics. He handed the backpack to his subordinate and said that he had to make sure whether this jade was really worth that much. He said that only after that he would let him go and maybe even give him some money. The uncle thanked him while the girl was still screaming in denial. However, it seemed that it was not she who was screaming. Mo Xiaokong looked at the side of the door and asked who it was. As it turned out, Qin Ku came into the barn. With a confident expression on his face, he refused it. It was obvious that Lily was extremely happy to see the guy. At the same time, her father and Mo Xiaokong were his parish. The boss and asked the main character who he was. The guy said that he is the owner of this jade and he should ask permission before selling it. The man grew up and asked how he was going to prove this and come out without his name carved on him. The guy said that the police were already on their way and they had better let them go. After that, he said to return the jade to him. However, Qin Ku didn't even have time to finish his sentence when another subordinate sneaked up behind him and hit him with an iron beam. Lilia immediately began to worry about the main character. Mo Xiaozong asked what he was going to threaten him with and asked if he would bite him. Nevertheless, he pulled himself together and told his subordinates to leave until the police arrived. Suddenly, one of his subordinates called his boss. He said that Qin Ku is like the man who is wanted for $1 million yuan. The boss of the extortionist and asked if she was completely. After that, the subordinate grabbed his phone and showed a photo of the main character with the bet. It turned out that the price for his capture had increased by another $1 million. The subordinate understood that it was very pleasant to see when money came to them, while the boss became wary and wondered what he had done. The man said that according to rumors, he cheated at a gambling game and won several million. The man said that now the one who lost the money wants to see him suffer. The man said that they only needed his eyes and asked the boss to take this video in case they refused to pay. However, unexpectedly he hit the most subordinate to the boss. Rubbing the place of the blow, the man asked why his boss removed it. However, the boss helped or immediately became worried and asked if he heard himself all this was too cruel. After this, the man told his subordinate to take the man with him. Mo Xiaokong told the girl to go with him. Her father was extremely surprised by this because the man said that he could not move away if he gave him that jade. The man said that this is what he wanted, but now the situation has changed because the owner wants to return the jade. He said that in this case he should take his daughter too. After this, the man became angry and asked how Mo Xiaokong could do such a thing. However, the man was not going to tolerate such screams and immediately hit him on the cheek. However, he did not stop there and hit him straight in the face with his other hand. He ended up kicking and the man fell. Despite her father's actions, the daughter was still worried about the man's condition. However, Mo Xiaokong closed his eyes and said not to worry because his father stole from others, so this is a small punishment for him. Grabbing her shoulder, he told her not to be like her father. While the man desperately extended his hand, he watched them leave. And very soon the car with the main character arrived in some kind of wasteland, and the subordinate asked his boss why they brought them here at all, because they had to find a place to sell jade. Mo Xiaokong said that they don't understand anything at all because he is capable of winning a lot of money and is most likely an outstanding player. Mo Xiaokong asked if they knew what was happening in this city now. He said that Mr. Dong invited a variety of distinguished guests to his birthday party. He also said that their underground casino's profits have recently quadrupled. However, the subordinates still did not understand what they were doing in this situation. The boss said that this was just such a beauty because they were not paid anything for doing this dirty work for their boss. Mo Xiaokong said that they should take advantage of this opportunity to earn some money. However, the subordinate was worried because it was too dangerous and they could be easily caught. However, the man was adamant and said that he would rather die than be poor, and he plans to make the main character a cash cow. The man approached the main character and said that he would make him do something for him. He grabbed him by the face and told him he needed to check something. Mo Xiaokong raised the head of the main character and said that he will not pass. You will have to kill the goose that lays the golden eggs. Another subordinate asked what would happen if Qin Ku refused. The man said that if he refuses, then he will sell the jade and give this girl to their boss. The man said that this time they would not lose and the only question was how much they could earn. He walked away from the main character and said that everyone loves money. Just as he said that they could then offer him a share of the profits, the subordinate warned the boss that Qin Ku was waking up. The boss told his subordinates to stay here and guard the premises without letting anyone in. After that, Mo Xiaokong approached the main character. An angry Qin Ku shouted at what he wanted and told him to let him go. The boss told his subordinate to give him a deck of cards and told the main character to take his time. While going through the cards, he said that, according to rumors, he is a pro at such things and asked him to teach him a couple of things. However, Qin Ku categorically refused. The man himself was clearly unhappy with this and looked at the guy angrily. He was about to get angry and put the main character in his place, but his subordinate detained him and told him to calm down. Mo Xiaokong said that he was not going to waste time with him. The guy said that if he could defeat him, he would let him go. He also said that he would return the jade. However, the man said that if he lost, he would not have any Frisians left. He said that he would keep giving him water and injections until he begged him to stop. After that, he looked at Lilia and thought deeply. Sitting down in front of the girl, he asked what the main character thought he would do with her. After this, the guy tried to wake up the girl and stop the extortionist, but it was all in vain. The man put his hands on the girl's thigh while she was unconscious. Qin Ku shouted for Mo Xiaokong to take his hands off her. The man walked away on his own and said that Qin Ku scared him a lot. The guy asked what the man did to her. At the beginning help or and told him to relax, the whole touch will not make her pregnant. The man said that she only took sleeping pills so that she could rest a little. After this, the man told his subordinate to bring a table. I don't understand what's going on. Qin Ku was forced to play the game. Mo Xiaokong looked at the cards and smiled. After that, he slapped the cards and placed them on the table. After that, he laid out all the cards in front of the main character. The man said he liked fair play and respected people with special skills. Mo Xiaokong looked at the protagonist and announced his terms. He said that he wanted Qin Ku to find 4 aces without turning over the cards for a minute. The man said that victory would be his if he could find them all, otherwise he would lose. The man understood that it was not so difficult for a card sharper to find 4 aces. He understood that in order to truly test him, he prepared 2 decks of cards. The extortionist thought that since he was able to win so much money, he would most likely be able to find it. Looking at the main character, he was already thinking about the ways in which he plans to use the main character. Nevertheless, the man smiled because he had a plan. He knew he wouldn't let him win so easily. Thinking that he had everything under control, the man did not laugh at him. However, Qin Ku activated his vision and realized that there were only 3 cards in the deck and he hid one of them in his pocket. At that moment, the ransomware thought that he had everything under control. Still smiling widely, he clearly had no intention of giving him the jade back and now he just wants to find out if he is good enough to work for him. Qin Ku asked if the man could untie him. After this, the extortionist gave consent, but said that it was better for him not to try to escape because he needed to think about the girl. After that, the man set the timer for a minute and started the game. Immediately after this, Qin Ku took away most of the cards and said that none of them contained an ace. The man was stunned by the actions of the main character. When Qin Ku once again swept aside a pile of cards, he became worried and said that this did not count. However, very soon, Qin Ku slammed the table and stood up. Approaching his face, Mo Xiaokong asked the main character what he was up to. Once again, raising the cards, he said that there was not a single ace in the remaining pile. Ultimately, Qin Ku left behind 4 cards. Mo Xiaokong looked at the remaining cards. The guy said there were only 4 left, which was obviously a win for the protagonist under normal circumstances. The man said to check them themselves, and the extortionist looked at the cards. The subordinate approached the boss and asked if Qin Ku had made a mistake. It is obvious that Qin Ku was wrong because there was simply no 4th ace in the deck. However, the man understood that Qin Ku had beaten him this time. It was obvious that since these were the 4 remaining cards, if he did not keep his words, his subordinates would not respect him. Qin Ku looked at the man and asked if he could leave. Mo Xiaokong told his subordinate to bring him the jade. After this, Qin Ku said to release Lilia. However, the boss did not intend to do this and Qin Ku asked what he meant. The man said that he fulfilled his promise when he gave him the jade. However, her father still owes him 2 million and she is the collateral. Qin Ku stood up and said that he wanted to exchange it for jade, but the man refused. Qin Ku was about to pay, but the extortionist still refused. Of course, at the 3, Qin Ku asked what he wanted, to which he replied that he wanted the main character. Not understanding what was wrong, Qin Ku and his subordinate men wondered if he was not of a traditional orientation, but the man got angry and said that he meant it in a different sense. Mo Xiaokong said that he wanted him to play before him, and with such skills, he could easily win 2 million. After that, he put out his cigarette. The man said that any money he receives over 2 million they can divide 50/50ths and asked what about this. Mo Xiaokong said that in order to show his goodwill, he can let Lyle go, but he cannot give him the jade yet. If he refuses, he himself knows the result. After that, he asked the main character's opinion. He looked at the girl, but did not think for a long time. Very soon, a white car drove up to the place where Qin Ku was. Several worried voices tried to wake the girl. As it turned out, it was Zhao Zhao and the last one who ran to the girl. Zhao Zhao asked if everything was okay or if the girl was okay while Zhang Bing untied her and said that it was Qin Ku who called them here and asked where he is now. Qin Ku had been watching them through binoculars all this time. Mo Xiaokong said that he kept his word and after the game they would let him go with the jade because they only needed money. The man said it was time for him to make his fortune. At the same time, cries for help were heard in an incomprehensible elevator. Someone screamed very loudly in desperation and tried to hit the wall of the door. As it turned out, people were watching the actions of that man. A certain man with tattoos said that this type was specially designed and it would never be opened without his permission because it weighs more than a ton. The man clearly did not expect that the gangster would appear behind him, but there was another man there who apologized to the gangster. The man said that it was okay because he was Brother Long's guest and an important business partner. However, the man said his boy stole from them and asked what to do with him while the subordinate begged his boss to save him. Dewi said that he would not clean up after him after he lost so much money and literally left his former subordinate to be torn to pieces. The man with the tattoos said that since his boss doesn't want to see him anymore, he will take him as a test mouse for a new drug. After that, only screams could be heard from the barn. However, very soon the men were about to leave this place and found this amazing. However, suddenly 2 observers approached him and asked why he was talking to himself. Clearly not expecting anyone, the man turned his head. However, immediately after this he recognized those who had come and greeted them. These people were Luo Benteng and Su Yan. The men greeted them and said that they had not seen each other for a long time. However, the girl who stood next to the general manager saw something she did not expect. As it turned out, in front of the gangster it was as if the zombie was a former prisoner. Luo Benteng immediately began to calm the girl who was trying to hide in his chest and laughed while the man asked Dewi what was wrong with him. Someone told him not to worry because he just gave him an injection of a newly developed drug and it worked great. After that, another company approached them, and those people were Chen Fenghua and Wu Tao. They greeted each other and exchanged pleasantries. After this they asked who the man behind them was and Wu Tao said that he was his nephew. The man said that he brought him to introduce him to them and his nephew said hello. The man said that it would still take a lot of time before today's feast. He put his hand over Su Yan's shoulder and asked if she was thinking about playing a little. After this, Luo Benteng laughed and asked Dewi to prepare everything. Very soon they entered a new hall. Very soon, an employee approached Dewi and said that someone was calling him. As it turned out, it was Wu Tao, and the man wondered what he had forgotten here. The guy told the main character to go in and the others to wait outside. After this, the man noticed that they did not have enough players and asked to find more people and preferably young girls. Understanding Dewi's request, he said that he would find them. Luo Benteng asked Dewi if he remembered the goods that he ordered from him last time. He said that this time he had the money for it and then told him to relax because he was also ready for anything. Dewi told them to enjoy themselves and said goodbye to them. At the same time, Mo Xiaokong entered the hall. The man asked if he really needed something or if he had already brought him money. Behind him stood Qin Ku and asked who he was. Mo Xiaokong moved a little further away with Dewi and told the main character to wait where he is now. The man said that he brought him here just for him. Mo Xiaokong said that he was under his protection and was wanted. Qin Ku is a legendary card sharper and a few days ago he won millions. According to the guy, no one can protect him since he and Dewi said that he was taking revenge on him. Mo Xiaokong said that he brought him to win some money. Dewi asked if he was really that good. Mo Xiaokong said that he could guarantee, but asked if he could borrow 2 million for chips. When Dewi heard this, he asked if he was making fun of him. Mo Xiaokong asked for an explanation. The man said that he had money, but his father gave him a large piece of jade, but he could not let him waste such an opportunity. After that, he said that he hurried to bring the main character to him. Dewi spoke his eloquence. The man agreed and said that he would give him 2 million, but said that of all the money he would win, he wanted 80%. When Mo Xiaokong heard this amount, he was upset because it was too high a percentage. Nevertheless, Dewi asked if this was not enough for him and so that he would not change his mind. He agreed with this. Dewi said to follow him while the guy in his thoughts was ready to kill him. He hurried him and very soon Mo Xiaokong returned his smile. Very soon the company of the protagonist approached. Said he found a young guy to play with him. However, many were unhappy because they asked for pretty girls. However, Chen Fenghua was not unhappy and said that he could sit next to her. After that, Qin Ku started the game. However, Su Yang laughed and asked why he was in such a hurry. Luo Benteng asked if he hired him to win their money. Su Yan asked if this was really the case, to which Dewi said that he would never do that to them. However, all this time, Qin Ku began to attack Su Yan and he noticed this. He asked why he was looking at him and whether they had already met somewhere. Qin Ku said that this was not so and Chen Fenghua handed him the cards. Su Yang said that he looked very familiar and maybe he saw it because he was old. At the same time, his son tensed. After that, he fell into his deep thoughts. As it turned out, other people were watching everything that was happening through the man's glasses. It turned out that Madame Lin was wondering what Qin Ku was doing there, and her employee did not understand the reason for the anger. As it turned out, it was the same policewoman who said to follow the plan. The dealer announced at the beginning of the game and asked permission to explain the rules. He began to explain that they would each receive 2 cards. A total of 5 community cards remain on the table. The dealer said that after all the bets, if no one backs down, then the game goes into the show stage and this means that the player must show his original cards in order to compare the points of everyone who has them more than you. After this, the dealer said that they could start placing bets from then on, without thinking twice. The man put. Su Yan passed while Qin Ku understood that these were just the rules of Texas Hold'em, a game of combinations. Luo Benteng raised the bet to the guy understood that players can only find out the community cards after they place their bets. After that, the man announced that it was the main character's turn. However, Qin Ku understood that he did not need this. Having activated his vision, Qin Ku immediately went all in. Absolutely everyone was dumbfounded by this move. The head of the extortionist asked whether Qin Ku was an idiot to bet all in the first round. However, one of the players was unhappy that someone dared to give hints to the main character and threatened him. Dewi apologized and asked to continue playing. However, it was obvious that Dewi himself was all angry. According to Mo Xiaokong, he was a pro and the guy apologized because he had no idea what he was doing. The man said he better win otherwise he knows it won't leave him. Chen Fenghua passed. At the same time, Wu Tao also went all in because he was interested in what the main character had. After that he bet 2 million. One of the participants laughed and said that this was quite an interesting game. After that, he supported the bet. Mo Xiaokong knew that if they won now, they could get 4 million yuan. After this, the reveal phase began and the dealer began turning over the cards. The first 3 cards were the 10 of clubs, the Queen of clubs and the 4th of spades. The same participant shouted that the next card should be an ace. The remaining 2 cards were the 10 of diamonds and the 9, respectively. The guy understood that Wu Tao had a couple. At the same time, the main character had an even stronger party. As it turned out, he had a Volt of clubs and a King of hearts, which was an incredibly strong combination that was stronger than the others. After that, Qin Ku stood up from the table and Chen Fenghua asked if Qin Ku was leaving so quickly. Mo Xiaokong asked where Qin Ku was going. The guy replied that he had 2 million. After that, he said that he now wants to leave. However, Wu Tao ended up laughing. As Qin Ku turned around, the man began to wonder. He asked whether the main character was completely uninterested in what was in his hands. However, Qin Ku smiled and said that he didn't think it was necessary. However, Mo Xiaokong stopped the protagonist. Qin Ku asked why he was detaining him. He looked serious. He asked if he had forgotten his words. However, Mo Xiaokong asked if the guy was laughing at him and asked him to open his eyes. He pointed to the table and said to look at his cards. And then Qin Ku received an incredible shock. What was once just a pair has now become a full house. Wu Tao smiled and thanked her for the game. Qin Ku couldn't believe his eyes. He understood that at first he had completely different cards, which at most gave a pair. Unable to say anything else, he simply called the chairman of the company a fraud. However, the man got angry at such an accusation, slammed his hand on the table and asked if he was really accusing him of something. After that, he asked Dewey who he was that dared to call him a swindler. The man asked if this is how he communicates with his guests. After that, he called Mo Xiaokong and told him to come closer. The man tried to explain himself, but it was obvious that it was too late. One of the participants laughed and said that they were in a terrible situation. Dewey apologized for what happened to him, and he said that he would teach him how to behave. After that, he called other people whose goal was to expose Qin Ku and Mo Xiaokong. Someone grabbed the main character while he was telling him not to touch him. However, in the end one of the participants lost patience and slammed the table. This participant was Chen Fenghua, who asked why create a commotion for the sake of 2 million. The woman said the last thing she needed was money and said they would pay for him. The woman also said not to interfere with their business and leave them alone. Dewey apologized to the woman and left. And Luo Benting said that he was very lucky that he had Chen Fenghua to cover the back of his head. After that, one of the participants said that he needed to talk to him and he would join them. One of the participants cannot accept the fact that they are leaving when they lost only 2 million. Very soon the gangster calmed down and told the guests to have fun. Mo Xiaokong apologized to the main character for his behavior and asked him not to blame himself. However, very soon Dewey called the guy and he got ready to leave. The man said that if he wins for him, he will definitely take him home. At the same time, red veins began to spread from the protagonist's neck. Mo Xiaokong asked what else Dewey needed. However, unexpectedly the man blurted out that he was obliged to sell his jade. Not understanding what the point was, the boss asked why do this. As if offended by such a question, he asked whether this is exactly how he wants to serve him. He said that he had just lost 2 million and told him to pay up now. However, these words contradict those words that were spoken just a few seconds ago. However, the man was clearly not joking with this and began to retract his words. With rage in his eyes, he asked if he didn't want to see the dawn of tomorrow. At the same time, Qin Ku very soon found himself near his place. The guy was still looking into the distance and could not do anything. Ultimately, one of the participants said that he was damn lucky. He said that instead of gambling, he would be better off becoming an errand boy. Wu Tao laughed and appreciated the joke. At the same time, red veins continued to spread across the protagonist's face. As it turned out, in the other room there was Luo Benting who was using prohibited drugs. After inhaling the medicine, he relaxed and literally laughed. The gangster asked how it felt and laughed. Luo Benting said that it is not bad, and his product is similar to that of the Golden Triangle. After that, Su Yang asked what about starting to buy goods from Mr. Long. The man said that they should support the enterprise of the young. After that, Luo Benteng asked if Su Yan wanted to try, but he thanked him and said that he was done. Luo Benteng laughed and asked how anyone could resist, calling him cute. However, he eventually pulled out his suitcase and said it was time to get down to business. Luo Benteng said that there were 2 million for all the goods and asked if he agreed to make the deal. Daewoo said that he would talk to his brother and called him a valuable partner. Luo Benteng said that he hasn't heard from his brother for a long time because he doesn't even spend enough time on the product. Daewoo said that Brother Long had indeed shifted his attention to another matter. The man said that he bought a lot of land and started a research group. The man said that he had no idea what he was doing and they could only obey the boss's orders. The police officer who was watching this asked her henchman to write down what he agreed with anyway. Luo Benteng said that he had already forgotten how they made his first fortune. In general, she said that you rarely meet people who remain faithful to where they started their journey, and Daewoo suggested having a drink. After this, he ordered his assistant to bring wine. However, having not heard an answer to us, the rest began to be perplexed. The general manager simultaneously asked where his guys had gone. He laughed and apologized for going to check on the situation. At the same time, the male henchmen were nearby and simply smoked cigarettes. They discussed and asked Mo Xiaozong not to forget about them when he had a chance to earn money. However, very soon Daewoo found them and called them out in anger. After this, he ordered them to bring wine. The men quickly put out their cigarettes and got down to business. However, she by the way didn't understand what Mo Xiaokong was still doing here, and he asked to listen to him. The man said that 2 million is too much and jade is not worth that much. However, the man clearly did not want to hear anything and said that if he needed it, then let him sell the kidney. If Mo Xiaokong had left there, he cursed him, and if he had known that this would happen, he would not have played, wondering where he had found that kind of money. After this, one of Daewoo's henchmen followed the man and asked who he was talking to. The man said to forget about it and asked if they had brought wine for Daewoo, and he said not to rush because they were here to tell him good news. I don't understand what's going on. Mo Xiaokong asked what they were talking about. Holding bottles of wine in their hands, the men began to tell what was going on. As it turned out, Qin Ku won a fortune. One of the players looked closely at the chips and thought deeply. After a long wait, he said that he was raising by. Leaning back and moistening his eyes with eye drops, Qin Ku asked in disappointment, is he really putting everything? In this case, Qin Ku said that he was raising the bet by 2 million. Whose bet the man was clearly surprised. The participant said that chips are real money. Qin Ku took one of the chips and asked if this was true. After that he said that he had too many of them anyway. After this, the participant began to blame other people who lost all their money to him. Another man, who somewhat resembled an alien, literally cried and said that he simply could not know that his cards would always be a little better in his own. The other woman said that it was their money and it was none of his business. Chen Fenghua praised the main character and said that if he wants, she will support him in every round. Qin Ku scratched the back of his head, but refused, probably feeling the awkwardness between them. Without thinking twice, he counted the chips and gave a certain amount to the woman herself. However, then Su Yan intervened in the game and asked if he really didn't know the rules. He reminded the main character that he should not exchange chips during the game. After that, he asked if he really wanted his hands to be cut off. However, Chen Fenghua laughed and said that she would look at the person who dared to cut off his hands. Suddenly, Mo Xiaokong walked into the hall. Clearly hearing the good news, he rushed over to find that Qin Ku had indeed won a lot. Mo Xiaokong changed and said that he was done. However, the other participants were clearly not happy and said that he simply could not win and leave. Su Yan was also unhappy and said to call Daewoo here. Chen Fenghua said to take her time and stay with her. But for a few more rounds, Qin Ku thought for a moment and very soon gave his answer. He told Mo Xiaokong to come closer and told him that something with long hair was a Sharpie and asked him to bring his boss with a scar. Qin Ku said that I will continue to play with you, but he cannot guarantee victory. Mo Xiaokong said that he would be back soon and wished him good luck. And very soon Mo Xiaokong stood at the door of his boss. He said that Qin Ku had won and had almost 10 million chips on the table and it was time to leave. However, when he told about this, Daewoo just laughed. The man said that he hasn't had any success in the last 2 years, and this guy is just incredible. However, at the same time, in the gaming hall, Su Yang asked whether Qin Ku really thought that he would be saved. The man said that when he sees the chips that he won for him, he will never let him go. She said that these chips would drag him down like stones. Thus he went straight to hell, and indeed Daewoo said that from now on they belonged to him. Upon hearing this information, both Mo Xiaokong and Qin Ku were shocked. And at the same time, someone started knocking on the tent where the police were watching everything that was happening. Opening the doors, she asked what was the matter. And the investigator said that they had finished the inspection and said that this underground casino now has 4 exits. He also added that now all exits are guarded by special forces groups and asked what was on their side. The police officer said that they had already recorded the entire process of the drug deal, and when Chen Long appeared, they would make their move. She said they would catch him. At the same time, Mo Xiaokong literally kicked the wall out of anger. He understood that Daewoo probably just wanted to take all the money for himself. The angry guy said he would never let this happen. Rubbing the wound, he realized that he had to figure out how to get the main character out of there. However, suddenly he saw an electrical panel. A plan immediately settled into his head. Right now, Wu Tao was in the office, smoothing away his saliva, looking at the money. He was clearly holding back. When Luo Benteng saw this, he immediately understood everything. He laughed and asked if he really wanted some. Immediately after that, his son came up to him and the general manager said that he knew that he couldn't hold on here. Handing him a cigarette, Luo Benteng told him to try to relax. However, Wu Tao laughed and thanked him, refusing. Very soon, that same father said that it was time for him to take his medicine and then thanked him for them. Suddenly someone told the man to stop. Behind him was Daewoo, who pointed the thought of a pistol, but his head and said to drop everything. At the same time, the participants were still engaging in intense play. One of them raised the bet again. Despite everything, Qin Ku said that he was increasing it by 3 million, and during the unfortunate hour he literally cried and asked what 3 million he was talking about. The man frankly did not understand what he could do with such 3 cards. Qin Ku said that he simply did not have to answer. Su Yan turned to the main character and asked if he understood him correctly at all. He repeated that the more Qin Ku wins, the worse it will be for him. Qin Ku smiled and said that in this case, he would prefer to win. After that, Qin Ku asked Chen Fenghua to support him and agreed to something. Qin Ku said that he believed that Lucky would always win. After that, Qin Ku even showed his hand. There was a king of hearts and a 9. All the other participants could not recover from the shock because they did not understand how Qin Ku could play like that. Qin Ku said that he was hoping for a flush this round. Qin Ku said that no matter the time, now is the time to choose to play or not. Su Yang wondered if Qin Ku really wanted a flash. He understood that he also hoped for this, and even if he received it, then only the king would be the highest card. Qin Ku was looking at the man at this time. Su Yang reasoned that right now he had an ace, and if he didn't get a flush, then in any case he would have a pair of aces. He understood that if he beat him, he would get all the money on the table. He looked at the fat girl and understood that she would give the same amount. Ultimately, the man decided that this time he would fleece him and raise the bet to 6 million. However, let's return to the police. Madame Lin was suddenly called there, who obviously did not expect this. The girl asked her ward what happened. He said the suspect most likely had a drug problem. Luo Benteng asked what Daewoo was doing, and Wu Tao himself asked if he had done something that would offend him. The man asked why he should point the weapon at him. Daewoo said that this is what he does for a living. Pointing the gun at his son's face, he asked if he was trying to humiliate him by the fact that he was trying to quit right in front of his eyes. I asked why at that age and with a lot of money he was forced to quit. Watching this dialogue, the police understood that this was a serious situation, while Daewoo said that there was no point in limiting himself. After that, the remaining 5 cards were revealed and the last one turned out to be the 7th of spades. The participant laughed at the main character and said that he was unlucky. Qin Ku leaned back at the table and said that everything was fine. Qin Ku once again showed his king of hearts and said that this was his highest card and asked how you and the cards of the other participants were. The woman said she had a pair of 8s, then a man who looked like an alien said that he had a couple of 10s. However, Su Yang suddenly laughed. Qin Ku asked what was funny about this and he said that he really couldn't understand it. Su Yang said that he overestimated the main character. After that, he showed the ace and said that he had a pair of aces and thanked everyone for allowing him to win. After that, he was about to take all the chips, but Qin Ku stopped him, not understanding what was happening. he stopped and looked at the main character. Qin Ku turned to Chen Fenghua and said that the woman had not yet shown her cards. She laughed and said that she was playing because of him and hadn't seen her cards yet so he could turn them over for her. After that, Qin Ku took out these cards and turned them over. With a smile on his face, he said that he would be happy to do it. At the same time, Wu Tao hardly escaped after the overdose. Luo Benteng said that he had taken too much. The man said 3 doses at a time was too much. Wu Tao began to take off his tie and said that he was so hot and had not felt this for a long time. Da Yuyi laughed and changed because he wanted Wu Tao to feel good. The man also said it was just a joke and the gun itself was not loaded. However, suddenly someone snatched that same pistol from him. As it turned out, it was Wu Tao who grabbed this gun, and everyone was surprised by this move. Luo Benteng asked his friend what this all meant. Dewey just got angry and said to return the gun to him. At the same time, Wu Tao smiled and thought. After that, he loaded the gun and wondered if he really wanted to give it back. The man told him to come and take it. As it turned out, he was the harshest prisoner. Dewey stammered and asked what he wanted. Wu Tao apologized and said that everything did not work out as they had planned. Afterwards, Wu Tao apologized to the police, and the girl's assistant said that the situation was very bad. I don't understand what's going on, Luo Benteng asked which police he was talking about. The man asked permission to allow him to introduce the man behind him again. As it turned out, he was not his nephew at all, but an officer who wants to capture them. Wu Tao said that his glasses have a hidden camera. He also said that since he entered this casino, they have been broadcasting live for the case of especially serious crimes and waved to the camera. He also said that since the signal to connect this camera is limited, and the other police officers are not so far away. He also said that he believed they were already surrounded. The officer did not understand why he was betraying his own colleague. However, Wu Tao just laughed. The man said that because he did this, he was threatened with death 1,000 times. In general, she asked if he really thought that he would believe that he could save him. Wu Tao said that he had been waiting for this chance for a very long time. After that, he pulled out his gun and said that his fate is his choice. As it turned out, Chen Fenghua completed the set, which became her victory. The woman clearly did not expect such a win and said that she always knew that she could count on it. After this, one of the women asked why Qin Ku was happy that he had lost so much money. However, Qin Ku said that they had better think about themselves. Qin Ku took 1 chip. The guy said that he has about 4 million and he can guarantee that he will have it until the end. He also said that despite all their chips, he could make them all lose to Chen Fenghua. Absolutely everyone was stunned by this action. Qin Ku said that if he really wants to play, he will make them lose everything. At the same time, the chairman of the company also sent an officer. This also became an incredible turn of events for absolutely everyone, and the police immediately called in special forces. At the same time, the future in the room with electronic panels Mo Xiaokong said hello and asked if there was anyone there because he needed the toilet. Looking around and realizing that there was no one there, he sighed with relief. However, immediately after this he began to laugh furiously. Having opened some kind of electronic panel, he wondered what it was all about. However, his mental abilities were far from enough, so he simply decided to cut all the wires. Law enforcement officials told you that the suspects were already under arrest. Lin, in turn, asked if they were able to open the main door. The policeman stated that fingerprints were required to open it, but a technician was trying to resolve the issue. And all this will take about 40 minutes. The girl said that it was too long and that the door would have to be blown up. However, the assistant replied that their goal was to catch Long, and the explosion would definitely scare him away. The young lady said that they needed to immediately release the agent, because Wu and Luo wanted to take him hostage. Meanwhile, Xiao cut all the wires, but the light continued to burn. He did not understand what was happening. Mo noticed a large lever, under which it was written that it could not be turned off. Kong tried to calm down and think through everything carefully so as not to screw up anywhere. Initially, it was necessary to pull the switch to plunge everyone into bewilderment, then artificially create panic and chaos, while supposedly calling the police for help, and only then take the young master hostage. Xiao naively believed that this was the ideal plan, because the guy could only be given away for a good reward. Then sell the jade to pay your people, and then enjoy the life of a millionaire. Confident Kong instantly grabbed the lever and began the countdown. At this moment, Tao pushed Benteng away and pointed a gun at the main character. The perplexed Qin waited for the right moment to turn the situation in his favor. Suddenly, the leader of the special forces gave the command to his subordinates to blow up the door. Suddenly the lights in the room went out. Ke turned on the flashlight on his phone and began to look around. Frightened Feng Hua and the young man heard the sounds of gunfire and fell silent. Yu, in turn, immediately ordered the special squad to prevent the explosion, after which they need to get into the office and save the infiltrated agent's son. The special forces immediately ran into the warehouse premises to go through them to the office and capture the suspects. In the corridor, Xiaokong, who was still at the light switch, heard them. In this connection, Mo instantly rushed to run away, because he understood that he could not hesitate. Meanwhile, one of the gang members went to the switch to solve the electrical problem, and suddenly ran in an unknown direction along the corridor. Tao began shooting at him. But in the dark, it was difficult for him to hit the policeman, and Song eventually escaped. The embittered Wu nervously said that if it weren't for this light, he would definitely have shot him. Turning around, he discovered that he had hit Luo with a bullet, whom Dewey was already trying to help. Tao reloaded the pistol and noticed that he was shooting in the dark, and that's why it happened. Suddenly, in the distance of the corridor, they heard the police. Wu began to act quickly. He turned to Yui and, pointing the gun at him, suddenly shot him in the shoulder. Yes, he was at a loss. The crazy bandit ordered him to tell him about another way out. At that moment the lights turned on. Everyone began to panic that the police had surrounded them. Jiang asked Su what they should do now. Yen replied, Yui should know the emergency exit from the building. After which everyone began to quickly run away from law enforcement agencies. Chen noticed that Qin suddenly felt ill, and he leaned his elbows on the doorway. The woman immediately ran up to him and asked what happened to him. The young master said painfully that he had a severe headache. His veins instantly bulged, and his eye took on an unusual pupil color. A moment later, it was as if some magical whirlwind swept along the corridor and rushed forward. The main character was again able to look through the walls of the building. As a result, he saw a crowd of terrorists in the lobby, who, in turn, began to hastily arm themselves with machine guns and rifles. Ku understood perfectly well that they intended to repel the special police squad. The headache seemed to subside a little, and Qin turned in the other direction, where I watched through the wall as the special forces were gradually approaching and preparing to storm the building. Suddenly, the wild pain returned to him. The main character closed his eyes again. Meanwhile, Dewey led the distraught Tao to the emergency exit at gunpoint. Yui said that he could not walk faster because his shoulder hurt so much. Wu threatened to shoot him and continued to hurry him. Finally reaching the required door, Yes said that this was the way out. Concerned Chen still looked after Qin and did not know how to help him. Kyo used his supervision again and made sure that there was an exit further down the corridor, which he hastened to inform Yen, who in turn looked at him in surprise. The young man warned that special forces were on the right, so it was necessary to go left. At this time, a frightened Jiang ran up to them and asked what they should do. Su said that they definitely shouldn't go to the right, because that's what the police do. Adding that this guy was very suspicious, the accomplice asked what he was talking about. While Feng Hua helped the young master to his feet, Yen stated that he somehow knew where the exit was. Shareholder Pinu suggested that his friend take the teenager with him to help them. After all, he is behaving strangely and may well turn out to be sent by a person from the police. Unexpectedly, Chen stood up for Qin and declared that no one would lay a finger on him. This did not stop Su and his friend, and they tried to take Ke with them. However, as soon as they took a step towards him, Mo hit Jiang from behind. After which Xiaokong hurried to deal with Yen, who did not have time to understand what had happened. As a result, Kong struck Su with a lightning strike and he fell unconscious to the floor. Mo urged everyone to act quickly as they needed to escape before the police caught up with them. Shao noticed that the young master was not feeling well and he asked what was wrong with him. Concerned, Feng Hua said that he had recently become ill and had a headache. The guy put him on his back and said that they had absolutely no time and needed to hurry. Chen noted that they should not go forward because the police were there. But the self-confident Kong said that there were no special forces and this was a false alarm. At that moment, numerous sounds of gunfire were heard, and he suddenly changed his mind. The special squad exchanged fire with the terrorists in the corridor and called on them to surrender, because they were surrounded. However, The bandits did not think about doing this and continued to fight back, although they were not very good at it. Meanwhile, the police began to look for another entrance to get around the criminals. Xiao waited for the right moment and ran around the corner. One of the squad turned around, but did not see anyone. Frightened, Mo actually realized that he had passed by law enforcement officers. Suddenly the main character woke up for a second and said that it was necessary to go to the left. But Kong didn't hear and asked again. Manhwa stated that they needed to go left to the exit. The guy wondered how Cook could know about this and hurried to the exit. At this time, De brought Tao to the art gallery. Wu looked around. Yui said that behind this picture there is a secret door to the city. The bandit ordered him to face the wall and not turn around until further instructions. He himself began to open the secret door and saw a kind of labyrinth behind it. He could not even imagine that an emergency exit would be hidden in such a place. Suddenly, Tao heard voices in the corridor behind him and prepared to attack. But it was not the police, but Xiao with Chen and the young master on his back. Mo asked what Yui was doing here. Wu suddenly came out from behind him and pointed a gun at them. After which he still dared to open fire. Kong miraculously was able to dodge the bullets. Yes, he decided to take advantage of the moment, and grabbed Tao's hand and knocked him to the floor. The terrorist managed to throw his suitcase at him, which served as a distraction. Then he hurried to escape through the secret exit. Yui called out to him, but Wu managed to escape. Stunned, Xiao Kong ran up to his friend and asked if he was okay. The wounded De leaned against the painting and literally sliding down it said that everything would be fine with him. Then he put his hand on the gun, which Tao dropped and thanked Xiao. Yu suddenly stood up and asked Mo to ask Sister Chen if she was okay. It seemed strange to him, because they were together and it was obvious that everything was fine with her. Dewi began to think about how he could get out of this situation, since there was very little time left. And in the suitcase there is enough money for a calm and happy life. All that remains is to leave unnoticed. Moreover, he is wounded and will not be able to repel them if something happens. Meanwhile, Manhwa gave Mo a business card. He still decided to injure them in order to detain the police. However, as soon as he raised the gun, Kong struck him with a bat in a lightning-fast motion. Xiao stated that he initially suspected something was wrong, and when he took the gun, he realized everything. Mo hastily threw away the stick and hurried to leave this location. But he suddenly remembered the suitcase and put Qin against the wall, asking him to wait a little. He was eager to find out what was inside this suitcase and he opened it. Seeing a huge amount of money in it, the shocked Kong hurried to take it with him. At this moment, Dewi suddenly woke up and attacked Xiao with a syringe in his hand. However, the young master rushed at him with his last strength and thereby prevented Mo from being killed. A fight ensued, in which the main character lost. Everything happened very quickly. Yui still managed to inject the contents of the syringe into his neck, and the red substance instantly spread through Ku's blood. By this time, police officers arrived and saw this picture. Concerned, Lin asked the special forces what was going on with them. The leader of the special squad reported the situation that they had found 2 wounded, but their agent was not there. Xiao Kong naturally understood how vile he had acted, but believed that he had no other choice. Qin, in turn, was unconscious, and suddenly he felt something. Opening his eyes, the guy didn't understand where he was and began to look around. It was some kind of dark dimension in which an unknown person was present. The young man asked where he was and who he was. The stranger replied that he did not need to know. The red illusionist suddenly called the young master a loser who didn't deserve to know his name. The perplexed Qin looked at him and didn't know what to do or how to get out. Then he got to his feet and still asked where he could find a way out of here. The unknown person suddenly called out to the teenager, who instantly turned around. The illuser suddenly grabbed him by the neck and began to squeeze him more and more, saying that it was time for him to go to hell. Meanwhile, law enforcement officers took the criminals to the police station. The caught terrorists, in turn, reluctantly moved their feet and headed to the cells. After which all the police greeted the arriving heroes of this arrest. Naturally, they turned out to be Song and Lin, who had just gotten out of the car and bathed in the applause of their colleagues. The director himself congratulated them on a job well done and praised them in every possible way. After all, they uncovered the largest underground gambling case, and without victims. Having added that it would definitely be boring to celebrate, they were suddenly interrupted by Yu's subordinate. He said that Qin was not well at all and it was better for her to check on him herself. Lin, in turn, postponed the celebration indefinitely and told her boss that she needed to leave for a while, after which they, together with An, hurried to go to the distraught Ko, who was in the room behind the glass. His eyes turned black. The guy constantly beat all the walls around him and turned into some kind of animal. Stunned, Lin asked what the doctors were saying and why he was behaving this way. The ward replied that the doctors shrugged their shoulders, because they had never seen anything like this. Suddenly their dialogue was interrupted by Dewi, who was being led past them into the cell. The criminal said that nothing could help him, since he was injected with a dangerous drug, and most likely he won't live to see the morning. Yui broke into a malicious grin and looked at Yu. The girl was shocked by the information she heard and did not know what to do. At that moment, Mr. Nanmu and his little assistant approached them. The girl declared that Ko would be fine. The young lady in song greeted the venerable sir and asked if Chin was really going to get better. Meanwhile, the red illusion continued to strangle the protagonist in the otherworldly dimension. He urged him to give up, since his resistance no longer made any sense. Suddenly, the veins on the young master's face bulged and his eyes shone with a bright light. The perplexed Eluzar asked why it was burning and what was happening. A moment later, the teenager literally burst into flames and thereby blinded the unknown person. After which an explosion completely occurred, the shock wave of which carried the stranger to the side. Then the exhausted Chin fell to his knees and began to actively clear his throat. Ku, in turn, again asked who he was and why he should kill him. The red illusionist noticed that this was the first time he had met such a stubborn teenager, adding that he would still tell him the truth and why he had to die. The guy stated that he is another personality inside the young man, and now his time has come to control this body. After all, he could not protect and save his sister, his girlfriend left with someone else and he himself was thinking about leaving everything. Chin no longer wanted to listen to him and ordered him to close his mouth, which the Eluzar did not like. In connection with this, he again rushed to the attack, saying that this body now belongs to him. In the real world, Lin asked Mr. Nanmu if he could really help the guy. The man replied that there was an antidote in his suitcase that could relieve his symptoms. But the problem was that in such a state it was impossible to give him an injection. The police said that he didn't have to worry about it and that they would make him quiet down, after which they burst into his room to forcefully call him to calm down. However, they did not succeed very well, as the enraged Ko began to fight back. And even when they grabbed him and it seemed that he was defeated, Chin still continued to resist. At a certain moment, he managed to escape from their unfriendly embrace and deliver a couple of blows. After which Lin arrived to help, and quite skillfully dodged his attacks. And then she completely twisted the young man with her signature grip. She jumped on his head. As a result, Yu grabbed his neck with her legs and they fell to the ground. Meanwhile, Nanmu hurried with the injection syringe to the restless patient. Seeing the syringe, the zombified Chin began to fidget even more and try to get out. Suddenly, in an otherworldly dimension, he was thrown back by a fast wave and carried across boundless space into the distance. The red Eluzar was at a loss, because he practically dealt with the teenager. He stated that the next time they met, he would not be able to escape so easily. After a certain time, the young master began to come to his senses and opened his eyes. Joyful Lin said that Ku was finally waking up. Nanmu also approached the young man. Subordinate Yu noticed that this teenager was apparently very dear to her, since she was so excited. Naturally, the girl began to deny this, because the bandit said that he would not live until the morning. Nanmu, in turn, intervened in the conversation and declared that this was true and the young man would die, adding that his antidote can only alleviate the suffering of the young master. Lin said that another injection could be given, but the guy said it was useless, since his bone marrow was infected. But Yu did not want to listen that this situation was absolutely stalemate. She wanted to see a doctor. Nanmu pointed out that improper treatment would only harm Chin and it was also useless, because it is necessary to find the original formula of the drug that was injected into him. And if you make a mistake with the formula even by 1 milligram, the consequences will be disastrous. The healer said that you shouldn't worry so much about this. After all, he still has time to fix everything and save himself, he just needs a formula. At that moment, Nanmu approached Kyo and quietly whispered that he would soon reveal the secret of his eyes. The perplexed Chin asked what exactly he meant and what he was talking about. The guy turned around and, spreading his smile, said that there is always hope. After which he said goodbye to Lin and hurried away. you thanked him for his help. Going outside, the little assistant asked Nanmu if this man was going to die soon. The gentleman replied that perhaps he even had about a month, or maybe less. The girl ordered the immediate arrest of Chenlong. The ward began to carry out the order and left. However, Song believed that they should not be in such a hurry to apprehend him. In the end, they decided to consult with the director, who at this time seemed to see or hear no one. He was in shock. The red illusion, located in another dimension, still could not understand how the boy escaped, and he was even able to burn his hand with his unknown power, because he had never seen anything like this before. The guy guessed that Qin was actually not an ordinary person, otherwise he would not have lasted so long. At this moment, Baiyu suddenly appeared in front of him. The illusionist was surprised. He asked if he had set it all up, and Bai only smiled in response. Meanwhile, Director Song asked Sun why he didn't join the celebration. An, in turn, replied that he had absolutely no time and asked for forgiveness from his boss. He stated that there was one unfinished business. The old man was surprised and asked what he was talking about. The young man confidently said that he wanted to start a new undercover operation. Song noticed that last time things didn't go according to plan and pointed to his broken arm. However, Sun said that he would not take part in this operation. At this time, the young master was already heading to Bin City by bus, on Yu's orders. The little girl in the salon drew attention to the homely teenager. The main character, in turn, pulled his cap lower, as if he wanted not to be recognized. He remembered Lin's orders, because from that day on he was an official police informant. Ku himself was no less interested in finding the purpose of the task in order to finally obtain the antidote formula. Qin needed to find evidence about Long's secret drug factory. The girl gave him brief information about the city in which he would have to work. Bin was a fairly populated city and was located 200 kilometers from Hung. In addition, it was less developed economically due to its remote location. And that is why the regions are a paradise for bandits, where even representatives of the law were often involved in criminal matters. Lin added that there were always people who wanted to become addicted to crime and formed into various groups. But at the moment, there is peace in Bin City, and it is all under the control of just 3 people. The first is Chao Wango, who is the head of the most brutal group in the city, the Tiger Gang. He is smuggling cigarettes and weapons and must be captured as this is the main target. The second is Shiwan. She is the leader of the Phoenix Group, controls half of the nightclubs and bars in the city. And finally, Chenlong, the leader of the Dragon Gang, who appeared from nowhere a few years ago. He is involved in drug trafficking and underground gambling, and also killed several dozen people. You stated that he was extremely cautious and none of their agents had time to inform him about him, since they all died. The guy listened to the girl and asked a completely logical question. Why don't they just arrest him? The young lady replied that the local authorities and police were collaborating with the bandits who supported the city's economy. Therefore, they cannot take them, because the leaders will be immediately notified about this. Lin said that she intends to eliminate all the gangs. At that moment, Yu's ward entered the office and gave the documents to Ku, saying that they had temporarily erased his personal data. And from now on his name is Wang Hao, and he should familiarize himself with the rest of the details on the road. He also needs to wear a new earring to replace his own, which has a camera on it and can record for about 2 hours. Lin said that she would arrange a meeting for him with other agents and promised to do everything possible to ensure that they returned alive. The necessary evidence must be obtained within a month. Ku at this time was already in the vicinity of the city of Bin. Yu assured that the fate of the future of this city depended on the results of his mission. The main character, in turn, asked where exactly he needed to go. The girl said that initially it was necessary to go to the largest nightclub in Bin. A few minutes later, Qin found himself on Nanyang Street in Changha District, where exactly that huge white dragon mansion was located. Realizing that he had come to the right address, the young master hurried to go inside. However, the guard, in turn, did not let him in and said that this place is only for VIPs. In connection with this, the rest were prohibited from entering. The guy tried to explain to him, but the bodyguard refused to listen to him. Suddenly, Fenghua and Shao Kong came out of the main doors and called out to the young man. They were really happy to see him and asked what he was doing here. Mo asked the main character how he found them. Ku took out a certain card. Then he stated that when Fenghua ran away, she dropped a business card on which this address was indicated. Shao began to remember not so long ago events, when he carried him on his back. At that moment, an assistant approached Chen and reminded her that they needed to go. Surprised, Chen asked where she was going. The woman replied that she needed to return to the north. Then she made a rather unexpected offer to go with her, stating that if he agrees, he will never need anything again. The guy began to say something indistinctly. Manhwa naturally understood everything, and she asked only for one favor, to kiss her, because she had been waiting for this for so long. However, the teenager did not reciprocate her feelings and moved back, which greatly upset Chen, who burst into tears and said that when she loses weight, she will definitely come back for him. The girl suddenly asked him what his real name was so that she could find him later. Ko almost answered out of habit with his real name, then corrected himself and said that his name was Wang Hao. Soon Manhwa got into the car and set off on a long journey. Kong wished her a safe journey, but he remembered that one girl called the teenager by the name of Qin, which is what he asked him about. After which he immediately asked how he felt after Dewi's injection. The young master replied that everything was fine. Meanwhile, in the other world, where two opposites meet, the red illusion asked Bai who he really was, but Yui remained silent. Perrin decided to simply kill him and not waste time on empty talk. Suddenly Bai replied that he had been wandering here alone for so long, and when he met him, he thought the boredom would pass. And he turned out to be so cruel. Then he urged him to think about whether the young man's body could withstand his control, thus, urging him not to rush, but to make the capture gradually, because if it weren't for him, the three of them would already be dead. The perplexed lizard did not understand what was happening. Suddenly Yui called him behind him. The guy asked where exactly he wanted to take him and why he should believe him. Bai turned around and smiled and replied that he wanted to show him a very interesting place. At this time in the real world, Mo urged Ku to follow him so as not to attract unnecessary attention. And when they find Long, they can forget about everything, because they will get rich. Qin asked if he was speaking for Chen, who is the head of the dragon gang. Shao Kong looked at the main character in surprise and asked how he knew him. The young man immediately pretended that he had simply heard about him, but had never had anything to do with him. Mo was already dreaming that very soon he, like Long, would create a wonderful future and rely only on his own strength. The teenager, in turn, tried to extract information about the whereabouts of the group leader, but the absolutely calm and unsuspecting Shao urged him not to rush things and first examine this beautiful mansion, after which he busily turned to Jean with a request to prepare a room for his friend. The girl said that she would organize everything for 1,000 yuan. The shocked Kong replied, "They cannot live in the same room." The young maid reminded Mo that last night he checked into an expensive room, but never paid. Then she demanded to pay the bill immediately. Shao said that Manhwa had to pay for everything. Jean suggested that he pay back Miss Chen's debt first so that she would continue to pay for it. But if he doesn't have money at the moment, then it's time for him to get out of here, and she headed to the estate. Kong began to say that he was going through a difficult period now, especially since he was working for Long, adding that she should be more lenient towards him, because they are all people and are obliged to help each other. Suddenly the girl turned around and asked what he could offer in return. The animated Shao said that he could iron, wash, clean and be her personal bodyguard if necessary. Jean replied that in that case, she actually had the perfect job for him, after which they changed into servants' clothes and headed inside. Mo naively believed that they would be entrusted with serious work, which is what could hasten to inform that with his skills, Jean had clearly prepared something special. At this moment, the young master heard a certain guy screaming for help in the distance. Naturally they rushed to intervene. As it turned out, two waiters beat their colleague because he did not return the money he borrowed from them. The young man covered himself with his hands and begged to delay the payment of the debt for 1 month, but the thugs who felt the blood continued to strike the boy. At this moment, our valiant followers of justice called out to the muzzle makers. Then they beat the insolent men and thereby rescued the victim from the hands of the attackers. The beaten waiters promised to soon take revenge on them for interfering in something that was not their business. The teenager, in turn, naturally began to thank the sudden saviors. Shao Kong decided to ask why he has a red bow tie and they have blue ones, despite the fact that the clothes are the same. The joyful guy said that he was a waiter and that's why he had a red bow tie. And they are cleaners, and therefore they were given blue butterflies. Mo was shocked. Shao stepped aside and began to grieve in splendid isolation. The young man asked if everything was okay with him. At this time, his colleagues in the shop noticed him and asked if he was new. The guys noticed that they began to have new employees more and more often. The teenager, meanwhile, introduced himself as Zio and told Ko that if they had problems, they could turn to him for help. Suddenly, Kong approached him and asked where his boss was now, which was Long's friend named Shi. Zio shrugged his shoulders in response. He stated that he was just a waiter and could not have such information. Furious, Mo began to shake the guy and repeat his question, because he did not want to be a janitor. The young master also wanted to know where they could find Miss Wan. Zio asked to let him go first, after which he fearfully said that he had actually recently seen her here. A couple of months ago, Xiao Yang's sales skyrocketed and then she showed up. The girl came to personally congratulate him on such success. Ian was extremely grateful to her. But meeting Wan is rare, because Jean is basically in charge of everything here. Xiao Kong was lost in thought. Zio asked what he was up to. Mo noticed that a person who was helped by another is obliged to repay him in kind, and this is how it is in this world. After which he asked him to take them to the salon to supposedly look around. Zio said that they were not allowed to go there. He realized that the guys were not ordinary workers and asked who they really were. As a result, the waiter took them to a certain club, where music was playing loudly and the local rich were relaxing with all their hearts. Zio noticed that everyone calls this place the Forest of Illusions and comes here to forget about their problems. The young man pointed to the big screen and said that he was broadcasting glory. Perplexed, Kong and Chin asked what he meant by broadcasting fame. Zio pointed to the table where two girls were sitting and said that they ordered 3 bottles of cognac and amber ice. All this will cost them 24,000 yuan, which will be equal to their glory. The main character turned his gaze to the screen where Xiao Yan was depicted. He set his record on his birthday at 180,000 yuan. Kong, in turn, said that very soon he will be dazzling on this screen instead of young. Zio noted that theoretically, of course, it can, but for this it is necessary to beat the previous record. Adding that, as a cleaner, he cannot be in such a place and he needs to return to his direct duties. However, the confident Xiao took off his bow tie and said that he wanted to try to break the record. The waiter noted his pathetic movement. He took off his bow tie, but there was one nuance. Even if he sells more than the required amount, the screen will not display his result, since it is not recorded in the fame system. An angry Kong urged him to deal with this problem and began to pull his ears. Zio said that if all he needed was for his name to be displayed on the screen, he had a solution. Because his friend has an account card and he can use it to record the fame he has received. Mo instantly grabbed the card and declared that now they would witness a legendary record. After which Xiao went to the table of a lonely pretty girl and greeted her. The guy noticed that it was customary to serve cold water here and pointed to his tray. The girl asked him to put a glass of water on her table, which he began to do. However, at that moment his tray tilted to the side and a glass of water flew down. As a result, it broke into small pieces. The young lady became indignant. Sly Kong immediately began to ask for her forgiveness and say that he was very sorry. Suddenly the girl noticed that water had spilled on her feet. Xiao suddenly grabbed her leg and literally started licking the water off of her. Milady was shocked by such service from the waiter. The perplexed Zio asked Chin what they were doing before. Ko stated that he had just met Mo yesterday. At a certain moment, the girl looked around and caught the surprised glances of the visitors on her. She felt embarrassed. She called on the guy to stop. Kong said that he needed to collect the glass shards so that she would not get hurt. A moment later, he deliberately cut his finger with glass, and the concerned lady realized it. Xiao continued to play the role of a bumbling waiter and apologized to her once again. The stranger noticed that he needed a band-aid before he picked up some kind of infection. Suddenly Mo looked straight into her eyes and said that no one had ever cared about him like that. Adding that from the moment they met, he felt some incredible feeling that he had never experienced before. Then he asked to join her. Surprisingly, the young lady didn't mind. The main character and Zio, meanwhile, watched what was happening and were completely bewildered. The waiter said that he was already in 7th place in the fame table under the name of Big Mao and received 5,000 points. As was displayed on the screen, Chin realized that he had underestimated Xiao Kong. Suddenly, Ko had a question about whether he could use the card under the name of the same Mao. Zio replied that no one had done this before, but in theory it was possible. The young master noted that he could not allow Mo to fight alone. after which he also pretended to be a waiter and offered the visitor cold water. Zio urged him not to use the same trick as his friend, as it wouldn't work. The girl, in turn, did not even pay attention to Ku and refused water. Qin repeated his question again. The young lady could not stand it and answered in a more rude manner. The teenager instantly asked for forgiveness and hurried away, but the girl unexpectedly called out to him. The young man was already beginning to think that he had made a mistake in something and that she would start calling the manager. However, the lady looked at the guy from head to toe and offered to join her. Meanwhile, Shao continued to shower his victim with compliments and it worked. Looking at the glory screen, he noticed that his ranking had risen to 4th place. Kong saw that Qin had joined him and shouted to him that he had done a great job. Then he sat down at their table with his already familiar rich girl. After a certain time of excellent communication with the girls, they asked Ku to leave for a while. Envious Mo asked what his secret was, because all the rich ladies were crazy about him. At this time, Ling tried to call the young master, but his phone was switched off, after which she decided to call him at work, but Lily said that she did not know where he was. Lin, in turn, hurried to the store to return the lost jade to Zhang and Tong. They worriedly began to ask where Qin had suddenly gone, because he was nowhere to be found. Yu replied that she knew where he was, but he was going through an extremely difficult period in his life. Meanwhile, the main character and Kong were drinking and chatting, surrounded by rich girls. They didn't have enough alcohol and asked Shao to bring a couple more bottles of wine. Mo literally rushed to get more and met Zio. He encouraged him to look at the screen, where he was already in 2nd place, which means victory is not far off. The waiter noted that this is not surprising, because they work together. Kong said, even if they don't break Yang's record, but still get into 1st place every day, Miss One will definitely notice them. Suddenly, at that moment, someone ordered champagne. Zio was shocked. The screen showed peaks, and a perplexed Shao asked what it meant. The guy said that someone ordered the most expensive champagne for 100,000 yuan to drink with him. Su Ling appeared on the horizon. He was famous in the House of the Dragon and was Qiao's main competitor. To keep him company, the visitor needs to order Armand de Brignac. Su immediately took 1st place. At this time, Bai led the Eluzar to a place unknown to him. The Red One asked why they came here. Yui answered smilingly that this is the control center of this body and is one of the main human organs. Neural connections from the brain went in all directions. Luminous impulses were visible that passed through it. The dull illusionist asked if he really needed this brain. Surprised Bai said that naturally he was needed, because the Red One wanted to control the young man's body. And to do this, it is necessary to force this organism to accept it in order to successfully take over the entire body in the future. However, the guy did not find any connection. Yui sighed heavily and began to explain to him. When a person stimulates the center with fear, stress, or other feelings, the body produces adrenaline. This speeds up blood flow and heart rate, thereby providing the body with more energy for physical activity. It is in such a situation that a person can inject a small amount of energy into the brain, to make a given body and center get used to its presence. Bai added that naturally a lot of energy cannot be poured into the brain overnight, because the body simply cannot cope with all its strength. This can even cause blindness or brain damage. Stunned by such an information flow, the Eluzar asked how he knew all this. The young man replied that, in fact, not so long ago he himself wanted to do this manipulation, but from ignorance he ruined the body and therefore the Red One had better listen to his advice. The guy asked him if Bai was afraid that having acquired this body, he would get rid of it. Suddenly, Yui hit the Eluzar on the head with his fan and called him stupid. After all, in this world, mutually beneficial cooperation is better than destructive power. Besides, if they make this body stronger, then it will only benefit both of them. Meanwhile, an angry Kong did not know how to overtake Ling in glory points. In this connection, I began to diligently develop a plan of further action for victory. Shao noticed that Qin was literally surrounded by rich girls from all sides. The young ladies bought huge quantities of wine and asked him to drink with them. At this moment, Mo approached them and stated that Ku would not be able to drink that much alcohol. The perplexed girls asked who he was. The guy replied that it was better for them to find out with whom they wanted to get drunk. Then he began to tell his fictitious story about the pregnant Miss One. Everyone fell for his trick and were shocked that it turned out that she was in a position. Naturally, the girls assumed that none other than Long was involved in this. But the cunning Kong said that in reality everything is not as simple as it seems to them. Because this guy is Ku, Xiao pointed his finger at the young master, who was shocked by Mo's story. At this time Su was talking with his regular client. She said that it was becoming increasingly difficult to drink with him. Ling noticed that the young lady flattered him, and if it weren't for her, he would not have become what he is now. She liked that he did not forget about it, and they continued their sweet conversation. The guy casually glanced at the screen to make sure that he was leading in the race for glory, and he choked on his wine. The girl became worried and asked if he was okay. The young man could not believe that somehow had overtaken him and moved him into second place. Xiao continued to claim that it was this dear Qin who bewitched Miss Wan. Ku himself was in shock. Kong suggested everyone have another drink and have a good rest. There were a huge number of willing girls, because they were interested in talking with the one who was able to get such an influential lady. Su's friends ran up to him and reported that most of the guests had run to Mao. A perplexed Ling couldn't understand when this guy became so popular. One of his friends stated that it was actually two newbies who used the name. An enraged Su said that they need to be taught a lesson for such tricks so that they know who is in charge here. Another asked Madame to also order Armand de Brignac champagne. But the girl turned out to be smart and replied that he was not an ATM with money. Then Ling ordered the waiters to bring another bottle of this expensive wine. The young lady nervously said that she would not pay for the champagne. Su, in a rather rude manner, said that he did not need her money and that he was able to pay himself. He understood perfectly well that in order to compete with Xiao, he needed to remove the remaining upstarts. A moment later, the spikes lit up on the screen again. Zio noticed that Ling had again been ordered by Armand de Brignac. Which means he's on top again. Kong calmly lit a cigarette and declared that it wouldn't last long. The guy called on Xiao to stop, since Su was backed by influential people with whom it was better not to mess. Meanwhile, the main character had too much alcohol and felt that he had enough, but the restless girls persuaded him to have another drink with them. Some even asked him to abandon one and take a closer look at them. Mo realized that he urgently needed help and urged Ku to go and rest, saying that he would do everything from then on himself. After which I decided to tell another fictitious story of Qin's acquaintance with Shi. Zio brought the young man water and said that he was now going to get some medicine to alleviate his condition. The teenager was trying to come to his senses at that time, but alcohol is a pretty strong thing. Suddenly he heard screams and turned around. 3 guards immediately grabbed the waiter and pulled him along. Ku naturally ran out after him to help, but he didn't find anyone. He looked around carefully and could not understand where they had gone. Then he used his supervision and found the beaten Zio. Ling also put his hand down and knocked the young man to the ground, then asked who these 2 newcomers were. He wanted to know why they were doing this and what their main goal was, believing that the guy was with them. The teenager slowly got to his feet and said that they were just cleaners, quietly adding that in fact it was he who brought them here through negligence. Zio literally began to beg him to forgive these guys, but Su was furious and did not want to feel sorry for anyone. He continued to deliver his fierce blows to the defenseless boy's body, who could not resist him and only asked for forgiveness for his actions. At a certain moment, Ling grabbed him and ordered him to get out of here with his cronies. Suddenly, the voice of the young master called out to him, demanding that Su let the waiter go. The guy turned around and noticed that he showed up at just the right time, after which he called on the guards to beat Ku up. Meanwhile, in Qin's body, you showed the red one exactly how to infuse energy into the brain so that it would accept it. Then he turned to the illuser and asked if he understood everything, because the main thing is not to rush. The self-confident guy said that it was as easy as shelling pears and he would do everything right. Su's bodyguards at this time began to attack the main character. However, Ku suddenly grabbed their hands and began to hold them back, thereby preventing them from delivering their blows. The embittered Ling asked why they stood rooted to the spot and did not beat him. The guards themselves did not understand how such a young man could have so much strength. At this moment, Qin literally burst into flames, his eyes instantly turning black. The teenager began to gradually twist their arms. The thugs asked him to stop and screamed in pain. Ku instantly grabbed them by the throat and threw them aside, which was quite painful, since they flew several meters along the asphalt and crashed to the ground with a roar. Ling, in turn, was shocked and did not understand how this was possible. The rest of the big men also came to the guards' aid. they naively believed that they could defeat the guy. Qin bravely rushed into the attack, without waiting for Su's bodyguards to do so. At this time, the loser became too addicted and poured in too much energy, which Bai informed him about. Yui stated that at this rate he would destroy the guy's brain, and tried in every possible way to stop the red one. But the distraught young man said that today this body would definitely obey him. Thus, the young master became stronger and more cruel. Continuing to fiercely beat all of Ling's guards, suddenly one of them walked behind Ku. However, after a couple of seconds, he was subjected to a powerful series of blows from Qin. Suddenly they began to surround the guy from all sides to attack at the same time. But this did not help them either, since the young man was lightning fast in his movements. Unexpectedly, one of them still managed to grab the teenager, but the success was not long-term. The main character at the same second broke free of the grip and rained down heavy blows on him. Frightened Su suggested that he was not a man at all, because the young man had a steel body and incredible strength. A moment later, Ku was right in front of Ling and was about to strike him. The guy covered himself with his hands and asked him not to do this, offering in return whatever he wanted. Even Zio did not recognize his new friend and wondered what had suddenly happened to him. Suddenly the young master felt ill and had a severe headache. He immediately collapsed to the ground, experiencing an incredible headache. Meanwhile, Red noticed that the teen's brain was turning red and asked Yuya what happened. Bai said nervously that the center had overheated and they could all die now. After which he ran away in panic in an unknown direction. The loser was at a loss. Seeing Ku's deplorable condition, Su decided to take advantage of his only chance of salvation. In connection with this, he began to run away, but the escape was extremely unsuccessful and Qin caught up with him. Then, pressing him to the wall, he began to strike at it. Ling was scared to death. He looked at the dents in the wall and realized that he had better not provoke the teenager. The young master grabbed him by the neck and began slamming his head against the concrete wall. Su, in turn, whined that this was illegal and he couldn't get away with it so easily. At that moment, Kong suddenly appeared with a fire hose in his hands. Xiao declared that he had come to save him. The enraged Ku turned around and looked at him menacingly. After which he completely rushed at him with his fists, but Mo turned on the water in a timely manner. As a result, Qin was thrown back by a strong pressure of water, thereby limiting his movements. It seemed that the cold water did the teenager some good and he calmed down for a while. Finally, the young man finally came to his senses and stopped behaving aggressively. Stunned, Su instantly ran away and began shouting that a monster was chasing him. Zio, in turn, fearfully approached Ku and asked if he felt better. The perplexed Kong did not understand at all what had happened, which he hastened to ask them about. The guy urged him to find out this another time and take the exhausted Qin to rest. After quite a long time, the young master opened his eyes. The first person he saw was Mr. Nanmu. The teenager asked what he was doing here. The healer said that he had little time left, as the virus had spread very quickly throughout his body. Kyo looked at his body and arms, which were literally covered in red veins. At that moment, the main character woke up sweating and began to look around. Mo said happily that he had finally woken up, and the surprised Qin asked where he was. Zio hurried to say that this was his room and he should rest a little more. Kong, in turn, snatched his noodles from his hands and noticed that he was dying of hunger. Since he only had 2 servings, the teenager gave his noodles to Ku, but the guy said that he was not hungry. Xiao began to complain that there was nothing else except noodles, but soon they would earn a lot of money. After all, they sold a huge amount of booze to rich girls today. Suddenly Zio sadly said that he would not be able to go to the club tomorrow. Mo asked why. The young man replied that he had offended many people there and could not return to work. The young master noticed that even if he wants to get another job, the salary still needs to be collected. Moreover, he needs to send money to his family and somehow provide for himself. But Zio flatly refused to return, saying that they were new and did not know what kind of animals were working there. Kong very matter-of-factly noted that he needed to be much tougher in this life. After all, if he cannot stand up for himself, then a humiliating death awaits him, adding that everyone has a responsibility to overcome their fears and move forward to live on. Ku stated that he had nothing to worry about, since tomorrow they would take care of him and no one would lay a finger on him. Suddenly the phone rang, where there was a photo of a rather cute girl. Qin asked whose cell phone it was. Xiao immediately grabbed the phone and declared that it was his lovely girlfriend. And she is the most dear person to him in the whole wide world. Zio and Ku were surprised. After which Kong fell onto the bed and said that he needed a good night's sleep. Mo fell asleep literally within seconds, which was quite surprising. The young man invited Qin to lie in bed, and he would sit on the floor. The main character thanked him and wished him a good night. It was difficult for the teenager to fall asleep. He was haunted by obsessive thoughts, and it was only his first day in Bin. The guy had very little time left. He urgently needed to find Long. Then he nevertheless forced himself to lie down to rest, since it was unknown what would happen tomorrow. The next day, they began to wake up extremely reluctantly. Ko looked at the time. Having discovered that it was already 1 o'clock in the afternoon, Qin and Mo realized it, as they were already late for work. Then they started waking up Zio, who said that he didn't care, because he was going to quit anyway. But Kong found a way to get the teenager out of bed and send him to work. However, when they arrived at the White Dragon Mansion, they found no one. The main character suggested that today was their day off, but Zio replied that all their days were working days. At this moment, they were called out by Su's insolent voice, which began to threaten them. Ling noted that yesterday they were lucky, but today fortune will leave them forever. Unknown people gradually began to gather around them and subsequently surrounded them. Suddenly, Qiao came out of the estate with Miss Jean. They called for an end to this circus. Yang ordered everyone to return to their jobs to avoid problems. However, the slow Su brazenly asked him what he needed. Qiao said that very important and influential people would arrive today, and he staged a booth here, adding that such behavior is inexcusable and does not comply with the rules of their establishment. Ling said that he was no one here and it was better for him not to meddle in other people's affairs. Yen confidently stated that he is number one in the Hall of Fame, unlike him. Jean also decided to express her indignation at this matter, because he has been working here for many years and behaves this way. After which she ordered the new cleaners to take up their direct duties. Xiao said that they sold a huge amount of alcohol yesterday and would like to take back their honestly earned money. But Li, in turn, busily informed them that they would not receive any money, and if they don't come back to clean the toilets right away, they can get out of here. Qiao, meanwhile, calmed Su down and ordered the guards to take him inside. Ling managed to shout for them to wait for him after work if they dared. A couple of minutes later, our valiant cleaners followed into the bathroom, where they were given tools. Kong, in turn, threw away the mop and said that he was not going to do this, furiously adding that he could find Brother Long without all of them. Ku asked Zio if he knew who Qiao and Jean were talking about, who exactly would arrive today. The guy replied that he had recently seen other employees writing about this. That big changes are coming to the city of Bean and everyone wants to get their hands on the project. And that is why they seek support from some influential and prestigious family. And today a very famous family is coming straight from the city of Heng. At this time, Dong Ling got out of the car at the entrance of the estate. Li greeted the young lady and said that it was a great honor for her. Ling reciprocated and noted that they really have a beautiful city. Jean said that Miss Wen would be back soon and she should wait a little. The girl replied that she was aware of how busy she was, since her brother had already told her about it. In addition, the main purpose of her visit is to exchange management experience. But even between times she would like to find one person. Kong couldn't believe that the great Dong family had actually arrived. Xiao finally realized how great connections Miss Wen had to cooperate with the Heng family. The young master never expected such a turn, because it really was her. Ko realized that if Mr. Dong could help, he would find Long faster. Mo asked what he was thinking about. Qin invited him to go and meet the distinguished guests. Kong was shocked and asked how he imagined it. The guy did not answer and silently headed towards the exit. Xiao urged him to discuss everything first. Meanwhile, the entire male staff of the estate was paraded in front of Miss Dong. This is what Jean hastened to report. She asked to look at them more closely. The employees, in turn, did not understand what was happening and why they were gathered here. Ling approached the guys and began to look at them carefully. The teenagers immediately began to smile at the pretty girl. The young lady was still walking between the guys in search of her beloved, but she never found Qin. The employees were at a loss and did not understand who she was looking for. Then she approached Meng and asked whether his informant had told the truth. Zhou replied that he had definitely been seen in this place and there could be no mistake. He advised to ask them directly, and as soon as Ling wanted to ask them a question, the main character with Kong suddenly came through the main entrance. The guards tried to stop them. Su rudely urged them to immediately leave this establishment and come here more. The bodyguards instantly grabbed Ku, but could not move him from his place. At that moment, Ling suddenly recognized him as her beloved and shouted his name. Qin also wanted to break through to the girl, but the guards did not let him inside. Jean immediately ran up to Miss Dong and asked if she really knew this young man, but the young lady did not answer her questions and silently walked towards the teenager. The guards realized that it was better not to interfere with his detention and released the guy, who asked Ling how she ended up here. The girl, in turn, silently rushed into his arms. Everyone was shocked by this turn of events. She was in seventh heaven after seeing her lover again. Zio and Kong did not understand how they could know each other. Su and Jean wondered the same question. After which Ku was left alone with Ling, and the others could only guess what kind of relationship they had. The waiter asked Xiao what was going on and who Qin was related to Miss Dong. Mo decided to stop inventing different stories again and stated that he was aware of the matter. Naturally, the majority became interested and asked him to tell him what was happening. Kong said that soon everything will change in the city, and changes are also coming in the House of the White Dragon. Naive teenagers began to become friends with him and even called him their boss. Meanwhile, Ling bombarded the young master with questions about what kind of business he might have in Bin. What is he going to do here, and why did he even need to leave Hung? The main character said that he would like to know, before answering her questions, how they found him. The girl told him that it was actually Brother Meng, then asked Zhou how he managed to find Ku. The guy noticed that Qin was extremely lucky. The young man asked what he was talking about. Then Meng showed him the announced reward for his head on the internet, where the performer was promised to pay 3 million. The shocked teenager did not know about this, but Zhou believed that he was hiding in Bing. Ling happily said that they had already settled everything, but it was better for him to stay here for a while, after which she again repeated her question why he came to this city. Ku replied that he couldn't tell them at the moment, but the reason was really good. Then he asked Meng if he knew Chen Long, who was involved in dirty deeds. Zhou said that this man is extremely dangerous and does not understand why he is looking for him. Qin said sadly that if he doesn't find him soon, something terrible will happen. The guy asked him for help. In response, the servant of the Dong family promised to do everything possible to find Chen. The teenager thanked him and noted that from now on they should call him Wang Hao, and he would tell all the details later. Ling said with a smile that he should have chosen a more original name. Then she asked Zhou if they could stay here for a few days. Meng said that there is no problem with this and they may well be delayed. Soon the young master went outside to his friends, who naturally began to ask him about everything. Li, in turn, stated that if Wang needed a day off, he could go and rest. Suddenly a frightened guard called out to her. Jean turned around and asked what was the matter and why he was so excited. The guy said that unknown people had arrived and were already inside the estate. At this moment, the embittered Su intervened and nervously said that he was obliged to immediately inform the security service. Meanwhile, the uninvited guests were heading towards the main entrance. People recognized them as the Tiger Gang from the Chow family. Jean immediately ran up to the butler of the Chow family and asked how she could be useful. Li apologized for the sudden invasion and said that he had no way to warn them in advance, adding that Milady Ening finished her studies abroad and recently returned home, and naturally they decided to visit the best club in the city to unwind a little. The butler then asked if the famous Yang Qiao would be present today. Jean was quick to say that they were booked for the whole day today. Surprised, Li asked who else besides the Chow family was capable of doing this. Then, without waiting for an answer, he headed towards the main entrance. He was extremely curious about who could compete with his family. Suddenly the door opened and Meng, the main character, and Miss Ling wondered who dared to disturb them. Jean ran into the room and apologized to the Dong family for disturbing her, and she hurried to introduce the great Dong family, represented by the young lady and Zhou from Hung, to the uninvited guests. Li was literally taken aback and said that he did not expect such a meeting and wondered who could have reserved this establishment. The butler also stated that it was a great honor for him to meet her, and it seems that fate itself brought them together. And in connection with the situation that happened, today they pay for everything, which surprised those present. Ling, in turn, thanked him and said that since they had booked the club, they were treating them. The butler behaved extremely politely and said that they would definitely visit them a little later, after which we went to find a suitable table to sit down and relax. However, Yining decided to irritate everyone and expressed a desire to use the local services. Pointing her finger at the young man, she asked if he was an employee of this establishment, because he was wearing employee clothes. And if this is really the case, then she would like to have a drink in the company of the young master. Ling was shocked by the extremely ill-mannered girl's demand. Jean instantly told her that this guy was accompanying Miss Dong, but they had other guys. But the restless young lady flatly refused the rest of the employees, stating that he is what she wants because she always gets what she wants. Adding that she would pay twice as much as Miss Dong. Ling was perplexed. Meanwhile, at Wang's office building in Heng City, Wu visited his nephew. People told him that a visitor had come to him. The guy ordered them to drive everyone away, since he was very busy. Tao brazenly walked into his office and asked if he really didn't have time for his uncle. Wang immediately asked for his forgiveness and asked what he needed. Wu did not stand on ceremony and got straight to the point. He asked his nephew for money. The young man replied that he should know the current situation. Although his father handed the company into his hands, he did not have much money. Unexpectedly, Tao offered him to earn extra money, and naturally the teenager became interested. Then he showed Ku's photo on his phone and asked if he knew this person. Wang looked at the photo more closely and said that it was Qin. Wu noticed that there was a reward of 3 million for him, and they should make a fuss. At this time, Jean was apologizing to Miss Dong for Yingying's extremely disrespectful behavior. Ling asked Zhou if she behaved politely with the Chao family. Meng answered positively. The girl was simply perplexed, because she invited them and paid for everything, but this arrogant person did this. The family butler, in turn, urged Miss Yining not to behave in this way. After all, the girl really kindly invited them and showed respect. However, the impudent lady did not want to listen to anything about this situation. Li, meanwhile, did not know how to act in order to please the two families and not bring them into conflict. At this moment, Kong suddenly opened the door and called Jean. The girl turned around. Xiao said that he knew how to solve this problem. The servant hurried him to tell about it. Mo came closer and whispered something in her ear, and Li, surprised, asked if it would really work. The guy assured her that in this way they would get out of this awkward situation and she would decide on her own. Since she had no other choice, Jean agreed to try anyway. A moment later, Kong suddenly came onto the stage with a microphone and greeted those present at the White Dragon Mansion. After all, today is a special day, so special guests visited them. Also present today are their brilliant and unsurpassed Yang and Su. In addition, they had the rising star Wang Hao. Everyone was at a loss and could not understand what Xiao was up to. The young master went to the stage to stop Mo, but the guy asked to give him the opportunity to finish. The young man said that now is the key moment for those competing for championship, and every bottle of champagne will bring 100,000 in glory. Ling understood that they simply intended to get more money out of them and naturally did not fall for this trick. However, Miss Chao still dared to play the game and purchased Armand de Brignac. Dong was shocked. Kong in turn congratulated Yingying on her 100 glory points. Ling told the girl that they just wanted to make them spend a lot of money. The impudent Lady Chao said that in this case it would be better for her to just leave and not waste time. The young lady from the Dong family remarked that she had never met a more familiar person in her life. Then she turned to Xiao and shouted that she wanted to order 10 bottles of champagne. Having thus spent 1 million, Ling asked Zhou if she could spend that kind of money. Meng replied that there was no problem with that. Zhou told Mo that this would get them into big trouble, but that was exactly what Kong wanted. Chao could not stand it and said that if she ordered even 20 bottles, she would buy 30 and she had better give up. However, Milady Dong replied that she had more money and could easily buy twice as much as she did. White House staffers were eagerly awaiting the epic massacre of two powerful families. They began to discuss their financial confrontation and argue who could win in the end. At this moment, an extremely familiar female voice suddenly sounded. Everyone present turned around and saw Miss Wan, and they were simply shocked. Influential guests in the form of the Dong and Chao families were also surprised by her presence. She, in turn, quite convincingly urged them to stop this circus. Frightened, Jean instantly ran up to Wan and said that she did not know about the Chao family's arrival. Business, she replied that she was aware of all the events and would personally deal with everything. Then she headed towards Ling and Yining and said that they were both beautiful and sweet girls, adding that she created this club for entertainment, and not for disputes and misunderstandings. And she is very sorry that her subordinates did not deign to provide them with the best services and brought them to such an absurdity. She then ordered Jean to contact Mr. Dong and Chow immediately. One, in turn, wanted to organize a banquet so that she could apologize to everyone. However, the arrogant young lady from the Chow family refused to take part in this. In connection with this, he hurried his butler to leave this establishment. Li asked Shi's forgiveness and took his leave. The caring girl expressed a desire to see off her dear guests and noted that she would look forward to the next meeting. She continued to compliment the brazen Ying and said that she actually liked her, after which she ordered all staff to henceforth treat the Chow family with respect and provide the highest level of service. Subsequently, Li and the arrogant milady left the White Dragon's house. Ling finally breathed a sigh of relief, because she thought that Ying would go all the way. She walked up to the young miss and said that she was pleased to meet Mr. Dong's sister. Then she invited her to stay for a while longer, if, of course, she had such a desire, adding that all services are absolutely free for her and she can feel at home here. Suddenly everyone turned towards the main character and literally stared at him. Zio and Kong also looked at Qin. The perplexed Ku asked why they were looking at him like that. But Ling unexpectedly refused the invitation and said that she had a lot to do. Ven was upset and noted that in any case, she would always be welcome here. Mo and the waiter admired the powerful Shi, while the young man thought about when he would meet Dong again. Jean, in turn, began to ask the boss for forgiveness and say that next time this would not happen. The owner of the club stated that she had a question about the staff of the White Dragon House. Ven asked who these two guys were, since she had never seen them before. Xiao immediately approached her and said that he was very pleased to meet her in person, and he worked for long. She looked at the young master and asked who he was. Ku replied that he also worked for Chen. Li hurried to say that Miss Fenghua had brought them and therefore she allowed them to work directly. The club's no-nonsense director said she just wanted to ask a few questions. In this connection, she ordered Qin to go to her office to discuss everything. All the employees came to the conclusion that the rumors were true since she invited Ku to the office. Zio instantly approached Mo and asked if he was aware of the events. The guy replied that it was better for them not to ask such questions, especially since it was none of their business, adding that Sister Jean let them all go home, so they shouldn't linger here. As everyone began to leave, the worried waiter asked what they should do now. Kong smiled and said that they should stay here and wait for Hao to return. Meanwhile, Ku went to Miss Shi's office, where, at her request, he began to massage her shoulders. Ven noted that she had no idea how good he was at this. Then she turned around and looked at him and asked what his name was. Naturally, Qin told her his conspiracy name Wang Hao. The girl was surprised. Then she asked a rather strange question, whether this was his real name. The guy was taken aback. However, he was not taken aback and replied that, of course, this was his name from birth. After a short awkward pause, she asked if he knew why she invited him. Ku abruptly stopped massaging and replied that he had no idea, when immediately encouraged him to continue massaging his shoulders. The teenager again put his hands on her shoulders. The young lady stated that she knew about yesterday's situation, how he lured clients using her name, which was indeed a clever solution. The young master said that he was sorry, but he just really wanted to see her. She suddenly jumped up from the sofa and asked why he was looking for her then, but she never gave him a chance to answer, as she immediately ordered him to turn away. The perplexed Qin asked why, when replied that she needed to change clothes. Having threatened him that if he turned around, there would be no problems, the guy instantly pressed his face against the wall. After a long time, the girl still did not call out to him. The young man wondered what was happening. A few more minutes passed, but there was still no command to turn around. His legs were already hurting. Suddenly, the main character heard the piercing click of heels on the parquet, after which she suddenly buried some hard object in his back. Could not understand what was happening. The strict boss asked who he really was, but the teenager remained silent. When abruptly pulled his hands behind his back and said that Long's people go through a tough selection process, and therefore asked when he managed to pass it. Qin was upset because he assumed that he had been exposed and the plan did not work. Soon the girl handcuffed him and nervously asked what his intentions were. She warned him that if he did not answer her question honestly, he would be punished. Then she ordered him to turn around. When Ko turned around, he was literally shocked. Ven stood in front of him in latex clothes and held a whip in her hands. It was truly an epic picture. Meanwhile, the protagonist's brain returned to normal, which Bai hastened to report. Yui finally calmed down, as he believed that he had already said goodbye to the guy's life and body. Red unexpectedly called him a rag and advised him to be tougher. The young man suddenly attacked him with accusations, because it was because of his antics that they almost died. Surprisingly, the illusionist asked him for forgiveness and said that he would not rush in the future. However, the center turned sharply red again. Bai could not understand what went wrong. Red noticed that this time he definitely had nothing to do with it. Yui, in turn, again succumbed to panic. The main character at that time was running around the entire office from the crazy boss with a whip, which in every possible way urged him not to run away, but to play a little and relax. But the young master continued to ask her to stop this rather strange game. She stated that the more violently he resists, the more pleasure she gets. Ko couldn't even imagine what was actually hidden behind the guise of a strict boss. Ven, in turn, continued to chase him around the room and enjoy the process. Chin began to look around and noticed a secret door. He instantly ran up to her and kicked the door, after which he hurriedly went inside. However, by doing so, he fell into another trap. She, with a smile on her face, said that this was her bedroom. Having added that he apparently still likes this game, the teenager denied it in every possible way. Crazy Wind closed the door behind her and said that now he definitely wouldn't run away from her, because this room is soundproofed and he can scream as much as he wants. The girl, in turn, did not want to stop and said that everything was just beginning. Then they started playing catch again. Ko again ran around the whole bedroom. At a certain moment, while running, she unexpectedly twisted her ankle. As a result, she hit her head quite hard against the wall. After Wen collapsed unconscious on the bed, Chin was perplexed. After a couple of seconds, he asked if she was okay, but the girl was silent. The guy naively assumed that she was really unconscious and needed help. He decided to listen to whether she was breathing, and leaned lower towards her. Suddenly she opened her eyes. The teenager got scared and backed away, but Ven still managed to kiss him. The main character did not know how to get out of her arms and escape. The boss, in turn, continued to press and was not going to let the victim go. At some point, he still managed to break away from the obsessive woman. However, freedom was not long-term, as the restless she again pestered him, after which she literally threw him onto the bed. It seemed like there was no way he could get out, especially with handcuffs. Ven said in a languid voice that this time he definitely wouldn't escape. Meanwhile, Bai suggested that the young man's body was in danger, because he had no other explanation, but Yui assured that it was not so scary and he had already encountered a similar problem. Therefore, he will personally deal with this issue, and ordered the illuser simply not to interfere. Red was at a loss and asked what he was going to do. Bai instantly ignited with green magic, his eyes sparkling with bright light, after which he sent a powerful impulse to the brain, which instantly struck the center. The young master's eyes suddenly lit up and the veins on his face bulged. The boss, in turn, was terribly scared and did not understand what was happening. After a couple of seconds, the main character came to his senses and noticed that Ven had frozen in place. He asked what was wrong with her, but she was silent, as if she had fainted again and lost consciousness. Suddenly the girl fell on top of him. Ko tried to throw her off of him. Then he began to shake her so that she would wake up, but the boss never came to her senses. Chin couldn't tell if she was pranking him again or if she was really unconscious. In connection with this, he began to shout loudly and even whistle, but it was all to no avail. Then the teenager decided to quickly hide before she woke up again. But a biometric door with Wen's fingerprint stood in his way. The guy didn't know what to do. And with his hands tied, he had no opportunity to drag the sleeping beauty to the door. Ko was at a loss and began to look around to find at least a phone, but it was nowhere to be found. Chin couldn't think of anything better than to scream loudly and call for help. The next day, Kong was unexpectedly woken up by Zio, who said that it was already morning and it was time to wake up. Adding that he still couldn't sleep and decided to wake him up, the sleepy Xiao slowly got up from the ground. After which I asked the young waiter if they had really not left yet. The guy responded in surprise that Ko and she stayed in the office all night and didn't even come out. Mo became suspicious and suggested that he go see what really happened. A couple of minutes later they were at the door. Kong asked if this was Wen's office. Zio replied that it was she. Xiao decided to knock, but the waiter asked him to wait a little longer. The young man sharply pressed his ear to the door and declared that he could not hear anything there. His friend suddenly heard footsteps and urged Mo to quickly get out of here. However, the teenager did not listen to him and continued to stand at the door, but did not hear anything. The sounds of footsteps were approaching. Zio literally began to panic. Kong asked not to disturb him. At that moment, someone put a hand on his shoulder. Xiao thought it was his friend and told him not to touch him. But a moment later, a huge brute grabbed him and lifted him off the ground. The frightened Mo demanded that he let him go. Suddenly, the painfully familiar voice of Chen sounded, ordering Gulan to let the boy go. And in the future, don't make a scene in Miss Shi's office, as this is disrespectful on his part. Seeing Long, Kong immediately fell to his knees and began to apologize for his behavior. Meanwhile, Jean approached them and said that Miss Wen had not left the office since yesterday. Chen, in turn, was surprised and wondered why she was spending the night in the office again. Gulan decided to knock on her door, but no one answered him, which he notified Long. Then they started calling her, but she didn't answer the phone either. The head ordered Gulan to knock down the door. But at that moment, Jean got through to her and said that Mr. Chen had come to see her. She answered in a sleepy voice that she was already on her way and would open the door right away. Li asked if anything had happened to her. Long was already starting to get nervous, but Wen insisted that she was just tired and didn't notice how she fell asleep in her office. After hanging up, she drew attention to the young guy who was sitting against the wall. She asked who he was and what he was doing here. The main character was at a loss and did not understand whether she was faking it, or whether she had suffered a serious blow and lost her memory. The boss began to run from corner to corner and think what to do and how to explain the presence of the young man in her office. After a few seconds of thinking, she came up with a solution and ordered Kia to hide under the bed. The uncomprehending Qin asked what she was up to and why he should hide. She did not explain anything and grabbed his leg, and then dragged him along the floor to the bed. Then she helped him crawl under the bed and noted that if Long discovered him, he would be dead. But she also needed to change clothes, which she began to do in a hurry. Meanwhile, Chen questioned what was taking her so long. Jean guessed that she was dressing up to meet him. After a couple of minutes, Wen finally opened the office door and apologized for the delay. Long ordered Gulan to stay outside and naturally not let anyone in. The guy immediately asked her why the girl spent the night in the office again, because upon arrival in Bin she wanted to have a good rest. The young boss replied that she was completely exhausted yesterday with the guests, and she did not have time to return. Chen noted that he was aware of the arrival of representatives of his Chao and Dong families to the city. He asked why the girls came here. She said that they just wanted to have fun. Long stated that Bing is at a turning point in her history and needs to be careful with Chao because their relationship is strained, adding that the Dong family's visit is, in turn, quite unexpected, and if they can enlist their support, they will definitely get the initiative in transforming the city. Suddenly, Chen noticed the open door to the bedroom and asked why she didn't close it. She replied that she simply forgot, as she was in a hurry to meet him. The guy headed into the room, suddenly when asked not to enter there. The perplexed Long asked why she was so nervous. Did she really have something to hide? The girl said rather hesitantly that she simply forgot to clean the bedroom, and she didn't want him to think that she was so sloppy. Chen was surprised. He noticed that apparently he had not seen her for a long time, because she was behaving somehow strangely. However, Wen claimed that in reality she was often like this. Long said that she is very sweet when she is worried and especially now, after which he abruptly began to get closer to her. The surprised she asked if something was wrong. Suddenly the guy started talking about their first meeting and said that he often remembered it, adding that it was precisely this kind of shyness that he saw then, and she conquered him. Then suddenly he pressed himself close to the girl and kissed her. Wen didn't know what to do. Chen, in turn, pressed her closer to him more and more, not allowing her to escape from his embrace. At that time, the young master was lying under the bed and begging for only one thing, so that this all ends as soon as possible, and he finally leaves this office. Meanwhile, Long suddenly swung into action and threw Shi onto the bed. The main character understood what was going on and was extremely unwilling to witness this event. Suddenly, Ven called the guy to stop and put out her hand to hold him back. The perplexed Chen, in turn, asked what was happening and why she was behaving this way. The girl immediately blushed and shyly said that she couldn't do it now. Chen sighed with relief and continued to lie silently under the bed. Long realized what was going on and got out of bed. He said that he wouldn't bother her for a couple of days. Then he nervously said that he had a very important meeting yesterday. Concerned, she asked what happened and why his face changed so much. The young man said that a few days ago he wanted to organize a banquet in Hung for his business partners and announced this. But the police suddenly appeared and disrupted all plans. He even almost fell into their clutches. Ven assumed that there was a spy among his entourage, and urged him to be careful. Chen responded that he had already launched an internal investigation, also urging her to take a closer look at her people. The girl was sure that she was not in danger, since her business was within the law, but he should hide. Long said extremely sadly that Mr. A told him the same thing yesterday. She gently took his hand to somehow cheer him up. The guy began to tell her how the gentleman said that it might be the last time he spoke to him. Chen naturally asked him if it was because of the incident in Hung and the police suddenly showing up. And in turn, he dodged the answer and thanked him and Wen for their cooperation, because they always helped him in everything. And despite the fact that they overcame so many obstacles together, it was truly luck. After which he said in a rather depressed voice that it was time for them to stop. Surprised, Long asked if he was really going to stop his activities. Stated that not only he must do this, but he and she must also leave Bin and never return. Shocked by such information, Chen did not understand how he could leave the city at such a moment. He began to say that his whole life was in Bina and if they continued, they would definitely achieve power. After all, they have taken their entire business to the legal path and their previous cases can be laundered. However, the gentleman said that he did not intend to negotiate, but would inform about his final decision, adding that he should generally be grateful that he has the opportunity to exit the game absolutely safely. And he noticed that Long should curb his appetite, because his insane greed will not lead to good, after which he said goodbye to him and convincingly asked him to leave this place. Chen told she that he had become old and fear had gotten the better of him, so this was their only option. Ven asked if he was really ready to go against the master. The guy replied that power in Bin would definitely belong to him. He was confident in his success and urged her to believe him. Ku, in turn, tried to understand who was behind all this. Finally, Long prepared to leave and urged the young lady to rest properly. She said thoughtfully that in fact she also had something to tell him. Chen turned around sharply. The girl said that this concerns changes in the city. Then she fearfully said that she wanted to give up all this and had been for a very long time. The indignant guy said that if Chao captured Bing, the consequences would be dire, and they will not be able to survive here. Ven noted that if this is impossible, then there is another way. After all, you can always just leave here, since after all these years she has been very tired, and recent events almost drowned them, adding that they already have a lot of money, which will be enough for them for several lives ahead. She urged him in every possible way to leave Bin and not risk his own lives anymore. But the self-confident Long nervously asked her not to rush into making a choice and to listen to him. After all, money is not his main goal, and 10 years ago he swore that he would conquer these lands at any cost. And very soon they will succeed, because they have done so much hard work, and now she wants to give up everything. Ven literally began to beg him to sit down and discuss everything in a calm atmosphere. However, Chen said that he had too much to do and still needed to stop by the factory, after which he left her office and told Gulen that they needed to leave. But when he walked out the door, he didn't find his obedient bodyguard and wondered where he had gone. The big man at this time was trying to drive away the annoying Xiao, who begged to be allowed to meet with Mr. Long, but the thug was unshakable and threatened him with physical harm. At that moment, Chen came out from around the corner and indignantly asked what he was doing here. Gulen replied that the teenager wanted to meet him and he sent him away. Kong at this time began to say that he had always dreamed of meeting his idol, adding that he is Dewi's ward and his name is Mo, and he even praised him for his work not long ago. But one day the police came to detain them and Yui sacrificed himself to save him, after which Kong shed a man's tear. Long hastened to calm him down and said that yes would definitely return. Chen said that the guy was one of them and ordered the guard to prepare a car for them. Xiao, in turn, rushed into his arms. Then he tearfully asked the head for permission to take his best friend with him. Zio naively assumed that they were talking about him and happily agreed to leave with them. However, Mo sadly said that in fact he was not talking about him, but about Hao, who just at that moment came around the corner and the teenager called out to him, "Ko froze in place." Kong asked him where Wang was last night, because he was waiting for him yesterday, and all this time he was in Miss Shi's office. He couldn't. Stupid Xiao himself didn't understand what he had done. Zio tried to rectify the situation and stated that they had only arrived in the morning, but Mo didn't seem to understand why the young man was lying and said that they had been waiting for their friend all night. The guy advised him to think before speaking. At this moment, the angry Chen shouted loudly and called everyone to silence. Zio thought that they were doomed and now, because of Kong, the teenager would have a hard time. Meanwhile, the enraged Long asked Ko if he really spent the whole night with Shi. The young master hesitated to answer. The guy naturally began to get nervous. After which he nervously repeated the question again. Xiao finally realized the extent of his stupidity. Suddenly, Miss Wen approached them, having heard screams in the corridor. The girl stated that she invited him to her place because she wanted to find out why Ying and Ling had a conflict because of him. Besides, this teenager left before Chen arrived. Long seemed to have calmed down, but the restless Mo again wanted to intervene in the conversation, but Zio urged him to remain silent. She told him that she would definitely think about the guy's words, but she needed some time. Long agreed to wait for her final decision. Then he turned around and hurried to leave this location. Kong followed him with his tail. When they went outside, they found the gang leader's luxury car at the entrance. Naturally naive Xiao assumed that he and Mr. Chen would ride in this car, which he told his friends. But Gulen noticed that in fact they would be driving a different car. A cargo motorcycle slowly drove up behind Long's car. Mo was shocked. Zio asked them to wait a little while he packed his things. Business Kong said that he does not have to return, because soon he will be able to afford a lot. After which he hurried Van to go to a bright and prosperous future. The young master looked at Miss Wen and replied that he would come over now. Finally, they took their seats and headed for Chen's car. Gulen asked the head why he allowed this teenager to go with them, because he could create problems. Long noted that Hang City had a very negative impact on their work environment, adding that he intends to exploit these guys in his own way, but if they really cause trouble, he will eliminate them. The brute, in turn, meekly agreed with his patron and said that he understood perfectly well what he was talking about. Suddenly he noticed that they were driving along an unfamiliar road. In this connection, I asked Chen why they chose a different route to the factory. Unexpectedly, the driver asked Long for forgiveness and said that his wife and children had been kidnapped. At this time, unknown people appeared behind them and literally trapped them in the alley. The driver then got out of the car and told Mr. Chow that he had brought them, and now Mr. Changjie was obliged to let his family go. Following him came the big man Gulen, who declared that he would kill him before he met his family. At that moment, a group of bandits ran towards them. The thug was very useful in this situation. Meanwhile, Kong noticed that they were driving on a different road, because Chen's car was following a different route. I hurried to inform the driver about this, but he continued to move on, after which he strongly recommended that young people mind their own business. Long, in turn, quite skillfully scattered the bandits in different directions. The imperturbable thug Gulen dealt with them with ease, and after a certain time, all the attackers were successfully defeated. The big man said that he was sorry to get into such a situation with his boss. Chen noted that he should take a closer look at his surroundings. Suddenly, Changjie appeared on the horizon and declared that his guard was really strong, adding that it is always better to see for yourself than to hear 1,000 times. Chow continued to irritate him and said that he knows that Long earned his first fortune through his fighting skills, and that's why he called in a couple dozen useless thugs who were there as an appetizer. Moreover, they really are in excellent shape with this big guy. In this regard, they should clearly increase the difficulty level to the maximum. After which the young man shouted and people with bats and knives began to gather from all sides. There were a huge number of them and it seemed that no one could defeat so many bandits, moreover, with weapons in their hands. Chen, in turn, began to look around and realized that it would be very difficult to resist so many scumbags. Changjie noted that he was extremely curious to see what their limit was and whether they could survive. After all, about 500 fighters would fight against them, which was basically impossible. The thugs continued to flock and move closer to Gulen and Long. Chow smiled and ordered his men to send the dragon gang deep underground. Suddenly, his servant approached him and said that there might be some kind of trick here, because anyone who finds themselves in a similar situation would already panic. And the faces of these guys are absolutely calm and even confident, despite the fact that their defeat is obvious. And perhaps it was they who fell into the trap. Changjie was extremely surprised. Suddenly, the sound of a motor was heard from afar, and the perplexed Chao turned around. His henchman hastened to report that a car was rapidly approaching them. In fact, it was our heroes on a cargo bike who rushed to help Chen. Kong instantly rushed to his idol and asked if he was okay. Gulen urged the teenager to look around, and he would understand if everything was fine with him. Xiao looked at the pandemonium and asked an extremely stupid question as to why they were gathered here. Changjie's assistant noted that, apparently, only 3 people came to their aid. Chao suggested that this was all some kind of game and they wanted to fool him again, after which he ordered the thugs to immediately deal with these scum. Scared to death, Zio said that he still should have gone to get his luggage. A moment later, a brutal massacre began, with Ku standing shoulder to shoulder with Chen and being on his side. At least for the moment, Gulen also did not stand idle and began to scatter the bandits. The brute was truly merciless, and as if he did not feel pain, he constantly rushed into battle. At a certain moment, one of Changjie's thugs attacked poor Zio, but the young master arrived in time to help the waiter and dealt a crushing blow to the bandit. The big guy, meanwhile, armed himself with 2 swords, which he took from the fighter. Then he instantly burst into the crowd and butchered the self-confident mercenaries. Some were so frightened by his strength that they did not even think about getting into a fight. Naturally, Chao was dissatisfied with them and ordered an immediate attack on Gulen, but they hastened to report that they were scared. The bloody thug, in turn, called on Kong to take Mr. Long away from here. Surprised, Xiao asked how they would leave him, but the guy insisted on his own. He himself intended to single-handedly confront several hundred of Changjie's people. Chen at that moment looked at his devoted bodyguard, as if he knew that he had seen him for the last time, after which he hurried to run away along with his newly minted subordinates. Chao ordered them to immediately follow the leader of the dragon gang. Gulen began to stop them and declared that as long as he was alive, no one would pass by him. At that moment, the huge mercenary rushed to confront the equally powerful brute. Changjie began to gloat and said that his family had a sufficient number of worthy fighters. Then he ordered his men to find Chen and offered $5 million for his head, which naturally motivated most of the thugs, and they ran towards Long, but Gulen stood like a wall. After running several hundred meters, our heroes stopped abruptly because they were simply tired, but the mercenaries came running after them. Zio was unlucky to be nearby and they attacked him. However, Chen defended the young man in a timely manner and began to eliminate one by one. Kong also did not stand aside and hurried to teach the short-sighted Changjie fighters a lesson, but one of them suddenly walked behind the teenager and stabbed him with a sword. Xiao, in turn, managed to dodge and backed away, at which point Long intervened. He instantly attacked the thug, who literally lost consciousness from one blow. Zio was unlucky again and this time he got hit hard in the face by the bandit. The young master hastened to deliver a lightning strike to the guy who had offended him. Meanwhile, in the main character's body, Bai suddenly fainted. Red tried to wake him up, but Yui never came to his senses. Suddenly the illuser turned his attention to the brain, which in turn blushed once again. The guy began to wonder. He assumed that the body was again in danger, but the young man did not know what to do. And since Bai would not wake up soon, it was necessary to solve the problem immediately. The only thing that came to his mind was to try to take over Ku's body again. At this time, the bandits disabled Mo and noticed that only 2 of them could continue the fight. They declared that they had nowhere else to run and this was their end. Qin suddenly became covered in bloodstreams. While the naive mercenaries were dividing up the money they had not yet earned, because everyone wanted to get 5 million. A crowd of brutal thugs ran sharply towards the head of the dragon gang. Chen understood perfectly well that without Gulen he would not be able to cope with so many people. Zio literally panicked and started saying that they would all die right here. However, Ku went into overdrive and began to scatter Chao's short-sighted fighters one after another. The rest were shocked by the guy's sudden transformation into some kind of monster. Long, Kong and Zio were also perplexed and did not understand where he had such incredible power. Qin's eyes instantly turned into pitch darkness. It was truly frightening. But one brave man was still found. He called on his accomplices not to be afraid, and rushed into battle. Little did he know that this was the last decision in his worthless life, because the young man seemed to have gone mad and with one blow broke his neck. Most of the mercenaries changed their minds about rushing into battle, forgetting about Changjie's reward. Chen was also dumbfounded and hurried to help Shao Kong get up. The bloodied Mo, in turn, said that he was fine, after which Long ordered them to immediately run away from here. Zhao asked how they would leave Wang. The leader of the dragon stated that Kong needed to treat his wounds, and how in this state is now much more dangerous than a bunch of thugs. Meanwhile, Gulan, completely exhausted and wounded, had difficulty holding back Chao's men. Changjie noted that he did not expect such strength from the thug, but this was temporary, since he is still mortal, which means he has very little time left to live. The distraught young man again ordered the bandits to finally put an end to this big man. At that moment, other mercenaries came running behind Gulan. They were scared to death. The perplexed servant asked his leader why they were running back. Chao replied that he himself did not understand. They ran past the thug and didn't even pay attention to him, let alone attack him. Enraged, Changjie nervously asked what they were doing and where Chen had gone. In response, the frightened soldiers said that there was some kind of monster there. The perplexed Chao asked what other monster they were talking about. At this time, a young master approached them. Initially no one realized that they were talking about him. Gulan paid attention to the teenager, but also did not notice any changes in him. The main character suddenly stopped next to him and looked at Changjie with his black eyes. The thug, in turn, began to express his dissatisfaction and asked why he returned and where Chen was. The young man instantly turned his crazy gaze to him, but did not answer anything, after which he hastened to deliver a lightning-fast and extremely powerful blow to the big man. As a result, Gulan abruptly flew into the wall. The guy's incredible strength defied any logic. Everyone was shocked and frozen in place. It seemed they didn't even think about resisting him. Wondering why he suddenly attacked his own, the thug lay unconscious. Then Ku again fixed his wild gaze on the leader of the thugs. Chao and his assistant realized that the teenager was truly dangerous. Qin, in turn, rushed towards them. The frightened Changjie ordered the people to stop him. But they were all afraid of him, and even numerical superiority no longer seemed to be their advantage. The guy, meanwhile, literally destroyed several people per attack. His strength was truly colossal. Ku once again rushed towards Chao. He jumped onto the roof of a one-story building and was already standing in front of his enemy. The frightened Changjie was shocked by its incredible power and retreated back. Qin hurried to finish with this arrogant upstart. The enraged young man delivered his crushing blow and Chao flew to the side. The teenager ordered his minion to immediately shoot this crazed guy. He instantly took out a pistol and, with shaking hands, pointed it at Ku, urging him not to come closer. Naturally, the young master did not listen to the frightened guy and rushed into the fight again. However, Changjie's ward still opened fire on such a self-confident Qin. The main character, in turn, literally began to dodge the bullets. Everyone was in shock. They didn't understand how he managed it, as if he wasn't human. But unexpectedly, one bullet still hit Ku's body. Chao naively assumed that he was finished. The teenager froze in place and looked at the bloody hole in his body. The perplexed assistant Changjie himself was surprised that he was able to hit him. His patron ordered to immediately finish off this brave man and start shooting again. The bandit opened fire on Qin again, and the young man managed to dodge a couple more bullets. After which he hurried to jump from the roof. Chao's henchmen chased after him. As a result, he once again fired several shots and hit Ku's body. Covered in blood, the young master collapsed to the ground. They naively believed that he was finished. The guy looked down fearfully and found that the teenager was lying on the ground. Changjie breathed a sigh of relief and said that he had never seen anything like this and it scared him to death. At this moment, the main character suddenly opened his eyes, which plunged them back into shock. The embittered Chao ordered his thugs to finish off such a tenacious boy. However, they never managed to do this, because, despite his injuries, Qin again began to scatter them around. They were again subjected to his powerful blows. The perplexed leader did not understand how this was possible. But one mercenary still managed to bypass Ku and stabbed him in the back with his blade. The fierce teenager surprisingly continued the battle and fearlessly rushed to attack. At that moment, a fighter once again thrust a sword straight into his back from behind. The young master instantly dealt with him, delivering a series of fierce blows. At the same time, his condition was extremely deplorable. Wounded and covered in blood, he backed away. The mercenary sensed his weakness and began to finish off their victim. Qin lowered his eyes and thought that this was the end for him. It seemed that he could no longer continue to fight. Suddenly they stopped for a moment, could not understand what had happened. Gulen suddenly approached him and began to defend himself again. The brave thug said that before you hit someone, you need to carefully weigh everything. After which the big man hurried to disperse the crowd of such narrow-minded thugs. Then he immediately grabbed the main character and rushed to run, as he understood that he would not last long. The gang leader was at a loss, realizing that this was his only chance to finish what he started. Changjia angrily ordered the stupid members of the group to follow them, adding that he would pay them even more money. They should also bring him Chen, alive or dead. Meanwhile, the wounded Gulen with Ku was exhausted and sharply turned the corner, where he positioned himself near a concrete column, barely breathing. He said that he could no longer continue to fight, blaming Qin for this, since if he had not hit him then, they would have had a better chance of success. The brute did not expect that he would spend the last minutes of his life in the company of an unknown fighter, and not his leader. Looking at the guy, Gulen asked why he was silent and tried to call him again. However, the young master did not answer. The big man realized that he was actually dead, and if he had realized this earlier, he would not have dragged him on his hump at all. At this time, the vitality of his brain was irreversibly fading, which Red noticed. The Eluzar began to pour as much energy into him as possible in order to take control of the body again. The center gradually began to return to normal, as evidenced by sharp redness. Suddenly Bai came to his aid. The guy was surprised that he woke up so quickly. Red asked if everything was okay with him. Yui urged him not to chat, but to concentrate on injecting energy, stating that from now on the teenager's life is completely dependent on them and they need to push themselves. At this time, a crowd of mercenaries ran past them. Gulen hid behind a column. However, he understood perfectly well that sooner or later they would definitely find them. The brute decided on the last mortal battle and looked at the young man again, which, in turn, suddenly came to life and stood on its feet. It was some kind of miracle. The bullets from his body suddenly rained down on the ground. Ku turned gray, and his wounds began to heal. The big man had difficulty getting up, let alone continuing the confrontation. Qin suddenly put his hand on his shoulder. Gulen turned around fearfully. The main character has completely changed. His hair turned white and his eyes became different colors. Changjia, meanwhile, did not understand how 500 mercenaries could not cope with two scum. His henchman reported that the elder gentleman told him to return immediately. Outraged, Chao asked how the old man was able to find out about this and who leaked the information. The assistant replied that he had taken so many people to battle, naturally sooner or later his father would have found out. The guy began to shout at him angrily, because he asked to carry out everything secretly. However, the servants still urged him to return, since they would still need labor. But Changjia did not want to listen to him, because if they returned, it would turn out to be a shame for them. And when he deals with Long, his father will change his mind and will only be happy with this outcome. The assistant stood his ground and asked him to listen to the old man, but Chao was unshakable in his decision. At this time, the fierce young master was smashing another crowd of thugs. Exhausted, Gulen remained on the sidelines and just watched what was happening. The number of bandits gradually increased, but for the main character this was not a problem. Ku fiercely rushed into battle and continued to defeat Changjia's forces. However, there were still quite a lot of angry mercenaries behind him. The bloodied Qin turned around abruptly and used some magic that splashed out thanks to the combined efforts of Bai and the illusionist. As a result, several fighters of the great Chao family were killed on the battlefield at once. The young man stood in the middle of a mountain of corpses of thugs and was breathing extremely heavily. Gulen, in turn, was shocked by the teenager's unknown strength and didn't even know what to say. The young master urged him to stay in a safe place while he dealt with the remaining Changzi men. The angry head, meanwhile, was heading to the car and was indignant at the fact that he would have to return empty-handed. The assistant hastened to calm him down and said that his father would clearly get into the situation and everything would be fine. Suddenly, Chao seemed to feel something and turned around. He saw an unknown guy. He hurried to ask who he was and what was happening. But Ku remained silent. Changjia again addressed him in a dismissive manner. Qin, in turn, continued to ignore him and suddenly rushed towards him. The stunned leader of the group fell silent for a moment and stared at the young man. Chow's frightened servant threatened him with a pistol and hurried to take it out of his holster. However, he didn't have time to do anything, since the teenager was lightning fast in his movements and hit him. Chang Jie recognized him as the same guy and asked in a trembling voice what he was going to do. Kyo suddenly grabbed the narrow-minded gang leader by the neck and began to squeeze his throat with his fingers. He demanded to be released immediately, but Qin continued to strangle Chow. At that moment, someone called out to the main character, and he instantly turned around.